everyone, and welcome to CalPERS
Recording in progress.
Board Administration Education Day. And first order of business is to call roll. Ms. Hopper.
Henry Jones.
Excused.
Rob Fechner.
Good morning.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
David Miller.
Here.
Areno Ortega.
Here.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Here.
Ramona Bacava.
Good morning. I'm here present, and I'd like to take a moment to just congratulate Mr. Pacheco and welcome him to the board. Thank you.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Shonda Wesley. Betty Yee.
Here.
Madam Chair, I have all in attendance, Henry Jones being excused, and I have not received a response from Shonda Wesley.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hopper. And I want to take just a moment before we go into closed session. President Jones wrote the board staff and stakeholders over the weekend that he is resigning his position due to health reasons. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank Henry on behalf of the CalPERS board for his 14 years of dedicated service to the board and to all our members and employers. He's held so many leadership positions during his tenure as president. The last 3 years, he was vice president for 3 years, chair of our investment and board governance committees. He sat as a member of all of our board committees. He's been a strong voice on so many significant topics throughout the years. He advocated for corporate governance changes and shareholder protections in the financial markets through his leadership on the Council of Institutional Investors. He advanced diversity, equity, and inclusion in the investment industry through his work as a member of the Robert Toigo Foundation Governing Board. He helped ensure that the pension funds, financial institutions, and endowments kept a keen eye on their fiduciary responsibilities while investing globally as a board member of the Pacific Pension and Investment Institute. Those are only a few of the many contributions he's made to CalPERS. And I'm going to miss him. He will be sorely missed as a colleague, a friend, and a champion of public service. And I think we wish you all the best in his next chapter in his life, especially good health and happiness. And with that, I'm going to recess the open session and move us into closed session. I'll meet you. I'm going to go ahead and
Recording in progress.
move back into open session after closed and welcome everybody. Happy New Year. Good morning. Want to welcome everyone to our virtual Board of Administration Education Day. And as we begin today, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to make some acknowledgements. There are two events this week that speak to the principles that we believe in at CalPERS, starting with the Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The legacy he left behind calls us to a higher purpose. It celebrates the culture of respect for our fellow human beings, and it puts the issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion front and center in our conversations. Dr. King's vision of a nation united by our common humanity is still one we embrace today. The second event is the National Day of Racial Healing, observed today on January 18th. The purpose is to encourage people to talk openly about racial relations and how we can all work together to heal our nation's wounds. We've seen progress in the last 2 years as people from all backgrounds have come together to confront systemic racism and advocate for change, but we still have a ways to go. For our part, we're global investors who have an opportunity to drive the agenda for equality using the strength of our size, partnerships, and capital to ensure the diversity is well represented in corporate boardrooms and the C-suites of American companies. The data shows that DE&I practices positively impact financial performance and drive team engagement in the mission of the organization. That helps attract top talent and high quality customer service and high satisfaction rates. And in 2021, we strengthened our commitment to DE&I when our CEO established a Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer on our executive team and developed a framework to move DE&I issues with new intensity and purpose. As we look forward to the new year, we can do so with a sense of optimism for what 2022 will bring. So right now, I'm going to move on to today's agenda. So unlike our routine committee and full board meetings, this annual Board Education Day allows us to spend some time on important subjects we will be discussing throughout the year. This education is essential, part of our process to enhance the board's knowledge, facilitate sound decision-making, and in the best interest of our members and employers. At the end of each session, we will take time for public comment. With that, I'd like to hand it off to our CEO, Marcy Frost, for her remarks and to preview what we'll be learning about today. Marcy?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Taylor, and good morning, everyone. Let me begin also with thanking Henry for his service to CalPERS. On behalf of the executive team and the entire organization, we do wish him well and can only imagine how difficult this decision was for him to make. We all know that Henry truly loves the work to protect retirement security. So we wish him well. We know this is not a goodbye, it's a see you later. I did have a good conversation with him yesterday. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge that 2022 does mark CalPERS' 90th anniversary. Since our inception in 1932, we've proudly served those who serve the state of California. CalPERS' story is one of shared purpose and responsibility, working with our stakeholders, our 3,000 public employers, and most importantly, our members to deliver on the promise of retirement security. Through all the good times, as well as some bad ones, CalPERS has always delivered on its mission to California's public employees who serve or have served the state, the cities, counties, and the special districts and the schools. So through our work, or through their work, excuse me, they do provide vital services that we all count on in our daily lives. And for that, we thank them as well. Looking ahead to the next 90 years or the next 5, 10, 15 years, however time frame we want to look at this, we are continuing to commit to providing a sustainable retirement plan and a healthcare program that will last for generations to come. Before I get to today's agenda, I'd also like to thank Mr. Pacheco to the board. We all are looking forward to working with you over your term here on the CalPERS Board of Administration, and also had a chance to talk with Jose Luis, and he's got a wonderful background. Serve him well on the board, serve us well as the team supporting the board as well. And then I'd also just like to take a moment to thank Stacey Oliveras for her service to the board. Her background and experience in the investment industry, as well as the insurance industry, provide us with a lot of valuable insight and direction during her tenure on the board. And then I'm also pleased to announce that Michelle Tucker, our Chief of Human Resources, has joined our executive team. Her counsel since arriving at CalPERS, she arrived just prior to us vacating the buildings due to the pandemic, and the role really that her team plays in supporting all of our employees and our team members in supporting a positive culture. And Michelle has just been a wonderful hire, a great part of the executive team, and we just felt like she had earned a spot to join us on a regular basis. Now on to today's agenda. After some business this morning, our first educational session will focus on healthcare. Specifically, we'll focus on our work to promote better delivery systems through alignment with Covered California and the Department of Healthcare Services. Together, we make up the 3 largest public purchasers in California, serving approximately 42% of Californians. Our combined purchasing power has the potential to accelerate necessary change where we have alignment with these 2 other entities that will also improve access, will improve care, as well as affordability for the members, for our members, as well as the residents in the state of California. You'll also hear about current and future opportunities for alignment efforts that support CalPERS' strategies and advance work in areas such as behavioral health, advanced primary care, quality measures, and health equity. All important issues to our board, important issues to the organization. This session will be led by Don Moltz, our Chief Health Director, who will be joined by Peter Lee, Executive Director of Covered California, and Michelle Bass, the Director of the Department of Managed Healthcare. Dr. Julia Logan, our Chief Medical Officer, will then provide an overview of what those alignment opportunities will be as we begin rate negotiations with our plans. After that, we'll go into one of 2 investment agenda items for the day. We'll start with leverage and liquidity in a fireside chat that's being facilitated by Dan Bienvenu, who's our interim Chief Investment Officer, Sterling Gunn, our Investment Director for Portfolio Management and Implementation, and Ed Cass of Canada's Pension Plan Investment Board. Mr. Cass is the Chief Investment Officer responsible for $430 billion in assets, serving 20 million Canadian residents. Leverage has been integrated into our portfolio over the last decade, but with a new 5% asset allocation to leverage approved by the board for the next 4 years, this session will provide greater detail on implementation. It also will provide a case study of how Canada, or at least one Canadian system, has done it. That will be followed by the board's fiduciary training, and that will be facilitated by our General Counsel, Matt Jacobs. And he'll be joined by Christine Richardson and Marcus Fu, 2 of our outside fiduciary counsel. That does segue nicely with our financial education day, our final education day, session of the day, devoted to our sustainable investment strategy on the path to net zero emissions by 2050, which is a target that was set by the Paris Accord. As you know, Ann Simpson, our Managing Investment Director for Board Governance and Sustainability, was present and served as a delegate for the COP26 conference in Scotland last fall. We'll hear about the outcomes of that conference and areas for focus and next steps for CalPERS. But first, Ann and her team will walk the board through a detailed update on the impact our engagement, advocacy, and integration strategies are having across the portfolio. They'll also lead us through the effects that a warming planet on its current trajectory can potentially have on the real economy and our path to net zero here at CalPERS. And per the board's direction and request, they'll also provide information about our exposure with renewable and the potential of stranded assets. We'll close out the agenda with a closed session to review litigation matters, and then hope to see many of you tomorrow during our virtual stakeholder forum, which begins at 10 a.m. And I'll close with investment performance. The 2021 calendar year return is 13.3. The 3-year return is 14.3. The 5-year return is 10.8. The 10-year return is 9.7. The 20-year return is 7.3. And the PERF, that would be the trust fund, the pension trust fund value as of December 31st was $500.7 billion. And that does conclude my remarks. Happy to answer any questions, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. Any questions from the board? I don't see any right now. And you guys, Jose Luis, I know you're new. You can also put in chat if I don't see your hand. So I just want to let you know as before I move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I have asked Mr. Miller to lead us in the pledge.
We'll address the colors. I'll begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. And at this time, we have 2 new board members that I would like to
Madam Chair,
swear in. Yes,
this Frank, just for a quick second before you move into that, I'm trying to figure out how to raise my hand. Is that possible? I have a quick question for Marcy. Is it possible you can text us I couldn't write it fast enough, the January results of
Yes.
performance?
Yes, I will send that to you all now.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you, Frank. Thank you, Marcy. So it is time to swear in our newly elected board members representing all CalPERS members. And then we will be conducting the election for the board's next president and vice president for 2022. Mr. Miller and Mr. Pacheco, please raise your right hands and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Jose Luis Pacheco,
I, David Miller,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California.
of the State of California.
You guys can say it together.
Okay.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or secretive evasion,
without any
mental
vengeance
secret
mental reservation or secretive evasion.
or secret evasion.
Okay. And I will faithfully
And I will faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and discharge the duties I am about to enter.
All right, you guys, thank you very much. Applause, applause, yay. And thank you for your commitment. And again, congratulations. And as we welcome these 2 new, well, David's not new, but new board members, we also say goodbye to another board member, Ms. Stacey Oliveras, who was appointed by Governor Newsom to represent the insurance industry, has resigned from her CalPERS board position due to new professional opportunities. And on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank Ms. Oliveras for her service and dedication to our members. The insurance representative seat is now vacant until an appointment is made by Governor Newsom. So with that, as I am chairing this meeting right now, we will hold our annual elections for the 2022 board president and vice president. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Mr. Fechner. as we do that.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So I'm now holding open the nominations for President of the Board of Administration. Do I have any recommendations? Mr. Rubalcaba, please.
Thank you, Mr. Fechner. Yes, I would like to place into nomination for President, Ms. Teresa Taylor.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor's been nominated. Is there any further nominations for the office of President? Are there any further nominations for the office of President? Third and final call, are there any further nominations for the office of President? Seeing none, nominations are closed, and the chair will entertain a unanimous ballot. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Mr. Miller. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Luis Pacheco. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Taylor.
Madam Chair, this is Pam Hopper. Would you like to take a roll call since this is kind of like an action item?
This is Matt Jacobs. I think it would be good to take a roll call.
A roll call? Okay, so go ahead and take a roll call vote on that.
Okay, Henry Jones,
Excused.
Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Lorena Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley, excused, Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I do show all ayes with an excuse from Henry Jones and Shonda Wesley. Motion made by David Miller, seconded by Jose Luis Pacheco for the election of the president.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hopper. And I'm gonna take over the gavel here, and I'm going to entertain a motion for the vice president. Ms. Middleton.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would be honored to nominate Mr. Rob Fechner to be Vice President.
All right. I have Mr. Rob Fechner has been entered as nomination for Vice President. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? And last time, are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I'd like to move to the floor. The motion? Do I have a motion to move to the floor? So it was moved by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. And based on our previous vote, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on the motion to nominate Mr. Fechner for Vice President of the Board.
Henry Jones, excused, Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Lorena Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley, excused, Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have all ayes with excuse from Henry Jones and Shonda Wesley. Motion being made by David Miller, seconded by Jose Luis Pacheco for the election of Vice President Rob Fechner.
All right, congratulations, Mr. Fechner. And moving forward, since I'm running the meeting, let me make sure I'm in the appropriate place. I want to just thank everybody for nominating me for president. And I'm looking forward to working with all of my fellow board members, our stakeholders and staff to continue to move CalPERS forward in the coming year. I'm excited. There's lots of opportunities and can't wait. So I hope we'll eventually all be back in the office in 2022. But it's been such an odd couple of years here. So again, thank you very much. As we move forward here, for the next item is the action items for the proposed decisions of administrative law judges. And now I'm going to turn over the meeting to our new Vice President, Mr. Fechner, for the first item on the agenda, which is the action item on the proposed decisions of administrative law judges.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adopt the proposed decisions at agenda items 1 through 12 as the board's own decisions, with the minor modifications argued by staff to agenda items 3, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and remand agenda item 13 for the taking of additional evidence regarding whether members' felony conviction resulted from conduct arising out of or in the performance of his official duties. You're muted, Teresa.
Yes, I got it. It was so moved. I can't, is this a second? I'm sorry, I can't remember. I haven't done this part.
Yes, we need a second.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, so I need a second on the motion.
I'll second, Madam President.
Thank you, seconded by Ms. Shi. All those in favor? I think we need a roll call vote since we're not in person.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Pam.
Henry Jones,
Excused?
Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
I need to abstain today.
Arena Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcava,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley, excused, Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have a motion being made by Rob Fechner, seconded by Betty Yee for the motion on the proposed decision of administrative law judges.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hopper. Next. Mr. Fechner.
Yes, thank you. I move to deny Mr. Britt Wilson's petition for reconsideration.
It's been moved by Mr. Fechner. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Yee. It's been seconded by Ms. Yee. Can we have a vote, please, Ms. Hopper?
Henry Jones, excused. Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Abstaining?
Arena Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcava,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley, excuse, Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam President, I have all ayes, one abstention from David Miller with excuse from Henry Jones and Shonda Wesley excused. Motion being made by Rob Fechner, seconded by Betty Yee.
All right, thank you. Motion carries. I'll be moving on to our strategic alignment, our education session, basically, our strategic alignment across California's 3 large state purchasers. So we're going to start our presentations today with a focus on our healthcare. Here to lead our discussion is Dr. Don Molds, our Chief Health Director, and Dr. Julia Logan, our Chief Medical Officer. Let me make sure, Mr. Molds, if you want to start, go ahead. Oh, did we move too fast? Mr. Molds, there you are.
Hello, Madam Chair. I think we are agendized for 10:10. So I'm not sure.
Oh, we did move too fast.
No, that's okay. If we've changed the way that we noticed materials from the last time that this came up, and so we can proceed if all parties are ready.
I'm not sure we have our other speakers.
Okay.
We can ping them. Sorry, they
We
were
can-
on for 10:10.
That would give, if you want, that gives us about, we can take a 15-minute break if everybody wants to do that, if we're waiting for speakers. So, Mr. Moles, if that's okay with you, we can go ahead and be back here at 10:10 if everybody is in agreement. All right?
That
All
sounds
right.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's all pause for a minute. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Moltz. Go ahead.
Recording in progress.
Great. So I'm really excited to be here today. This session was prompted by the collaborative work CalPERS has been doing with the other two large government purchasers in California, the Department of Healthcare Services and Covered California. The idea behind alignment is relatively simple. California's large government purchasers purchase healthcare for approximately 17 million individuals, which is about 43% of the total population of the state. Without alignment, we all send powerful but sometimes divided and even conflicting messages to health insurers and providers of healthcare. Together, we are as well situated as any purchaser in the country outside of the federal government, perhaps, to change healthcare for the better. The goal of aligning California's large health purchasers is not new. Many of you will recall SmartCare, which, as we've reported here, scored several key victories towards its goal of improving care for all of the individuals receiving care from one of the participating entities. What has made this collaboration different is the sustained involvement of the leaders of each of the large purchasers. For close to 2 years now, we've been meeting twice a month, often more. We've identified common goals and work streams focused on accomplishing them. There are a couple of ideas behind today's session. We wanted to give you a bit of an update on the collaborative work that is underway, but mostly we thought it was important to give you a better sense of the key priorities of our partners at DHCS and Covered California, so that when we engage you, the board, about future collaborative work, you'll have a better sense of what they are trying to accomplish. Collaboration involves give and take, and understanding one's collaborative partners is critical as we look to identify opportunities for collaborative work, as well as any limitations. In a moment, I'm going to hand things over to Dr. Logan, who's going to do two things. First, she's going to briefly go over the key goals that are laid out in CalPERS' strategic plan. And second, she's going to talk about our collaborative work with Covered California and DHCS to date. Julie has played a critical role in these efforts. She participates with me in the twice-a-month meetings I mentioned a minute ago, and has led implementation of much of the alignment efforts. After she is done, Dr. Logan will be turning things over to Michelle Boss, who is the director of the Department of Healthcare Services. Michelle was appointed as head of DHCS in September of 2021. Prior, she was the undersecretary at California Health and Human Services Agency. She was deputy secretary at CHHS during the second term of the Brown administration. And I say this with a little pride, she is an alum of the California State Senate and the Senate Office of Research. After Michelle, we'll hear from Peter Lee, who's executive director at Covered California. He was the first and so far only executive director at Covered, and sadly for us, he's retiring at the end of February. I spoke at a Covered California staff meeting recently and shared that for the years I was on the East Coast, Peter's work was a constant source of California pride for me. When I left California in 2009, about 18% of Californians lacked health insurance. That number is closer to 6% now, and a lot of the change can be attributed to Peter's work at Covered California, which is regarded as the best-run Obamacare marketplace in the country. I met Peter a couple of decades ago when he was the executive director at the Pacific Business Group on Health, and I had the good fortune to work with him when we both worked for the Obama administration, where Peter led the administration's delivery system reform work and its innovation center. Both Michelle and Peter are going to share the key strategic objectives of their organizations, along with the thoughts they have about our collaborative work. Because Peter is a short timer now, I've also asked him to reflect a bit on the legacy at Covered, as well as his thoughts about the work ahead. If we stay on task, we should have plenty of time at the end of the presentations for question and discussion. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Logan.
Thank you so much, Don. And could we get the slides up, please? Thank you. Great, perfect. Can everyone hear me okay? Great, okay. I am really honored to be here today to share our progress and opportunities for strategic alignment, and I'm very excited to hear from Peter and Michelle, so I will keep my comments relatively brief. Next slide, please. Before I dive into some of the specific areas that we've identified as opportunities for alignment, I really just wanted to first orient you all to the CalPERS strategic vision for health. Our strategic vision focuses on 3 interconnected goals: quality, access, and affordability. And woven throughout everything we do is health equity. Equity is the lens through which we view all of our work. And let me highlight our goals individually. First, quality. If we aren't delivering high quality health benefits, then we aren't meeting our most critical objective, which is ensuring that the benefits we're purchasing on behalf of our members meet their healthcare needs to improve their overall health. Access is similarly critical. Every one of our members should have full and equal access to care. This means ensuring that our members get the care they need when they need it, and that the care is coordinated and culturally competent. Affordability or cost has always and will continue to be a critical focus for the health program. Our obligation is to be the most efficient purchaser possible and to ensure high quality benefits we provide are affordable for our members and for our employers. And understanding the strategic vision for health is important for a couple of reasons. First, because it serves as our North Star in terms of our goals and initiatives. Every benefit change proposal, every contract requirement, every RFP is evaluated with these goals in mind. And second, because as you will see from Michelle and Peter's presentations, our CalPERS strategic vision is strikingly similar to the driving goals and vision of our purchaser partners. And this underscores the reason why we are working together. Next slide, please. So I want to step back for a second to reflect on what has led us to believing that this alignment is so important. And just to add on to what Dawn was saying at the beginning, I think that all of us have felt a sense of urgency in our work due to COVID. It has been and continues to be a real stress test for society and for our healthcare system. Many of us have experienced the mental health stressors of the pandemic, and we've discussed this in previous board meetings, and also seen the effects in terms of behavioral health and physical health outcomes, in particular, disparities by race and ethnicity in other areas. We as a society just haven't done so well in these areas. And that's a primary impetus behind the work that we've been doing among the 3 purchasers and other partners. Alignment is critical to driving quality and equity at the community level, and that's where health happens. The other realization was that we all work through health plans and many of the same health plans. So alignment not only cuts through what I think of as a voltage drop of intentionality from purchaser to payer to health system to clinical care, but it also reduces administrative burden for our health plan partners and hopefully makes things more likely to happen in a coordinated way for providers and for patients. Some of the areas we've been working on are highlighted here on this slide: behavioral health, health equity, virtual care, also known as telehealth, primary care, and measurement alignment for incentive programs. And I'll touch on some of these in the next couple of slides, and you'll be hearing more from Peter and Michelle in a moment. And I do want to call out that we benefit from alignment, not just among the 3 public purchasers, which are crucially important, but also with a whole host of other important stakeholders in California. As an example, on the primary care side, PBGH, the Purchaser Business Group on Health, led an 18-month stakeholder process to create the Advanced Primary Care Measure Set. Covered California and CalPERS, as you know, are requiring our health plans to use this data set in 2022. The Integrated Healthcare Association has a long-standing role as a convener and data aggregator. Blue Shield of California is developing payment models to drive investments in primary care. And lastly, and certainly not least, CHCF, the California Healthcare Foundation, serves as a facilitator and supporter of this work on investment, measurement, and payment reform in primary care. So next slide, please. In the past year, we collectively, you, our board, and with the support and collaboration and guidance from our partners here today, have accomplished an incredible amount together in the core areas to drive positive change. There's no doubt about that. Just to review, back in November, the CalPERS Health team proposed changes to benefit language to specifically address the limitations related to reproductive health benefits and infertility. You, the board, approved these benefit changes. These changes will improve quality of care and timely access to time-sensitive services like cervical and breast cancer screening, abortion, sexually transmitted infection treatment. The change ensures that all members will have access to timely, equitable, and competent care without undue barriers or delays, regardless of sex assigned at birth, sexual orientation, or gender identity. And as Ms. Middleton remarked at our November board meeting, these changes are a really important step toward inclusion of LGBTQ members fully. In the area of clinical quality improvement, we've been working with DHCS and Covered California to align on a parsimonious set of quality measures that will promote maximal synergy across health plans and providers. We incorporated some of these measures and quality improvement requirements into our 2022 contract, and they are actionable, outcomes focused, and target conditions that are key drivers of morbidity and mortality among Californians. Behavioral health, as we've discussed previously, is particularly germane and crucial to alignment. Our survey and focus group work with UC researchers and the joint purchaser behavioral health project led by Covered California will help our health plan inform our health plan requirements and member outreach in the months and years ahead. And advanced primary care. In November, you approved PCP matching in our PPO plans because of the evidence that consistently demonstrates the effectiveness of primary care and its foundation in patient-centered care. Also worth mentioning, though not on this slide, is an important aspect of improving quality and access is expanding choice for our members. And as approved in the November PHBC, we are now able to offer an EPO or HMO in every county for 2023, so that members have access to high quality health plans with lower cost sharing. Next slide, please. While some really important foundational work has been done, we are well aware that there's still a lot of work to do to improve quality, equity, and access for our members and really for all Californians. And in the next 18 months, we have several unique opportunities. CalPERS is re-procuring our 5-year contracts for our PPM, HMO health plans for 2024, and our PPO plans for 2025. We will be incorporating much of the alignment work and will be drawing from the innovative thinking of DHCS and Covered California and their in-motion health plan contracts into our own RFPs. To complement and inform these efforts, we, along with Covered California and DHCS, were chosen by CMS as one of 4 states to participate in a state transformation collaborative to focus on advancing primary care payment models, which will continue to shift the economic drivers away from fee-for-service to a value-based, person-centered approach. In addition, the Department of Managed Healthcare will convene a health equity and quality committee with CalPERS, DHCS, and Covered California representation that will make recommendations to the DMHC regarding standard health equity and quality measures. These measures will include annual benchmark standards for addressing equity and quality in healthcare delivery in California. Through this committee and our collective efforts, we aim to provide greater equity, transparency, and drive health plans to a higher standard of equity and quality. This collective work of the 3 purchasers and statewide national partners will aim to reset the standards and raise expectations around affordability and health equity and care delivery, and will do so through value-based payment incentives and really rethinking how high-quality care is delivered in California. So that concludes my presentation. I really thank you for your attention and your support. And I'll pass it to Michelle. Michelle?
Great, and thank you for the invitation to participate today, and to Dawn and Julia for their continuous work and brainstorming on how we can align our programs and systems centering around access, affordability, equity, and quality. Let's wait for the screen to come up. Okay, great. Next slide, please. This morning, I want to highlight some of DHCS priorities and initiatives that are in alignment with the efforts that we've been working through with CalPERS and Covered California. Our 10-year vision for Medi-Cal is that people served by our program should have longer, healthier, and happier lives. In this whole system, person-centered and population health approach to health and social care, healthcare services are only one element of supporting people to have better health. We know we need to better partner with communities, members, CBOs, and public health, in addition to the healthcare system, to support and anticipate health needs, prevent illness, and reduce the impact of poor health. The whole system person-centered approach will be equitable, reducing health inequities within the Medi-Cal program, as well as between Medi-Cal and other insurance programs. It will improve health through lives from birth to a dignified end of life, allowing people to access a range of seamless services as close to home as possible and whenever needed. Services will be tailored to the individual around groups of people based on their unique needs and what matters to them, as well as quality, equity, and safety outcomes. The initiatives I will discuss today are our path toward implementing this vision. So today I'm going to cover our CalAIM, which is we just received federal approval to implement this reform of the Medi-Cal program, our Medi-Cal managed care commercial plan procurement. And as I talk through both of these, I will talk about also some of our new Medi-Cal benefits and proposed expansions, and then our comprehensive quality strategy and equity roadmap. Next slide, please. CalAIM, our journey to a healthy California for all. We feel that everybody has a stake in the Medi-Cal program, and many of us know someone whose health depends on it. It covers over 14 million Californians. 1 in 3 Californians are enrolled in Medi-Cal, with more than 65% of enrollees identifying as people of color. Medi-Cal covers 50% of all births in California, with about 2/3 of children enrolled in Medi-Cal identifying as Black and Latino. More than 2 in 3 patient days in California long-term care facilities are covered by Medi-Cal, and at least 80% of justice-involved individuals are eligible for Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal has an extensive footprint in California. Next slide, please. So what is CalAIM? CalAIM is our initiative to reform the Medi-Cal program and in turn improve the quality of life and health outcomes of Medi-Cal members. It includes broad delivery system, program, and payment reform across the Medi-Cal system, building upon successful outcomes of various pilots that we've engaged on the last 6 years. We've received federal approval on December 29th, just this last year, 2021, for CalAIM through December 31st, 2026. So it's a 5-year demonstration. The whole goal of CalAIM is to really identify and manage needs through a whole person approach to care, really recognizing the social drivers of health and how they impact a person's health care and health outcomes. Really, the goal is also to really improve quality outcomes and transforming the way we provide care, so we can really address racial disparities and health disparities and transform the delivery system. And then making Medi-Cal more consistent and seamless, so no matter where an individual lives, no matter their zip code, they have access to the same Medi-Cal program and services. Next slide, please. Again, a fundamental principle for CalAIM is really meeting people where they are in life, moving towards a population health approach that prioritizes prevention and whole person care and extends supports and services beyond hospitals and healthcare settings directly into California communities. CalAIM offers a coordinated and equitable access to services that address physical, developmental, dental, and long-term care needs throughout their life. Next slide, please. As we went through CalAIM and thinking about the programmatic pieces of it, we were also trying to think through how do we make the program more standardized, more consistent, eliminating variation across the different counties and across the state, and providing benefits that are statewide in a standardized way, no matter, again, where a person lives. We also found how important it was to engage with non-traditional providers that are not traditionally in the Medicaid space. Next slide, please. This is a quick infographic on kind of how we represent CalAIM. The top there is really our population health management approach, where every kind of enrollee, whether it's families, persons with disabilities, children, youth, adults, we will, and I will explain this a little bit more, really taking a population health management where I identify their needs, address wellness and wellness programs. And then as we think through kind of the long-term services support, physical, behavioral health, oral health, developmental and intellectual disability services, and social drivers of health, how do we wrap around an individual enrollee to provide these services? And then at the bottom, for some of our higher risk populations, the medically complex persons who are just involved, how do we add additional support such as enhanced care management and community supports to really address what is needed to make a person healthy? Next slide, please. Population health management. So as I mentioned, population health management is a core principle of CalAIM, and it applies to all Medi-Cal enrollees. It's a plan of action for addressing member needs across the continuum of care based on data-driven risk stratification, predictive analytics, identifying gaps in care, and a standardized assessment. Population health management aims to effectively manage all beneficiaries by keeping members healthy via preventive and wellness services, assessing and identifying member risks to guide care management and care coordination needs, and identifying and mitigating social drivers of health to reduce disparities. So really the goal is to ensure all members who may benefit from some of these services, such as wellness and prevention programs, are proactively identified to be offered those services. And then those members who may most benefit from additional or specialized care management or interventions are identified and stratified and offered those services. With this population health management, really using data in a standardized way that reduces biases and promotes equity in risk stratification and tiering processes. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, enhanced care management is a new statewide Medi-Cal benefit under CalAIM and providing intensive care management to address clinical and non-clinical needs of Medi-Cal's highest need enrollees, primarily through in-person engagement where enrollees live, seek care, and choose to access services. It builds on some of our successful community-based care management programs piloted in the whole person care pilots under our previous waiver. A wide range of entities may operate as ECM providers, including counties, community-based organizations, clinics, mental health centers, substance use treatment providers, homeless organizations serving homeless individuals. Think of like street medicine teams example. Really, this is our mechanism to go to treat members and access to members where they are and when they need the care. Next slide, please. Community supports. Community supports are a new statewide services provided by Medi-Cal managed care plans as a cost-effective alternatives to traditional medical services or settings. They're designed to address social drivers of health, really the factors in people's life that influence their health. And they're building on some of the work we also learned from our whole person care pilots. There are 14 community supports. I'll quickly mention them just so you have a sense for what these include: housing transition navigation services, housing deposits, housing tenancy and sustaining services, short-term post-hospitalization housing, recuperative care, so medical respite services, rehabilitation programs, nursing facility transition and diversion to residential care transition services, personal care and homemaker services, environmental accessibility adaptations or home modifications, medically tailored meals and medically supportive services and foods, sobering centers, and asthma remediation. We recognize that it's going to take additional funds to build this capacity in the state. These are not traditional health services and has not really been part of the Medi-Cal program. Consequently, as part of CalAIM, we received about $1.4 billion in federal authority to provide grants to community-based organizations and various partners to build out these services and these capabilities. We really want to ensure that we have a diverse array of stakeholders participating as community support survivors, because we recognize that it is the non-traditional health provider that's really has the ability to support some of these social services that really support a healthy, thriving community. Next slide, please. Also, as part of CalAIM, we will be expanding some dental benefits statewide. These include the silver diamond fluoride for children and certain high-risk population, statewide pay for performance initiatives to reward dental providers for focusing on preventive services and continuity of care. Next slide, please. Under behavioral health, CalAIM will streamline some of our policies to improve access to behavioral health services and really simplify how these services are funded and supported through administrative integration of mental health and substance use disorder treatment. We are establishing a no wrong door approach for enrollees to quickly and easily access mental health and substance use disorders regardless of the delivery system. So whether or not they show up at the county behavioral health department or managed care plan, really where do they seek care? That's where we want to provide that service. Similarly, we are standardizing our screening and transition tools to reduce barriers to care by really streamlining our criteria for accessing services. We are adding a new contingency management service. So this is an evidence-based, cost-effective practice that recognizes individual positive behavior change for substance use disorders, including reduced use of stimulants. And this is a program that we will be piloting in our drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system counties. And really we'll be doing a pilot to determine its efficacy, but really this is one of the areas that some of our substance use disorder providers are very excited about. We've also received, through a combination of federal authorities, the ability to cover peer support specialists in specialty mental health and the drug Medi-Cal system. And we recognize that our peer support specialists provide culturally appropriate services to promote recovery, engagement, socialization, self-sufficiency, and self-advocacy. Next slide, please. A few of the other key CalAIM initiatives that I would like to touch on briefly is the services and supports for justice involve adults and youth. This is one of the pieces of the waiver that we are still negotiating with the federal government. And this really focuses on our ability to provide services for justice involved eligibles the 90 days prior to the release and to really support their re-entry into the community. Some of the covered services would be care management and coordination, medications, durable medical equipment to support re-entry, targeted physical and behavioral health clinical consultations, medications for addiction treatment, and psychotropic medications. All of these pre-release as needed, really as the ability to kind of support that transition into the community. We also received approval to better coordinate coverage for individuals duly eligible for Medi-Cal and Medicare who often have the most complex healthcare needs. Starting this past January 1st, we provide a more integrated experience for duals by permitting Medicare plan choice to drive the Medi-Cal plan choice. And in future years, we will be expanding the DSNP to exclusively align enrollment model to additional counties as we work through this. And a couple of the delivery system transformation initiatives that we are still working through that really are other ways to improve care is a long-term plan of action for our foster youth, seeking a federal waiver for short-term residential treatment for enrollees with serious mental illness or serious emotional disturbance, and piloting full integration of physical health, behavioral health, and dental health in one managed care plan. Next slide, please. Equity is really the anchor of CalAIM for us, and we know that it's fundamental to go beyond the four walls of an office or hospital to address equity, that we need to find non-traditional providers, that we need to develop non-traditional community supports. We know that Medi-Cal alone cannot solve the complex sets of issues that has led to the disparities. However, we think it is a key tool. Next slide. With CalAIM, we've developed targeted interventions as we've learned through some of our pilots, particularly as it relates to serving the homeless and our forthcoming Justice Involved package, that tailored services and connection building are how to make an emphasized effort, really a disproportionate effort, to address the barriers that prevent medical care, continuity, integration, healthy outcomes as an individual transitions back to the community, and ultimately how these services are intended to provide equal opportunity to all. Next slide, please. So next, I would like to talk a little bit about our Medi-Cal managed care commercial plan procurement. Next slide, please. So on February 2nd of this year, we will be releasing a request for proposal for our commercial Medi-Cal managed care plan contracts. This will be the first procurement in at least a decade and will be the first California's first statewide procurement. Through this competitive process and contract, we are embarking on new relationships with managed care plans to redefine how care is delivered, what leads to health equity in healthy communities, how to better hold the healthcare delivery system accountable for transparency, quality, and results, and ultimately, how the state achieves a healthy California for all. California relies on our Medi-Cal managed care plans to implement the state's responsibility to provide Medicaid services. As such, the state must insist on partners that are committed to this change and to this charge. We are looking to partner with plans that meet or exceed the requirements that we will be putting forth as we really strengthen our unprecedented recent investments in California's health and well-being. Some of the key priorities that we will be looking for or could be included as part of our procurement really is the focus on quality, the focus on reducing disparities and addressing social drivers of health, increased oversight of our delegated entities, really that important effort regarding coordinated and integrated care and access to care, and then the work on value-based payments. These contracts will go into effect January 1st of 2024. I will also note this is the procurement is very in line with some of the federal conditions that CMS placed on us as a part of the approval of CalAIM. Really, they've required us to submit a detailed work plan on strengthening and monitoring of our managed care plans, independent assessments on access to care for managed care, and really an independent assessment comparing our Medi-Cal managed care networks with those in Medicare Advantage and private commercial plans in California. So not only a focus within the state, but really a driving force for from CMS as well. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to speak a little bit about our quality and health equity strategy. Next slide, please. On December 28th, we released our draft comprehensive quality strategy for 30-day public comment, and we'll be submitting it to the federal CMS shortly later this month. This report outlines our process for developing and maintaining a broader quality strategy to assess the quality of care that Medi-Cal beneficiaries receive, regardless of delivery system. It identifies measurable goals, emphasizes our core set of quality metrics, and tracks improvement while adhering to the regulatory managed care requirements. As part of this, we also outline our quality improvement infrastructure. So here at the department, how we're thinking about kind of even just the way our org chart is set up and thinking through how we implement and kind of include qualities as we think through all different policies and implementation. How also we really embrace this continuous program quality improvement. So as we learn, we continue to kind of loop that in and continuously improve our quality and really make inroads on some of our health disparities. I think we'll go to the next slide, please. Critical to our comprehensive quality strategy is really our framework on our population health approach. Historically, healthcare and plans have been largely reactive, really respond to visits or claims or address needs after some event has occurred, such as hospitalization. The purpose of our public health management approach, which I mentioned as part of CalAIM, is really to be proactive and address the entire population, identify needs in advance, and ensure that the right type of care and program is offered to meet the need with a specific focus on prevention and wellness. And also thinking through some of the underutilization, where are things that we think we should be seeing more of, primary care visits, for example, and how do we use that underutilization data to really kind of drive some of the disparities or reduce some of the disparities that we see. Our population health management service will be a key tool to help statewide efforts to really compare and contrast across plans, regions, and counties to set a statewide standard. Next slide, please. So the long view and health and wellness in California, this is really one of the fundamental principles of our comprehensive strategy. The pandemic, with its school closures, changes in healthcare access, and stretched delivery systems, has really had a significant impact on Medi-Cal members. The physical and mental health impacts have been especially marked for children and parents, with declining rates of preventive and prenatal care, higher rates of depression, anxiety, and substance use, and poor maternal and infant health outcomes. Even before the pandemic, rates of preventive care for children in Medi-Cal were below national benchmarks, with marked disparities for Black, African American, and American Indian, Alaska Native children. If future Californians are going to have longer, healthier, and happier lives, our quality and health equity efforts must address the foundations of health, preventive efforts that have long-lasting impact from infants to seniors. We feel that addressing child and maternal health and behavioral health for all populations today will reduce chronic diseases and serious illness in decades to come. Next slide, please. As part of our quality strategy, we will launch our ambitious Big Goals 50 by 2025 initiative. This initiative will include focused initiatives around children's preventive care, behavioral health integration, and maternity care, focusing particularly on health equity within these domains. These priority areas will be embedded into the detailed quality objectives, metrics, health equity roadmap, and value-based purchasing reform strategy. Next slide, please. This is just kind of our framework for how we want to drive the change and the foundation by which we will do so. Really, again, focused initiatives. We know that we need to tailor some of our interventions to really drive transformation and change. The key is data and really tracking our metrics to ensure that we meet the mark and we make improvements, and then linking financial and other types of incentives to that. And as part of our foundation, really creating this foundation both internally and externally to really make quality and equity the foundation of all of the work we do here. Go to the next slide, please. Co-designing for health equity. So our comprehensive quality strategy and health equity roadmap had a high-level kind of outline of some of these things that we have planned to do. Over the next year in 2022, we will really work with our stakeholders to kind of tease out and put a little bit more meat on the bone for some of these things. So for example, improvements in data collection and stratification. We know we need to work on changes to the Medi-Cal application and other program applications to better collect demographic information. We are in the process of creating DHCS-wide standards for measuring race and ethnicity in alignment with some of the federal standards. In terms of improvements in workforce diversity and cultural responsiveness, we have a diversity, equity, inclusion initiative, really looking internally at the DHCS workforce and thinking through diversity, hiring, retention, mentorship, and our DEI data. Creating and publishing health disparities fact sheets for our program so that we can be as transparent as possible in terms of really how our programs compare to others and how we're changing over time. And then thinking through programs to increase diversity within the home and community-based workforce. So not just necessarily the health-centric workforce, but really our home and community-based workforce, which is fundamental to so many of our programs. And then in terms of efforts to reduce healthcare disparities, really very excited that the governor's budget includes the expansion of Medi-Cal eligibility to all remaining undocumented residents, so those between ages 26 through 49, and then also really focused efforts for populations disproportionately impacted by systemic racism and discrimination. I mentioned the Justice Involved package under CalAIM and some of our reform and foster care model of care efforts as well. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through this list here, but these are our proposed health equity metrics for 2022, and I think these are very much in alignment with how Covered California and CalPERS are thinking through this as well. Next slide, please. And then just really, this last slide is really kind of the focus about how data and organizational structure that supports accountability is so critical. I think through the managed care procurement and all the restructuring and kind of oversight and accountability we're putting on plans, we need to also do that here at the state and internally to be proactive and really be data-driven in terms of how we maintain oversight and accountability to really tackle and address the social drivers of health and the upstream causes of health disparities. And with next slide, please. I think I will turn it over to Julia.
Great. Thank you so much, Michelle. I think we're going to go ahead and pass it to Peter and then follow up with some questions for everybody. So take it away, Peter.
Great. Thank you very much for having us here. And many of you board members I've actually known for many years, since I used to be the Chief Executive Officer of PBGH in the old days when it was the Pacific, before Purchasers Business Group on Health. Many of you also I've worked with since then in my role for the last 10 years at Cover California. Betty, good to see you. Fiona, a number of you, great to see you. A couple things that I want to frame before going through this is Dawn introduced me as a short-timer. After 10 years, in 6 weeks, I'll be leaving Cover California. But I can't tell you how proud I am of the state I'm leaving Cover California in. As you all know, Cover California is very much like CalPERS. We are an independent state agency. We aren't part of the administration. We have our own independent board, 5 members, that are responsible for hiring me and other exempt staff. And we have a budget which is not funded by any state funds. All of our funding comes from assessments on our health plans. So that independence is something that I know CalPERS treasures. It's something that we treasure. It's part of why we've been able to be nimble and work effectively in holding health plans to account. I'm going to focus on some of the gaps that we need to look at, but you should know that California as a state has really implemented the Affordable Care Act more effectively than any state in the nation. And this is not by a long shot just about Cover California. What the team at DHCS has done over the last 8 years has been remarkable. The growth of the Medi-Cal program has been monumental and really effectively done. Note, I'm going to spending more time on things we need to focus on than our achievements, but I want to note we've got a lot of really big achievements in California. Go to the first slide. Many of you that live healthcare may recall 20 years ago, a report called the Quality Chasm came out from the IOM. It basically said we as a nation are failing in healthcare quality, that we need to do a better job having healthcare that is safe, timely, effective, efficient, equitable, and patient-centered. STEEP is the thing that went by. So we were 20 years talking about health equity. We were 20 years ago talking about safety, effectiveness, and equality. 20 years later, the sad reality, we've done great on expanding coverage, but we have not done a good job as a nation addressing healthcare costs or addressing healthcare quality. So that's what I'm going to be speaking to and what we think we can do a better job at working together. Next slide, please. Now, this is an incredibly busy slide. I like having a lot of words and slides for people that don't want to take notes. I'm not going to talk about the points, but I'm going to flag. When we think about the 4 big issues nationally that PERS has been part of seeking to address for years, healthcare costs are still rising far higher than GDP, are a fundamental problem for us as a nation. Coverage, I've talked about. We've done a great job on coverage. I will note, however, other states have not. I'll come back to that. Health plans are a major issue, a strategic issue, because we have a nation that basically said health plans are going to be how we deliver healthcare. In many cases, there's a lot of health plans not clearly offering great choice in Medicare Advantage. I know one of the strategic issues you work with often at PERS is how many and which plans, because they are the agents of us to help our consumers get the right care. Same thing you see with Medi-Cal. Michelle ran through it really clearly. This reprocurement Medi-Cal is doing is the first time ever. It's a big deal because we rely on health plans. Finally, we have challenges on quality and equity. Next slide. coverage is an area to celebrate. And I just think that Dawn noticed at the outset, but we had an uninsured rate in California of over 17% pre-ACA. We're now at about 6%. And as Michelle noted, the governor's budget includes expanding Medi-Cal coverage to undocumented. Much of the uninsured today are undocumented, not eligible currently for financial help. California's done a great job. Doesn't mean we're done. We're right now in open enrollment. You'll still see Cover California's commercials. I would note, though, that what we've done in California contrasts to states like Texas, Florida, that did not expand their Medicaid programs. It is also framed by expansion recently to make the subsidy better through something called the American Rescue Plan, which is under discussion in Washington right now to continue better subsidy. But if you look at the big picture, we've done a really good job on coverage. Need to do more, but done a remarkably good job. What about changing healthcare quality? Go to the next slide. This is a slide from Catalyst for Payment Reform. This shows the increase in that black dark line in payment reform initiatives to pay for quality. CalPERS, if I may, worships at the altar we worship at. Incentives matter. Let's pay for value. We've done a lot more of that. That's great, but it's not so great. What's happened to quality? All those flat lines are changes in underlying quality of care for diabetics, for hospital-acquired conditions. It's not getting better. So all of the things we've been doing for years to say, let's pay for value, has not been moving the dial on underlying quality. Next slide. I hijacked one of my old slides from PBGH, which was on the left-hand side, which basically said in 2003, the likelihood of you getting the right care at the right time was about a coin toss. 50% of the time, you'd be getting the right care for prevention, acute care, chronic care. Adhering to quality indicators was not very good. Where are we now? Well, I will quote Beth McGlynn, who wrote the study 20 years ago, and she's now runs Kaiser Permanente's research shop. She says there's little evidence that quality's improved in the United States in the last 20 years. Sadly, we have seen that in Cover California. Next slide. This is a distribution of STAR scores, I put that in air quotes, looking only not at patient experience and not at underlying things, looking at HEDIS measures. And I'm sorry if I talk wonky, you can ask questions about it later, but these are measures of clinical quality. This takes a roll up of about 26 measures to say, how are our health plans doing? What we see looking from 2016 to 2021, and no, we've got a bunch of contracting elements to push our plans to do better. We push them to pay different. We push them every which way. What have we seen in the last 7 years? We've seen one plan consistently providing good quality. That's Kaiser, with often Sharp in the mix. One plan. The rest of the carriers, by and large, 3-star, with you'll see 3 of our plans being consistently 2-star, multiple years. 2-star means they're apt to be below the 25th percentile nationally in delivering quality care. And I want to note, in America today, since we're doing such a lousy job, we should have every one of our plans delivering what is the measurement of the 90th percentile of what is delivery, of what it means to deliver care today in America. We looked at this and we said, we at Cover California, and we think we, with other major purchasers, need to do something different. This is the classic Einstein quote. What's the definition of insanity? To think doing the same thing again and again, you're going to get a different result. We've been doing a lot of things, and we're seeing 15% of our enrollees having 2-star or worse care. And many of those health plans delivering what we call 3-star care, meaning diabetics and people with hypertension, are getting poor care. Okay. Are we seeing this nationally? Absolutely. Next slide. This is not a Covered California problem. We've seen in diabetes that care has not improved in the last 20 years. By and large, diabetes has gotten a lot worse. Many more people have diabetes now, but the care for diabetics is not getting better. So, next slide. That left us to our big question. And I want to really frame this somewhat starkly. our big question is, can we make health plans a reliable engine for quality improvement and cost reduction? And I want to note, on some levels, we aren't sure, because for health plans that are not integrated delivery systems like Kaiser, it's yet to be proven that a network-based plan that has a lot of different providers that multiple plans contract with can substantially deliver quality improvement that Californians and Americans deserve. So we leave it as a question. That said, we know we need to do something differently, which is where Dawn queued this up. Part of what's different is we need to be even better about aligning with other purchasers, and we need to be more focused. So I'm now, and I know there's some questions coming up, and I'm going to go through my entire remarks and then take questions if you don't mind. But I want to tell you about our strategic approach and what our theory is, to share that with you and say what that means for our efforts within Covered California. And we believe jointly with CalPERS, Medi-Cal, and CMS on the Medicare front. Next slide. So here's our theory of change. First, quality improvement happens at the delivery system level. In the end, it is doctors, medical groups, hospitals that deliver care. Our goal and California's goal, we think, should be to promote and sustain improvements at where care happens. That's number one. Number two, we are all relying on health plans. Health plans are the agents of delivering that better quality. Health plans, again and again, will preach they're doing population health, will preach improvement. They have not, by and large, delivered. We believe we, as purchasers, need to hold health plans better to account. And I want to note, look, I've been leading pay for performance initiatives for more than 20 years. And the one sector of healthcare that has not been held to account for doing bad jobs on quality, it's not the docs. You talk to a doctor, they are miserable with how much they're being measured, how they're being hit by pay for performance, medical groups, hospitals. It's the health plans. Health plans do not have financial incentives that are significant to deliver on quality. We think they need to be. So core element is we need clear market signals to health plans that are common core measures aligned between Covered California, Medi-Cal, and PERS, and ideally with Medicare and other employers. Parsimony of measures. We are taking to our board in 3 days 4 measures that we are going to have major money line on for our health plans. The measures are hypertension and blood pressure control, diabetes control, children's immunization, and colorectal cancer screening. I'm happy to talk more about why those 4. Michelle, when she was doing her presentation, identified their core lists of where they are putting their most money at play. Those 4 measures are in their core measure set. We hope they will be part of what PERS has in its core measure set. And when I say core, look, we are right now measuring up the wazoo. When you measure a lot of things, health plans and providers don't know what they should focus on most. We say focus. So next is financial consequences. Don't just have core focus on things that matter, but consequences for the health plans, If we're going to give health plans the keys to the kingdom to serve consumers, they should be held accountable financially for delivering. What are we doing? 2 big things. We're going to have a growing amount of up to 4% of premium that health plans will be at risk for if they are performing poorly on those 4 measures. And I got to tell you, 4% is a boatload of premium. The average profit in the last 7 years in Covered California of our dozen health plans has been about 2.5%. Our plans are spending the vast majority of premium dollars on healthcare. That's great. That's what they should do. But that means 4% matters. The other thing we're doing, I don't want to say we're doing, I should never say that to a board that knows you're the final decision maker, as is our board. We are taking to our board this Thursday a proposal that they will act on, not this Thursday, but in a month from now. They have time to deliberate. We've been engaging with our board. We've got experts looking at what we're doing. Besides proposing to our board to have this quality transformation initiative to have money at risk, is we are proposing that our board would remove health plans, remove them from our marketplace if they are performing poorly on quality. Meaning if you are, as a health plan, have for 2 years been performing at less than the 25th percentile on a broad mix of HEDIS measures, and you can't do better than that in 2 more years, out of there. You will not be part of the Covered California marketplace, unless you're in a market where there's not going to be 3 health plans competing. We believe in competition, but we don't believe in any plan can play if they can't deliver high quality care. We also believe, as a theory, public notice matters. We think Covered California, with about the same number of lives as CalPERS, if we were to toss a plan out, the market will listen to that, other purchasers will listen to that, we'll get the health plan's attention. Final thing we're going to do, as our theory is, we will be monitoring our plans for what they do because we are concerned deeply about unintended consequences. So let me come back to that and sort of flesh that out a little bit about what that theory of change is and what that means for us starting 2023. Next slide, please. And again, I'm being a little bit redundant here, but I want to sort of pound home a couple points. So we have, like CalPERS, have a big contract we hold health plans to account for. We hold health plans to account for addressing disparities. I'll note that we now have a requirement that every one of our health plans must have 2 forms of accreditation from NCQA, the standard NCQA accreditation and a separate accreditation so those health plans are competent at addressing multicultural health issues. We are raising the bar on a range of fronts, and we're going to continue doing that. So our goals on contracting are to make sure that every enrollee gets the best care possible. We have standardized benefit designs, like CalPERS, but not like is the case in most other individual marketplaces. So we're going to have very specific goals of raising the bar for our health plans that will be revised contracting, starting 2023, a 3-year period of contracts, to then be re-upped. And it includes behavioral health, which we believe, just like Michelle noted in Medi-Cal and Dr. Logan noted for CalPERS, is a core concern of CalPERS. It is of us too. We care about advanced primary care. We're leaning on that. But we think just doing those things is not enough. So these bottom line initiatives are big. Again, quality transformation initiative. Starting in 2023, 1% of premium potentially at risk that if you as a health plan in your product are delivering care below the 25th percentile nationally on those 4 measures, if you were below the 25th percentile in all 4 measures, you would be paying to a quality fund 1% of premium. That will grow 1% a year over the next 4 years to increase to be 4% of premium in out years. And I want to note, unlike PERS, we are not sitting on money that we write a check to health plans from. It is consumers making choices that are subsidized with federal money and their own dollars. We don't have bonuses to write, and we actually think the current system, far too often that has been bonus-based, such as the Medicare Advantage program on quality, does not provide sufficient incentives to health plans. I've spent a lot of time working with health plans over the last 25, 30 years, and you get a lot more attention from a CFO and a CEO if they think they've got to write a check for a few $1 million than if they may lose access to a bonus. We think health plans need to focus. So this quality transformation initiative on these 4 core measures, we believe will have focus on areas that will have important impact for Californians. The other thing, as I noted, we will be looking very closely at selective contracting of new entrants. We don't allow any plan that wants to come on our marketplace. Just like Medi-Cal is looking at its reprocurement to set standards for what plans can come in, we're looking at how we let new plans in, and we're looking at the basis on which we may exclude health plans that are in. And I want to note that I can't say enough that, number one, we don't want to collect a dime. Our goal is not to collect assessments, nor is our goal to exclude a health plan that's in our marketplace. But we won't stand by and look at what has happened to healthcare quality and healthcare equity in the last 20 years of basically no improvement. And I say no improvement. If you can find a measure or two that's gone up, some you'll find others that have gone down. We have not seen systemic improvement. And of the two largest causes of death, you look at heart disease as number one. Number two is generally cancer. We're addressing those directly in these handful of measures. The last thing I want to note is that we will be looking at monitoring what our plans do. But before I get to that, I just want to state, and I really cannot tell you how much I appreciate the partnership we've had with Michelle and JC Cooper, who runs the Medi-Cal program at DHCS, Don Molds and Dr. Julia Logan, your chief medical officer at CalPERS, and our chief at Cover California, Dr. Alice Chen, who's our chief medical officer. The work has been totally aligned, has been strategic and thinking about how do we change healthcare in ways that it needs to be changed by working together and sending aligned signals. Why? Look, we're pretty big, 6% of the market. Doesn't matter. 6% is not enough because if you're talking to a doctor in a medical office, they got a lot of 6% and they got different health plans, different messages. We need to be sending common signals. When we send common signals, we believe it won't just benefit our enrollees or just benefit CalPERS enrollees or just benefit Medi-Cal beneficiaries. It will benefit all Californians. You, CalPERS, should be caring about people you're hiring into your various public agencies. If they come to you well cared for as a diabetic, you're carrying people's cost and quality that you shouldn't be. We should have as a common agenda, not just our fiduciary duty to our enrollees, but helping healthcare in California be better. So we believe alignment is a critical ingredient in what we're doing. My last slide is talking about carrier responses. If we all say that we're relying on health plans as our agents, what will they do? Our theory is we're putting money on the table, they're going to act. We think they will. We're actually worried. Well, will they do good things or bad things? Our first worry, quite honestly, was health plans would say, oh, forget this. I don't want to play in the Cover California market. This is too high of a bar. We're going to play where it's easy. It's not easy in CalPERS. You have a thoughtful team looking at holding your health plans to account. A lot of employers are not so thoughtful, and I can say this, having worked with a lot of them. Medicare Advantage, I don't think has a high bar at all right now. But I can tell you good news. Not one health plan is saying they're walking away from our table. Instead, we have national and regional plans seeking to come in and join Cover California. You know, we aren't playing gotcha with plans. We're raising a bar that they recognize should be raised. But we are worried about some things they might do. And these are 6 things that they might do. We want them to do number 1, engage providers in improvement, partner with clinicians, partner on data exchange, partner on analytics, partner on registry. We want them to pay more, contrary to that. We're worried they're going to say, these providers ain't doing so well, maybe because the people they serve are harder to serve. We are going to monitor very closely what our plans do that need to make actions to improve. And this is one of the things that why we're excited about working with CalPERS and DHCS and Medi-Cal. None of us think this is easy. All of us recognize this is a long-term play, but we also all recognize that what we've been doing hasn't been working. So working together, aligned, focusing on things that matter, focusing on equity, on quality, on behavioral health is a core thing we need to do. And by the way, my phone's ringing, buddy. I can ignore it. Sorry about that ring in the background. You know, unless it's Joe Biden calling again, I'll get back to him later. Don't worry about it. So no, we think this is the right path. Again, as I noted, we are taking this to our board 2 weeks. We're going to revise it, sharpen it. I will note in coming up with this package, my last slide, go to the last slide, links to background details on our proposals, how we're doing this. November 10th is ages old now. We have an update that's going to our board tomorrow. I will share that with Dawn to make it available for all of you to see how we work through these. But in working through this, we literally interviewed 30 experts from around the nation, former CMS administrators, academic experts, advocates, health plans, universally, virtually, the experts said directionally, this is the right thing to do. We have not succeeded in addressing healthcare quality. We have not succeeded in addressing healthcare costs. We've done a great job on coverage. We can't keep doing what we've been doing and think it's going to work. So with that, again, I can't say enough about your team and how good it has been to work with them. And I think Michelle and I now get to take questions from any of you. And I want to thank you for taking time with us. So I'll toss it back to either Dr. Logan or Don Molds to facilitate a Q&A, I think, between Michelle and I.
Great. And I think, Madam Chair, you're going to facilitate the Q&A. I know that there are a lot of questions that have been popping up on the chat. So maybe turn it over. Before we do go to those, just one thing to add. First, thank you, Peter and Michelle. Great overview of your priorities. I hope that all of our board members have a good sense now of both the key strategic objectives, some of the similarities and differences in the challenges, differences in population. One thing that I do want to just flag, and Julia can talk more about it when we get into Q&A. So the other thing that's different between the three of us is that we have somewhat different mandates and limitations. So Covered California is under ACA rules, which limit their ability to do some of the things that we do on quality. For example, fining plans, which we do when they don't hit quality metrics, which is part of the reason that they're leaning into this approach of eliminating plans that are low quality scores, which we're looking at as well, and potentially bringing versions of that to you forward. But we're excited for the conversation about where we can be better aligned, and I think we should be making as much use as possible of our two guests here today. So I'll shut up and turn it over to Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Molds. Thank you, Dr. Logan. Mr. Lee and Ms. Bass, thank you very much. I think everybody has questions. There was a ton of information. And I just had a quick question before I move on to the rest of the board. So we know as CalPERS, if we have to get rid of a plan, it causes disruptions. Are you foreseeing dealing with something like that if you have to get rid of some of these plans or a plan? What if it's a large plan?
Yeah. So great question. One of the, obviously one of the main concerns, and Peter alluded to this challenge when he was talking about where they could and couldn't drop plans. In a lot of areas of the state, as you know, we have limited, or in some places used to have no competition. And so eliminating a plan has residual negative consequences. For Peter, they've thought about doing this in some parts of the state. It would be more straightforward to remove a plan in Southern California than in the rural North, obviously. For us, it might be very different. It might be in the, we have an HMO 5-year procurement coming up. As you know, we're releasing an RFP in the late spring. We're almost exactly aligned to the schedule that DHCS is following. It goes into effect in January of 2024. We may be able to address some of the low quality performers there. There we have an opportunity to talk to other plans that could conceivably replace some of our existing plans in some of those areas. So those are some of the things that we're looking at and thinking about as we think about how we really lean into and support the high quality performers. As I mentioned, we have some tools that Covered doesn't have, the ability to levy fines for missing quality metrics and so forth. But the alignment work also is going to be really critical. Part of the challenge is, when we send mixed messages to plans and then the plans pass those down to providers, it's really hard to improve quality. So the alignment work in itself, we're hopeful, will be one of the key ways of addressing the lack of improvement on quality scores.
And Don, can I add on a couple of things to that? Is how we've been thinking about it is, and I want to note, in our background detailed slides, we look at how many plans, how much competition we have. Similar to PERS, if you look in the northern counties, we have 2 carriers right now in most of those areas.
Right.
But remember, boy, is it important to focus on how to attend to rural areas. That's 3% of our enrollment. Okay, 97% of our enrollment are in areas that have 4 or more carriers. And so our policy to say there will always be 3 carriers remaining, and we'll look at networks, is a core element to make sure there's choice. But even with that, Ms. Taylor, your question is so important because to remove a plan means there's continuity of care issues potentially. We have experience, I know PERS has, if removing a plan, making sure people in care have no breaks in continuity of care and service. There may be changes in providers, and that's something we need to be mindful about. What are the implications of that? And we will be looking very closely at networks that are different between different plans we have. But this is an issue that is always, it's sort of consumer first to make sure that the remaining carriers have broad coverage, have all the various hospitals, not in every one of them. Health plans need to be able to compete by not saying you got to have everyone in. But those are issues that we've been working through a lot as we go forward.
And I would just echo, it's really top of mind for us as well. As we procure our commercial plans, we have millions that might face a kind of a change in their coverage, and it's really planning for that continuity. We have 18 months of readiness plan to really think through how members might transition and really ensure that they get that continuity that they deserve. And so it is definitely something top of mind for us as well.
All right, thank you very much. Just a little, Lisa had to step away. So Lisa put her question in chat, and it was that the influence of per cap plans such as Kaiser achieving higher quality of care as opposed to fee-for-service plans. And I think that dovetails with what I was going to ask, which is, since Kaiser has such great scores, it's a very closed system. Is that the impact and difference? And I think that's kind of what Lisa's asking here.
Well, I'll kick that off if you don't mind. Then it is striking when I showed a slide of where products. I want to be clear; it's not just carriers; it's products, because we might have, for example, Anthem may have HMOs and a PPO. It is absolutely the case that worse performance is happening in PPOs than they are in HMOs. But then within HMOs, Kaiser is better than other HMOs. The one thing that is really clear is that integrated and coordinated care is better care. It is also clear that broad networks that have little integration, PPO-based networks, and I know consumers like them, but they like them, and I don't think they understand the implications to quality, which means they're more likely, and I hate to say this, to die in them if they have heart disease, if they have diabetes. So that's a core element, and I think our question that we should be having as purchasers is, what do we do about that? Do we allow consumers to be in broad network PPO plans that are not integrated? And do we recognize what that means in terms of quality? And one of the things we engaged in as part of this process is we engaged the National Quality Forum to put numbers behind what does it mean to be at the 25th percentile versus the 90th percentile in California. Over 4 years, how many more people in California would die by not having blood pressure under control? We're going to be sharing some of that data in 2 days and more in the next month, because we have all tolerated, oh, it's okay, PPOs don't do as good. But have we thought about that means literally tens of thousands of lives saved if we improve performance in PPOs? And if they can't do it, are we ready to tolerate that decrement in quality? So it's the absolute, I think Lisa stepped away, it's the right question. And our question is for non-Kaiser health plans, how can you deliver Kaiser-like performance? It shouldn't be, oh, it's okay, Kaiser can do it, let's have everyone else do crappy care. That should not be something we should tolerate as purchasers.
Absolutely. Also, again, I want to compliment all of you on your presentation, and the fact that we're all working together makes me excited for the future for our healthcare in this state. Ms. Yee, you are next.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much, Peter and Michelle, for the presentation. I have 3 questions. I think you've touched upon each of them, but I wanted to just see if I could get a better understanding. You know, for those health plans that are disproportionately providing care to our vulnerable communities or poorer communities, what would a corrective action plan look like in that situation? I mean, obviously, we don't want them to be penalized trying to do the right thing, but could you just expand on that a little bit more?
I think that's tossed to me in particular, but
yeah, Peter,
I'd love Michelle to speak to it too, because in many ways, all of the Medi-Cal plans are serving disproportionately. But I will say, but it's a great question, because amongst our 12 plans, some have a higher proportion of lower income enrollees. Some have a higher proportion of Latino and Latinx enrollees. And we're looking at that, and we're actually going to be taking to our board, well, for 2 things. One, we want to make sure that we aren't holding health plans to account for population differences, but what they can do. So that's number 1. And we're looking at how do we adjust for that, and do we need to? But the second is, look, there are plans. And in particular, I want to call out some of the Medi-Cal local initiative plans that are doing really good jobs addressing hard to serve people and delivering better care. So this is not an issue of saying, you know, why is Inland Empire Health Plan doing a very good job compared to some of our plans serving similar populations? So what we need, and what I don't want to be, is in the job of running a health plan. I'm not saying what I'm doing next in my career, though that's not likely to be it. But it's the health plan's job, quite honestly, Betty, to say, what is your, what are you going to do to work better with your medical groups, your physicians, and engage your patients better? We are being very mindful that Covered California has a really good clinical team. CalPERS has a really good clinical team, but we're overseeing those that are living this. It's their job to come up with an action plan. So, but you know, we outlined 6 elements we think plans might lean into. That's their job. And yes, to describe why it may be harder for some communities, we aren't going to ding a plan where it's a population issue, but we are going to say, sorry, it doesn't work to say, oh, we serve more Latinos, so we're going to provide crappier care.
Right.
That is not an equation that works. There are examples, and I really, if I don't mind, I'd love Michelle to speak to this some, because some of the local initiatives in Medi-Cal have much better scores than other carriers in diabetes care, in care for people with hypertension. So I'd say to my plan that's not doing so well, look to them and what can you do better?
And then I would add, in terms of, you know, the Medi-Cal managed care plans, we are actually adding more benefits and more tools to actually provide services to our enrollees. So I think about the community health workers, which I know that some of our local initiatives have done such a great job on before it became a Medi-Cal benefit, really using trusted community partners and providers. And then also I think through the enhanced care management and community supports that will be available under CalAIM, and how that all wraps into our procurement with our managed care plans, to really, here are the tools we're giving you to actually reach more into the communities and provide services and supports kind of the non-traditional way, and how we're going to hold you accountable for doing that in the future, because we're giving you more tools to do that with, and how do we hold you accountable in the future? So I think about some of the new things that we're adding, and then the accountability that's part of our new contract that is going to be really at the forefront of what we're trying to do.
No, that's great, Michelle. Thank you both. And certainly lessons coming out of COVID, I think, have taught us about just how information gets to consumers, and how we are able to use more of our trusted partners in these, and particularly our low-income and disproportionately affected communities. Second question has to do with federal requirements. So we talked about the alignment on some specific health issues, and I was just curious as to how these efforts align with federal Medicare requirements, and whether we actually have the same bandwidth flexibility as some of the federally funded healthcare in these areas.
Well, let me, if I could, maybe let Michelle speak to the Medi-Cal side, but on the Medicare side,
yeah,
I want to know that we've been having very productive discussions from the top on down of the Biden administration on issues of alignment with Medicare, with what they're established as standards for all marketplaces, including the fact we believe that the current job that is being done nationally to hold Medicare Advantage plans to account isn't doing a very good job. And the star rating systems being used are inconsistent. So there is work to do in alignment, but I can just tell you that, and I won't speak for them, but we've had phenomenally productive meetings with Chiquita Brooks-LaSure, the CMS administrator, with Liz Fowler, who runs the Innovation Center there, with the folks that run the Medicaid program, the Medicare program, and our marketplace. So we think there's huge opportunities for alignment. And that when we say we are working together, the three of us, literally, as Don noted, we're talking every week. But we are all, each of us, also working with the feds and seeking to have them raise the bar. And we are looking at measures that they are already using. So every one of our 4 measures are measures that are in use in the Medicare Advantage world, though with too many others from our perspective. So we are being mindful of that. And I think there's, I'm optimistic for even better alignment in the future.
Yeah, and I'll just add, you know, part of that willingness on the part of the feds to engage us is this appreciation that we're trying to reach alignment there. So it's a lot easier to tap in, connect, and align with when the 3 large purchasers are speaking in a much more unified voice and trying to do the same thing that they're trying to do. So the engagement has been at a very high level and really productive.
That's great.
And I think, Michelle, I'll turn it over to you. I didn't mean to jump in the middle.
Oh, no. All good. And just in terms of on the Medicaid side, with our approval of CalAIM, some of the special terms and conditions that were included as part of the approval, which is, you know, things that the federal government is now requiring of us that were not really part of our proposal to CMS, is this increase these independent assessments of our networks and our access to care, and really the collection and reporting on data related to capacity, appeals and grievances, consumer experience and quality. So I think all of this is really in line with kind of where the direction the federal government is going in terms of kind of this comprehensive approach to quality, equity, really data, and kind of driving towards really getting the outcomes we want is very much in line. And I mean, they really just kind of put it on us with CalAIM as well.
Yeah, that's great. Good. And then my last question really has to do with consumers. I mean, I guess how realistically, or kind of what's your take on just how ready consumers are to kind of move away from long-held provider preferences? I mean, this is just, I mean, you talked about the PPO systems as compared to HMOs, and I mean, it's just always been, I guess, kind of the reluctance with respect to, you know, change on the part of consumers.
Well, I think that's mostly to me, if I could, Betty.
Yes, please.
One of the things we found is, I mean, really, in many ways, my experience at PBGH, and including working with PERS in the day of having a choice structure so people can make informed choices. What we found at Cover California is, look, the number one thing consumers care about is what is their health care going to cost them, both in their out-of-pocket premium and what they'll spend at the doctor's office. Now, I know PERS has very rich benefits, which is good. It's great. But what do they care about next? They care about, is there, I mean, I want to say a third of our enrollees, when they log in, we say, is there a doctor or hospital you care about? About a third say, yeah, and I'll give their name. It's you know, Dr. Chen, it's Dr. Logan, whoever they like. And then we'll show, here are your health plans, the ones that do and don't have that doctor in. But many will then say, boy, I like Dr. Chen a lot, but not $100 a month a lot, because if that's what it costs to be with them, I'll make another choice. Consumers make rational choices of what matters to them. And so our job, from my perspective, and I'm saying this boldly for all of us, is not to put ourselves to make a decision for a consumer, but give consumers the tools and information to make their choices, to make their trade-offs. We cannot decide that every doctor and every hospital is going to be in every network. If we did, we think healthcare costs are bad now, it goes through the roof. So what we've got to do is allow plans to have different networks and allow consumers to understand the implication of their choices. And they make them every day with Cover California. They make trade-off choices of saying, how much does it matter? And boy, do we lean into, back to Ms. Taylor's question, when there's continuity of care issues, we lean in to make sure that if you can't stay with your same oncologist, you're going to another oncologist and they're not interrupting treatment, et cetera. Those are big issues. Those are really huge issues. that we all need to lean in on. But it's not that anyone, right now, I think that a lot of the PPO strength is the continued wrong fantasy that more is better in healthcare. Consumers having more health plans to choose, more doctors, does not mean you're getting better quality. And I think we have a job of education and structuring choice architecture so people understand what they're choosing.
Great. Thank you, Peter.
I'll add just, and not to, I'm not going to contradict what Peter said because I think most of what he said is correct, but our members are notoriously, there's a term in healthcare called stickiness. Our members are notoriously sticky. They tend to pick a plan and stay with it. And one of the big challenges for us is as we create better alternatives, having our members make the right choice. And sometimes that means leaving a plan and going to it. So some of the way that we're addressing that is just through enhanced functionality of my CalPERS, for example. So the My Doctor choice, which makes it easier for someone who ultimately is trying to maintain a continuous relationship with a particular provider to be able to see where they can reach that provider. So that's very important. Education is important, but it's a challenge.
Yeah. Thank you, Don. Great. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Controller Yee. Next question, Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to say thank you, Peter, and thank you, Michelle, for that wonderful presentation. So my question is back to the question on how do we incentivize these health plans to do a better job on quality? And I was thinking that perhaps additional studies or evidence-based medicine or medical qualities, such as those found in the Health Affairs and Commonwealth Fund could be a starting point. But I just wanted to know your take on that. If additional studies need to be in place in order for us to get a robusting. And moreover, how do we, shift the payment structure from the fee-for-service to the value-based approach? Because it tends to be that the value-based approach would be more efficient, more cost-effective, but still maintain the high quality that we desperately need. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll get the ball rolling, then toss it to Michelle. We each have different levers with which to provide financial incentives. And at Cover California, we have 1.7 million people that shop. They make health plan choices, and it's their dollars and federal subsidies. So the incentive that we're providing primarily is two things. Health plans are going to write a check if they provide bad care. That's the incentive. That's a big incentive. We're going to throw out plans that are crappy, I take that back. That are providing below 25th percentile care when it should not be adjusted because of their population. Those are big incentives. And Mr. Pacheco, I would beg the difference a little bit. The evidence is out there now. We do not need more health affairs studies. We do not need more Commonwealth studies. What the right care is for a diabetic is well known and documented. The ability to improve care for diabetics is well known and documented. The issue is accountability. And I think that's what we can do with different levers. I believe we have spent too much on upside bonuses and not enough on downsides that plans must attend to. The other issue that I totally agree with you, a separate issue of how do you have incentives that actually then at the provider level incentivize coordination integration. Fee-for-service does not do that. How do we move to more capitated type payments, more models that do that? I believe both PERS and Cover California are working with Blue Shield of California, which has a trio HMO product. Is that part of the PERS mix?
It is.
Okay. So, and the thing and that model is saying it's not just an HMO, but it's HMOs that are actually contracting with accountable care organizations that take seriously integration of care and are paying not so much on a fee-for-service basis, but a capitated basis. Boy, do I want to see more of our plans doing things like that. The evidence is clear, care integration matters. So that's right. So less evidence and more, we need to be encouraging. My hope is that with our, and most of our incentives are sticks, not carrots. We don't have carrots in a back drawer to start tossing out there. But those incentives will mean plans will reorganize how they organize and pay for care to move towards better value-based integrated care.
Yeah, and I would agree with everything Peter said. I would say just a couple more tools that we have in kind of the Medi-Cal toolbox is we also have our default algorithm, and we're thinking through how we can beef that up a little bit. And that's how members are assigned to managed care, Medi-Cal managed care plans if they don't make a choice. And we use quality as one of the factors by which we assign members to different plans. So that definitely is a kind of a tool that we have that is both kind of it's a bit of a carrot and a stick in terms of really moving members to our high quality plans. I also think about, we're in the process of thinking about how we build quality into our capitation rates that we pay managed care plans. So really, you're at risk for not meeting certain quality metrics. We're not going to pay you those rates if you don't meet those metrics. And then the final thing I would add, and this is something we're thinking through with the procurement, is really transparency. The more data we put out there about quality by the plans, their subdelegates, the provider groups, et cetera, the more we can empower consumers to really make choices based on the quality that they expect to get from who they choose. And so I think those are things that we're thinking through, and really kind of in addition to the points that Peter mentioned, that trying to really do more on the Medi-Cal side.
If I could just build on that for 1 second, and Don, you were maybe going to chime in, but I want to, I noted that we've engaged National Quality Forum to look at healthcare quality, what the difference in quality makes. I've been trying to communicate quality differentials for ages. All of us have star scores on our, no one looks at them. They don't know what it means. But the fact that, and I'll just pick one of the examples that we'll be sharing results of, if blood pressure control were done better, if you were in a plan that's the 90th percentile versus you are living in a plan below the 25th percentile, if we move Californians that are below the 66th percentile, this is actually pretty good care, to the 90th, we'd have 16,000 fewer Californians dying in the next 4 years. We do not do a good job helping consumers understand that those stars mean something. They mean if you're a diabetic, you're more likely to have an amputation. If you're a diabetic, you're more likely to have a stroke if you are in a plan that is not doing as good a job. So I think that transparency, I just cannot agree enough with Michelle. We need to do more on that, and we have not done a good job on it.
And as we continue this work and start to speak a more common language, it gets easier to push those messages out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you all. Thank you very much for that input.
Thank you. I will say that it's not a bad thing to publish that information, that it may be, name checking and in a negative fashion, but if that's, I work for the California Franchise Tax Board. We've done it for some years now. And I think it's important because how do consumers know if you're doing it like a Yelp system? Yeah, but if you're actually calling them out and saying, this is why we remove these people from the plan or remove this plan. I just think it's important that calling them out, if you're going to use that stick, let's use the stick. So, Mr. Rubalcaba, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. President. Mr. President Taylor. First, thank you. It's very exciting to hear about these collaborative efforts and the drive to make things better for the consumer. And I was but it's also sobering to hear about some of the issues that we have to face with. So my question actually follows some of the discussions that have been happening here about networks, regarding networks. And that's since the plans tend to be the engine, I think Mr. Lisa used that term. I was hoping somebody could speak to narrow networks. There was some discussion about the Blue Shield and also others. But narrow networks, on the one hand, they tend to, the vertical integration that you see in Kaiser staff model, the medical groups tend to be owned or very well controlled by the insurance carrier, but it's also limits access based on their geographic area. They tend to follow the more newer plans, and a lot of low-income people live where there's not in those neighborhoods. So I was wondering, how do you see the role of narrow networks, given those tend to have higher quality because of more accountability and actually lower costs, but also they narrow the access. And some people have raised to me, some of the non-Kaiser competition, that Kaiser, in fact, is a narrow network, and perhaps, at least I've experienced, there seems to be some capacity limits at a certain point. So I was wondering if you guys somebody could speak to the role of narrow networks in this whole scheme as we go forward to improve quality outcomes. Thank you.
Yeah, I can jump in just to start the ball on this one. There was a lot of concern about narrow networks right after the passage of the Affordable Care Act, and there was a move in a lot of the marketplaces, and Peter can speak to this, to more narrow networks as a way of controlling costs and making sure that you are engaging high quality providers. When I was at the Commonwealth Fund, we did a bunch, we do annual surveys there, and we asked repeated questions of consumers of marketplaces and other consumers about the differences. And by and large, people were not aware of whether they were in a broad network or a narrow network. So there wasn't a lot of evidence of the kind of consumer backlash that I think a lot of people thought was coming. So it is, I think, as you pointed out well, narrow networks can be used for a lot of different purposes. Sometimes they are just straight cost reducer machines, but done well, they are cost controlling machines that are also focused on improving quality. It's just important that that as we look at those networks, our carriers are making the right choices and that we're holding them accountable for those choices.
And I would just double down on what Dawn said. And the issue isn't narrow or broad, it's adequate and good networks. We often talk about narrow. There are broad networks out there that are crappy broad networks. Now, often the scorecard is by number of docs available. That's the wrong scorecard. The scorecard is what are the doctors in that network doing for diabetics, doing for people with hypertension, but included in that, and this is where Mr. Rubalcaba is totally right. Boy, do I hear a lot from some saying, oh, I couldn't get to X hospital in this network. It's a narrow network, it's evil. No networks can have every hospital. If they did, we'd cost too much. So we look very closely, and I know so does Michelle, JC, and team, what are the networks that are available? Does every network have a range of specialists for someone that has something that really goes bad? Have a adequate supply of primary care clinicians that are culturally appropriate in the regions where our enrollees are? And no, when we look at our networks, boy, we look at, if we're talking about LA, we aren't talking about just how many docs are in Beverly Hills and Santa Monica. We're looking at the docs that are available in East LA, the docs that are available in et cetera. So the issue, all of us, and I could, PERS, Medi-Cal, and Cover California, don't stop at a number of doctors. We dig down and look at where are they? What's the time it takes to get them? Are they across specialties that are needed? Are they culturally appropriate? Those are the right questions. They really are. But the thing, and I know I've spent a lot of time having the what I think in the early on were somewhat politically motivated from different perspectives, narrow network challenges. Some of those are brought by providers that want to be in more networks. And if they are, they actually get paid more. Well, does that benefit consumers? Our job, I think, as purchasers is to make sure networks are truly adequate. More is not better. And so I can't say enough that broader networks, if you are getting worse results with a diabetic, you may have someone that says, I couldn't be with my doctor anymore. We all got to be able to take that as a push issue and show what the networks are as a whole, delivering the care that's needed for that population.
Yeah, I would just also kind of building off of what Peter said, Medicaid is governed by prescriptive time and distance standards. So, the network has to be available to our beneficiaries based on certain time and distance standards. So it is more broad, narrow. It really, that kind of is a term that doesn't really matter in terms of it just needs to meet some of our standards that we have at the federal level and at the state level in terms of access to the services.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba. I want to make sure your question was answered. It looks like that's the end of our questions from the board. And I think at this time, Mr. Fox, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Madam President, there are no comments at this time.
All right, then again, thank you very much. Mr. Molds, Dr. Logan, Mr. Lee, and Ms. Bass, we appreciate the presentation. Excited working with you all moving forward, and thank you again. And we will be moving in. Oh, hey, we have a break. We're a little bit behind. Is that okay? Is everybody okay with taking a 10-minute?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Be well, be safe. We're working together for years. Thank you much.
Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute. We are at, hold on, my computer clock is way off. At 11:49, let's come back at noon, and we will start our case study on leverage and liquidity at that point. Thank you, everyone. coming back. And it is now time, welcome back, to change direction and focus on our first of two sessions about investments. And we're going to start, like I said earlier, on the case study on leverage and liquidity. It's going to be presented by our investment team and guests. Dan, Mr. Bienvenu, could you take over from here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, and just a quick congratulations on your election as president of the board. Yes, so we are joined by Ed Cass of the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board. Ed is the Chief Investment Officer of CPPIB, and for anybody who doesn't know about CPPIB, they are really one of the premier sort of best-in-class asset owners globally. I think many know that the Canadian plans are kind of a model of governance and, sort of, the way they take risks, the, return per unit of risk and the like. And even as those sort of model plans, CPPIB is really kind of, at or near the front of the class. So we are really fortunate to have Ed joining us here today. Ed is the Chief Investment Officer of CPP. He joined CPP in 2008, heading global capital markets during the financial crisis, and then moved to global corporate securities and then the global tactical asset allocation group. Those were all within the public markets divisions. From there, he moved over to be the head of total portfolio management and chief investment strategist from 2014 to 2017, and then most recently was the global head of real assets. Ed has over 25 years of experience in the investment business. Before joining CPP, he was with Fortress, also Deutsche Bank Canada, and then TD Securities. He holds a Bachelor of Science with honors from in theoretical physics from Queen's University, and holds a Bachelor of Laws or LLB degree from York University's Osgoode Hall Law School. So, Ed, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate having you here with us to talk about sort of CPB and how you use leverage in the portfolio. So really quickly, members of the board, the idea of this session really is to be as informative and helpful for you all as it can be. So please do make this interactive. We'll start with some questions from me, certainly, but as and when you have questions for Ed, as you said, this is a case study really to sort of pick Ed's brain and CPP on their sort of thinking around the use of leverage. So please do ask questions and make this as valuable as we can. But why don't I start with a quick question, really kind of high level, Ed, if you could just kind of walk us through, sort of how and why CPB uses leverage in the portfolio today.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to everyone. First question is a great question. I think a lot of the confusion, a lot of the reticence around leverage stems from the fact that most people associate the use of leverage with increase of risk. And certainly leverage can be used to increase risk, and there's a lot of people in the market that do it. That is not why we use it as an organization. Our mandate, we have a statutory mandate we're created by the federal government, is to maximize returns without undue risk of loss. And when we took a look at that mandate and interpreted it, the way we interpret it is first, it requires a determination of what kind of level of risk we can subject the investment portfolio to. And we have an objective function that takes a look at our funding ratio and ties that to a level of risk that we end up targeting. And we express that for communication purposes in what we call an equity debt risk equivalence. And so we target a portfolio that has a risk equivalence roughly to what you think a portfolio with 85% equities and 15% fixed income has. We use that primarily as a communication device because I think it's hard for people to understand, hey, if we're targeting 12% risk, what does 12% risk mean versus 10% risk versus 8, where I tell you we're targeting 85% equity or portfolio with the equivalence to 85% equity, 15% debt, then that's kind of more risky than a standard portfolio that's around 60-40 or 65-35, and it's less risky than 100-0. So we use that to communicate the fact we have kind of an above average risk tolerance that stems from, as I said, our funding ratio and our kind of long-term age. long-term investment horizon. Once we've established that, though, the second part of that mandate is to maximize return at that level of risk. And really, that's why we use leverage. We use leverage to increase the overall risk-adjusted return of the portfolio. So we explicitly don't use it to increase the risk tolerance. We still maintain that same kind of risk targeting of the equivalent of an 85-15 portfolio. But we use it to increase diversification. And diversification, you've probably heard the saying, diversification is one free lunch in investing. And we kind of believe that. You can take a look back at the last 5 years, and maybe that wasn't the case. It was tough to beat a concentrated portfolio of equities, no matter what you were doing. But over long-term time horizons, we think it adds materially to the risk-adjusted return of a portfolio. So we use leverage to kind of expand our balance sheet, primarily to try and risk weight our holdings better. One of the keys about diversification is trying to get rid of concentration of portfolio. It's interesting, if you take a look at a portfolio that is, I think, somewhat typical of what a lot of institutional investors hold, say roughly 60% equity, 40% debt. If you take a look at that in a risk contribution sense, equities absolutely dominate that portfolio. So the variation of returns of that portfolio is almost 90% driven by equity content and only 10% by fixed income, despite the fact that it's a 60-40 portfolio. One of the keys about investment management and diversification is trying to balance those risks a bit better. Unfortunately, if you're targeting something like 85% equity risk, like an organization like us, that's a tough chore to do, because trying to get that risk content through things like fixed income is relatively difficult, because fixed income doesn't have the same kind of risk content that equity does. So we made a purposeful decision to borrow money, to leverage the portfolio, to get exposure to less risky assets with the view to increasing our overall performance on a risk-adjusted basis. I wouldn't say it stops there, though, because in one sense you can say that you're diversifying the portfolio, you're increasing risk-adjusted returns, but we've spent a lot of time taking a look at what we call tail events or tail outcomes. The things that really sink a portfolio, the bad times where correlations go to 1 and all of your assets are going down at the same time. There are some assets we believe that do provide diversification, even in those sense. Historically, fixed income has been a great diversifier. So if we can borrow money to allocate more to fixed income risk, if that helps balance out that equity risk, at the same time, it also helps improve some of those tail outcomes. So we feel we've got a portfolio at the end of the day that has a higher risk-adjusted return and will also act in a more robust manner in adverse settings. So it's really those two things that have driven our decision. But the important part is it's not to increase risk, it's to kind of decrease risk, in the sense of decreasing risk of bad performance and decreasing bad outcomes in times of bad market events.
Great, thanks. That's really helpful. And you alluded to this, and somewhat in your answer around sort of measurement and even just the fact that all leverage is not created equal. So let me just ask you, sort of, what does CPPIB consider leverage, and then kind of how much leverage does the portfolio operate with today?
Yeah, yet another question that appears really simple on the face, but it's really complicated. We went through the exercise of talking to a board about leverage about 8 years ago, when we first introduced unsecured leverage through term debt into our portfolio. And I remember one of our board members challenging me at the time and just saying, just call it leverage. We all understand what leverage is. Leverage only means one thing. And I remember replying at the time, actually, it's way more complicated than that. There's so many different measures of leverage. We have 3 different rating agencies that look at our portfolio, and each one of them has a slightly different leverage test, with all a slightly different bent in terms of what they're trying to assess. The measure that we use at the top of the house is something that we call total financing leverage. And that's the amount of money that we borrow, and that's either physically or synthetically, to increase the exposures of our fund. You can think of it as the amount of leverage we use to expand the balance sheet. to try and get those diversifying sources of risk in. And that's netted across each category. So a really simple example, if we wanted to diversify our portfolio from 85-15 into something that was more balanced, we could say, well, let's drop our equity down to 75%. Let's borrow $50 and let's put that all into debt. In that case, we consider ourselves to have total financing leverage of that $50 that we borrowed to allocate to the fixed income asset class, and then would end up with a portfolio that looked like 75% equity, 75% debt, 50% borrowing or leverage. That is the test that we use in terms of portfolio design. So it makes it explicit that we're borrowing money to increase exposures of the fund. And we're also making sure that people realize that's a strategic choice that we're making. So we're doing it to increase diversification. We're trying to maintain that same level of leverage. And this is the same level of risk. And we're going to use whatever our total financing liabilities ratio is to kind of set a cap on the amount of leverage that we can use. It's not the only thing that we look at, though. In the kind of context of all the different ways you can assess leverage, we also look at unsecured borrowings, and we put a cap on unsecured borrowings of around 10 to 15% of total fund assets. We also take a look at something we call risk-weighted liabilities, which is kind of a way of assessing all the leverage that you use in your portfolio on a risk-weighted basis. So if you invest in a total return swap for equities, that would be viewed as more risky financing than a total return swap for fixed income side. And that leverage limit is a bit tighter. But as I said, the one that we use at the top of the house, that's our TFL limit. And that's the one where we explicitly say, hey, we're borrowing money to increase exposures at the top of the house. In terms of amount of TFL we use, right now we're using around 22% at the top of the house. Our board limit for TFL, we're proposing a limit of around 40%, so we'd have quite a bit of headroom between here and there. When it came to try and triangulate as to where that limit should be or where what our use of leverage should be, we looked primarily to the rating agencies and tried to figure out where they'd be comfortable with us using leverage and us still maintaining a AAA credit rating. A lot of the credit agencies kind of center around a very, very low risk of not being able to meet your payments as they come due. Is kind of sounds a bit too precise when you say it, but they consider no more than a 2 basis point chance of having a situation where you can't meet your liabilities as they become due. When we try and back that into, hey, what does that mean in terms of our TFL leverage? We actually end up with a limit of around 60 or 65% that we think the rating agencies would be comfortable with us still maintaining a AAA credit rating. So as a practical matter, Dan, we use kind of low 20s right now. We've signaled to the board that in our strategic mix, we want to get up to 30 or 35%. But the limit at which we feel our AAA credit rating would kind of come into play is up around that 60 or 65% level.
That's really interesting. So it sounds like actually the rating agencies kind of provide another independent sort of check of your risk management and your use of leverage to, and of course, keeping CPB at AAA.
Yeah, agreed. It's always interesting taking a look at all the different leverage measures, and the different rating agencies have put forward different tests. And I think leverage, just like anything else, it's not best viewed through one lens, it's best viewed through multiple lenses. So it's great to be able to triangulate not just on what you think is appropriate for your institution, but what rating agencies think is appropriate. I think the other interesting kind of fact is taking a look at not only the rating agencies and what you think, but peers. The Canadian model is Canadian model of running institutional money is very much one of broad diversification across a lot of asset classes, one of investing not only in public assets, but in private assets. And a number of our peers in Canada follow relatively similar models of portfolio construction. Something like TFL, total financing liability, that's an internal measure that we have. So it's really tough for us to kind of project that onto other of our investment peers, but we can take a look at things like their unsecured borrowing levels, and they're all consistently around the 10% level. And we also get a certain amount of disclosure from financial statements in terms of overall derivative use. And our internal derivative use, if you take a look at the Nostar financial statements, is around 87%, I think, just south of 90%. If you take a look at the notional value of all derivatives. And I would say that I think we're probably on the low end in terms of our Canadian peers in terms of that kind of measure. So we get some comfort from taking a look around us at our peer organizations as well with the amount of leverage that we use.
Great, that's really helpful. Thanks, Ed. So let me ask you, how dynamic is the leverage use? I mean, you mentioned running at sort of low 20s and looking to go up to kind of mid 30s, let's call it. I guess both in terms of sort of strategically, how dynamic is it strategically, but then also sort of around whatever the strategic target is, how dynamic is it in the sort of ongoing portfolio management?
From a strategic perspective, it's not very dynamic at all, to be honest. One of the constructs that we have as an organization in terms of orienting our investment framework is to have what we call a strategic portfolio. So it's kind of an aspirational portfolio that we're hoping to attain over like a 3 to 5 year time horizon. It kind of acknowledges that we're not exactly where we want to be at the present point in time, but we think there's a better space that we can get to in terms of our asset mix, and gives us a kind of guiding light between where we are and where we want to get to. And in that portfolio, we have an explicit allocation to leverage. That's it's around 35% right now in our strategic portfolio. So that doesn't change. That's kind of our North Star. That's where we'd like to get to over time. We think if we could take advantage of that amount of leverage, if we think it would allow us to balance our risks a bit better in that diversification sense and get us to a more optimal spot. On a day-to-day basis, though, it does fluctuate. And it doesn't fluctuate as much as our view on leverage or our cost of leverage. It's really more a result of where we see opportunities in the market. As an organization within our investment framework, we say we're very much factor-based. We kind of try and look through asset class labels and understand the exposures that we're getting through all the different investments we make. And we have a wide variety of different investments. Our taxonomy is somewhere up in the 25 to 30 level of different programs, but all those different programs have different attributes. Probably the easiest one to understand is something like private equity. If we invest in private equity, we think it's like levered public equity. If we put $100 of money into a private equity investment, we consider that to be like $130 of public equity. And our leverage on a day-to-day basis mainly fluctuates around that because we try and keep that 85-15 constant all the time. If we sell $100 worth of private equity, we'll go and buy $130 worth of public equity. So we'll have to borrow $30 additionally to kind of get that exposure. And that drives some variation in our TFL on a day-to-day basis. But strategically, no. Strategically, we always have this asset mix in mind that we're trying to get to that has a kind of constant exposure to leverage.
Great, thank you. And you alluded to some of this, but maybe just kind of logistically, let's talk about it. Sort of how is the leverage created and managed for CPPIB? I mean, what are the sources of leverage? How is it financed? Is some of it short-term finance, long-term finance? Can you just kind of walk us through some of the operational implications, please?
Yeah, we've been on this journey for almost 10 years now. So in terms of sources of leverage, we've kind of consistently tried to expand our sources of leverage over time, or our sources of borrowing over time. And that's for a couple different reasons. One is just as diversifying on the asset side makes sense, diversifying on the liability side makes sense as well. You don't want to be kind of beholden to one source of financing. So we've tried to expand our sources of financing. It also allows for some flexibility because different sources of financing carry different costs at different points in the cycle. So there's points in time where equity collateral is really in demand and you can finance equities very cheaply. Certain points in time, commercial paper has been a very advantageous thing for us to issue. You mentioned the fact that I started working for CPPIB in 2008. It's kind of auspicious timing. It was in March of 2008, right before the financial crisis. I was heading up capital markets at the time. I kind of got the baptism by fire over the first 8 to 12 months. But during that period, there was actually a period where we were issuing commercial paper inside of government paper in the US because of some concerns around US financing. So it just gives you having a variety of sources gives you a variety of different opportunities, and the pricing's different. So you can sort of go into one source of borrowing or into another source of borrowing, depending on what you see in the market. At a high level, we probably use 3 different sources. One is unsecured borrowings. So that's everything from term debt to commercial paper. So we've started up a term debt program. We issue in Canadian dollars, we issue in US dollars, we issue in euros, we issue in the gilts market for terms anywhere from 2 years up to 30 years. We've issued paper. We also issue in commercial paper, as I said. That's primarily anywhere from a week out to 1 year. That accounts for the combination of those 2 sources, probably accounts for about 1/3 of our borrowings. We do a lot of secured financing. So that's either in the repo market and fixed income, where we put collateral out and receive money back. We also engage in the securities borrowing lending market on the equity side. So both of our kind of prime source of public holdings, that's fixed income and equities, we lend both those out on a secured basis. And lastly, derivatives. So the TFL, our total financing leverage liabilities metric, uses both physical borrowings, as I said, as well as the short side of derivatives contracts. So if we have a total return swap where we're receiving equity returns and we're paying LIBOR plus, that notional size of the LIBOR leg is included within our TFL. Similarly, if we buy a futures contract that gives us exposures to $100 worth of equities, we consider that we finance that with $100 worth of debt. So both physical and synthetic borrowings we consider as part of that TFL, and roughly 1/3 of our exposure also comes from the synthetic side of derivatives. So that could be total return swaps, as I said, both on equities and on debt, as well as futures. We buy futures on equities, we buy futures on debt, as well as interest rate swaps. So we're roughly 1/3, I would say, between unsecured, secured, and derivatives exposures. And then we actively manage that through a team that we have internally. So we have a team that we call Exposure and Liquidity Leverage Management. It's around 20 or 25 people, and they're constantly looking at the market, trying to figure out where's the cheapest way to borrow. And secondly, and you alluded to this as well, is where can we get cheap financing, but where can we also get kind of staggered maturities? So typically, if you borrow short in terms of short maturities, 1 month to 3 month, you can do it very inexpensively. There is a bit of a term structure to all borrowings, so you have to pay a bit more the longer you finance, but you also don't have that, we call it rollover risk or maturity risk. If you're borrowing at 1 week, then every 1 week you have to go into the market and roll over that debt and raise new financing. Certain points in the market, as we've seen over the last 10 or 12 years, that's hard to do. Liquidity becomes scarce and the cost goes up, and your exposure to that market being open at the time you want to raise money, you want to make sure that that's diversified as well. So we issue not only across a whole bunch of different instruments, but we issue across a whole bunch of different maturities and try to match up our assets with our liabilities.
very interesting that, certainly, I think that CalPERS has decided to take on 5% strategic leverage as part of the asset allocation. And certainly, you used the term on this journey. And certainly we're a little behind you on the journey, but we're starting the journey ourselves. And certainly a lot of these logistics and operational implications are the things we're spending a lot of time thinking about. So why don't I continue on operations and logistics and ask you really kind of talk to us about how you sort of govern, how CPPIB as an organization governs and manages the use of leverage, how they report on leverage, what are some of the other operational implications, say, technology and systems needs, any other operational topics would be great to pick your brain on.
Yeah, where do I start? I think you probably start with governance. Just like anything else, you want to make sure that you have the appropriate governance in place if you're going to embark on a journey of introducing leverage into your portfolio. There's two main levers that we use, or two main things we look at. I've talked a lot about our TFL, or total financing liabilities limit. That's something that the board gets insight into at the top of the house. The one that we use most in terms of day-to-day management, though, really centers around liquidity and being really tight on the governance of liquidity. When we first started down this journey of using leverage to build a more robust portfolio, we spent a lot of time talking to third parties, not only other institutional investors like ourselves, but importantly, a lot of the sell-side institutions, the banks and the dealers, because we view that obviously liquidity is much more important to them typically than to us. The amount of leverage that a bank or a dealer uses is multiples of what we use. So we consulted a lot of banks and dealers just to get best practices in terms of how they manage liquidity, how they control for liquidity. The concept that we seized on as being kind of best in class is something we call a liquidity coverage ratio. So it's taking a look at descriptions of your assets, and we kind of bucket our assets into various levels of liquidity. Highly liquid assets, cash. Cash would be the ultimate highly liquid asset. Credit instruments of AAA credit rated institutions, tenors of less than a year is kind of like a cash-like substitute and a highly liquid asset for us. And taking a look at some of those ratios between the quality of your assets and the maturities that you expect your obligations to deliver cash within certain time horizons is the way we think of it. So we have a 10-day liquidity coverage ratio, we have a 6-month liquidity coverage ratio, and we have a 12-month liquidity coverage ratio. The only one that's actually a board limit in terms of governance is that 10-day liquidity coverage ratio. So it's really fixated upon liquidity and us being able to meet our liabilities as they become due. But I think having that kind of governance in place and being able to take a look at your liquidity profile across different time horizons is really important. Once you've set up that governance, of course, you got to think about how you're going to report on it, and what capabilities do you need in order to be able to report on it, to be able to have your stakeholders, your board of directors, be able to exercise proper oversight of the portfolio and make sure that you're adhering to those limits. So making sure that you have adequate systems in place in order to be able to monitor what your liabilities are, monitor what your assets are, being able to calculate some of those ratios, I think is really important. I mentioned that at the board level, we try and keep within 10% on an unsecured debt basis. That used to be a board limit. We've kind of shifted away from that over time. We don't think that's kind of should be one of the binding constraints for our organization, but we used to measure on that as well and report on that as well. I actually receive every day a report from our ELL group, that group that manages exposures, leverage, and liquidity, that shows me what our TFL is, what our RWL is, what the sum total of our unsecured borrowings are, what the maturity profile of those look like, and what jurisdictions they're issued in. So that's that allows me to kind of get reasonable comfort on where we're situated as an enterprise and our liquidity position. I'd say those are the main kind of governance constructs that I like to have in place, just being able to track all those things. I do think, as I alluded to before, that if you're going down the path of using leverage, then you really should think of it in terms of strategic targets or long-term targets. And just as you think about long-term leverage targets, I think you should also really turn your head to kind of long-term liquidity targets. You know, a lot of the liquidity coverage ratios that we have are kind of floors. They're levels that we don't want to go below under any circumstances because they kind of jeopardize the reputation of the organization if we go below them. So despite the fact that we might have those as a limit or as a floor, that's not what we target. So we actually have a liquidity target that we have internally that is multiples of our liquidity coverage ratio. So I'm getting kind of moving away from governance and more into portfolio design or the things we want to report on. But from my perspective, I want to target a level of liquidity that does a lot more than just allows us to make sure we meet our liabilities as become due. There's things like being able to maintain businesses throughout the cycle. And we have a big private equity business, and in order to make sure that we can access best-in-class partners, we have to be there when they come back to re-up subsequent funds. So we have to have capital available to be able to commit to those funds as they're raising new money. We want to make sure that we have money reserved for that. We have variation margin under a lot of our derivatives contracts. We want to say, you know, in the worst possible instances, you get a market downturn like 2008 or March of 2020, we want to make sure that we have the capital available to meet those margin requirements. We had a new one just in March of 2020 around contributions or benefits payable, and we take in around $5 billion a year right now, excess contributions over benefits payable. And I think if you're familiar with how most pension funds operate, you think, well, you know, the worst that can get is that can go from $5 billion down to zero. Well, we're a pay-as-you-go plan, which means we actually take in $55 billion and we pay out $50 billion every year, and that nets out to +5. What we experienced in March 2020 was something that, quite frankly, you know, we didn't consider when we thought about liquidity coverage ratios or liquidity positioning, which is unemployment changing by 20% in like a 2-week period. And at one point in time, we thought our cash flows might change by as much as $15 or $20 billion over the course of 2020 because of that huge change to the unemployment profile up in Canada. That wasn't in our data set prior to March 2020, but it's in our data set post March 2020. So now we reserve in case we have a huge shock in terms of contributions that are being made in the plan. We kind of total up all these things, all these contingencies that we want to make sure that we can survive, and we actually end up at a liquidity target that's kind of in the low 20s in terms of highly liquid assets relative to our overall AUM. So those are some of the considerations that, you know, we've kind of learned to incorporate within both our governance framework and our ongoing kind of portfolio management framework to make sure that we're adequately kind of prepared for all contingencies.
Dan, real quick, I have a question from Controller Yee.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dan, and thank you, Ed, for just really, really taking us on your journey or retrospective back on your journey. I had a couple questions, and one I think I may know the answer to, but just wanted to hear your take. As we see inflation continue to rise, how does that impact your use of leverage?
Not substantially. I would hope, you know, it's kind of an interesting thing. but that increases in inflation translates to not only increases in borrowing costs, but increases in expected returns as well. So as we're increasing our leverage, we're using it, as I said, to buy assets. We have to make sure that that makes sense, obviously. Not only in the sense of diversification, but in the sense that our expected returns on the assets that we're purchasing are higher than the borrowing costs that we're obliging ourselves to pay in order to fund those asset purchases. So certainly that's part of our portfolio design. That's one of the assumptions that we make. We would never incur costs to buy assets that had a lower expected return than the financing costs that we were paying.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an implicit assumption there in terms of our long-term strategic asset mix, but there's also a day-to-day kind of gut check on, hey, if this is what our borrowing costs are, then are we getting adequately compensated in terms of the assets that we're purchasing on the back of that?
Got it. Okay. And I guess given the way that you characterize leverage and how you're applying it in the portfolio over the almost past decade, have you ever encountered a situation of where you've been over leveraged? I mean, I guess I'm just trying to kind of get a sense of, I mean, I appreciate that you're responding to a statutory mandate and all of that, but I just wanted to get a sense of if you have encountered that situation, how were you able to respond to that to address it?
I can honestly say no. So I can't think of a time where we've been, quote, over leveraged. If you think about, I'm kind of think through your question, over leveraged to me means that you put yourself in a position where you've kind of put the portfolio at harm in some sense. And leverage and liquidity are kind of inextricably tied.
Yeah.
There's two ways I think that you get into trouble using leverage in that kind of long-term sense. One is liquidity. I've talked about liquidity and what we do to make sure that we always have ample liquidity on hand to meet our obligations as we come due. The other is kind of risk of insolvency. Risk of insolvency for us is kind of very, very remote. Because you're really literally talking to the asset side of your balance sheet being less than the liabilities, and the levels that we're operating, that's kind of severe impairment to the portfolio beyond what we've experienced in the past and beyond what we kind of designed the portfolio to be able to withstand. I don't think it's impossible. Nothing's ever impossible, but you know, at a 20% leverage level, you're looking at levels of impairment of not 80% of the asset level to kind of put you into that insolvency position.
All right. Okay, great. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Controller Yee. Ed, you sort of alluded to it earlier, but how did you all manage liquidity through the pullback in 2020? And I guess you said it changed the way you were looking at it, right? So could you kind of go into a little more detail? And then I don't know if you were doing liquidity all the way back to the Great Recession, but if you were, how did that help, or, you know, how did that change?
Yeah, well, I'll talk about 2020 first. I mean, 2020 was a very interesting time. So we entered into March of 2020 with a liquidity coverage ratio that was probably three times our kind of lower bound on liquidity. When we took a look at what was happening, we quickly assessed there was two main things that could hurt our liquidity going forward. And one was that change, as I mentioned, in terms of the contributions or benefits payable. That was something that doesn't manifest itself overnight, though. That kind of takes 1 year to kind of have a material impact upon us in terms of aggregate flows. So, but we did start taking a look at that. And we also took a look at where we would need additional capital potentially to help out platform companies that we have. So whether that's private equity investments where we have a material ownership interest, or whether it's other opportunities, other companies that we have within our universe that we want to make sure for strategic reasons that we can support. So despite the fact we're in kind of a 3 times coverage position, we just kind of put the brakes on and said, look, we don't want any money going out of the door right now until we have assessed both the size of those risks and got really comfortable with where we are. One of the constructs that we have internally is a committee structure that we can go to in times of stress that kind of centralizes command and control over all our operations in terms of where we deploy money and how we use money. And we put that committee into place in the middle of March, I believe, 2020. And that committee assumed control over all kind of capital going out of the door from that point on until we kind of stood it down around 9 or 12 months later. That was, I don't think that was explicitly related to leverage or liquidity. That's kind of what we just consider to be best practices in terms of investment organization. There were going to be periods of high stress in terms of market events, and we wanted to make sure that we could respond to those in a really agile way. So we'd run many kind of exercises in the preceding 5 years. It probably started back in 2008, actually coming out of 2008, after being through the great financial crisis. We said, great test case, how can we do it better next time? One of the things we thought we could do better is try to put a construct like that in place, and then running through like literally war games about what if this happens, what if that happens, this stress event happens, that stress event happens, how do we respond to it, and getting people used to dealing with it. So we put that committee in place, as I said, around March 2020, and we assumed control of the top of the house in terms of where our capital was going, just to make sure that we had ample liquidity. Coming out of 2020, that's when we took a look at where we were targeting overall liquidity as an organization. We kind of added additional buffers just to be extra sure in terms of our ability to manage through crisis. And as I said, things like contributions over benefits payable weren't in the data set before. They were in the data set afterwards. Hey, we know about it, let's add it. I should mention that's on top of all the things I said in terms of margin, variation in margin, and supporting businesses. At the end, we also explicitly added an additional buffer, which is that things we don't know buffer. Let's put an extra 2 or 3% there just to make sure that the next time something that arises that wasn't in the data set prior, that we could feel extra comfortable that we're going to make it through. But we just got a lot more directive in terms of top-down allocation of capital and trying to make sure that we're properly positioned before we start deploying additional money into investments. Trying to think back to 2008, we certainly had derivatives exposure back in 2008. We used derivatives to kind of generate alpha opportunities as a fund. A lot of that derivatives exposure for us was what we call rate weight positions. So we were receiving equity returns. Is the way we got access to some of our equity exposure. The equity market goes down, we owe money to our counterparties. Our counterparties didn't owe money to us. It's kind of a rate weight positioning in that sense. And then the only borrowing that we had was in the commercial paper market at the time. And as I also alluded to, our commercial paper was actually in greater demand than treasury paper at the time. So we were one rate weight position, then two in a sector of the market where financing rollover risk as well.
So you already had commercial paper lending going, is that correct?
Yes, and trying to think back where we were, I think we were roughly where you're proposing to be. So I think we're around 5% of assets was our commercial paper limit at the time.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. That's some good information.
One question, I have a follow-up question. You mentioned top down and like really migrating to a focus on top-down leverage and liquidity management. By that, this is something we've spent quite a bit of time on the last decade or so, is really being, all about the sort of the total fund and a real centralized management. Is that what you're referring to when you say top-down?
Yes. I mentioned the journey we've on with respect to leverage and the incorporation of leverage within our design. The other big journey we've been on as an organization is kind of actively managing the portfolio. And we made a strategic decision at the top of the house to kind of engage in active management back in 2006, kind of roughly when we put the pin in it. And active management to us meant two different things. One was diversifying out of kind of traditional asset classes like public debt and public equity into alternative asset classes, whether it's infrastructure, real estate, private equity, private debt. That was one sense we used it. The second is trying to generate more return for stakeholders through generation of alpha. Those are the two kind of big levers. When we just started out, that we were 100% in public debt and public equity. So starting out programs, we gave a lot of latitude to internal programs to kind of give them direction and momentum to build out their programs over time. If you're starting out at zero, that's kind of a rational design choice. But over the years, as we built out a lot of those capabilities, we got to the point where probably manage 75 or 80% of the assets are assets in-house now. When you get to that level, it's not enough just to give the individual groups a lot of discretion. You need a lot of top-down control in terms of coordinating those investment activities across all the different groups that you have. So for the last 4 or 5 years, we've been putting in place a lot of mechanisms to provide that coordination at the top of the house. The department that I lead is called Total Fund Management, and that performs a lot of that coordination function across all those investment groups. So in times of stress, it's relatively simple for us to take the lead in terms of investment activities and making sure those are coordinated across the funds and synchronized such that we can kind of pull the reins back to the top of the house and make sure that our capital and our liquidity are kept within ranges that we're comfortable with.
That's really helpful. Thank you for that. And Madam President, if there are other questions, we can definitely go with those. I do still have a couple more, candidly. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, it looks like we don't have any more questions right now. So go ahead.
All right, then I'll go again. But it speaks to some of the stuff that you were talking about really kind of, you talked about your board's oversight and the like, and certainly this is a session, with our board. And I guess, are there any, sort of specific considerations that you've thought about as you think about, sort of board oversight of this, leverage and liquidity management? That would be, I think, really helpful.
I think the first I alluded to at the very beginning is just understanding the motivation for the use of leverage. And I think that's absolutely key. I think it's so easy to fall into the trap of, if you're using leverage, therefore you must be trying to increase the risk of the organization, or you must be trying to make the investment portfolio riskier. So I think real transparency into the motivation behind the use of leverage is absolutely key. The second point I'd make is, having been on this journey yourselves, it's kind of very much a crawl, walk, run kind of approach to it. I spent a lot of time with our board, talking to our board about, as I said, the motivation, about why we were using leverage and what we expected to get from it, and importantly, how we expected the portfolio to perform in times of stress on the back of our use of leverage. And we were very much convinced from a portfolio design perspective that the portfolio's behavior would be a lot more robust and that our drawdowns would be a lot less in times of stress. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to live it. And I think that exercise of starting out with a modest amount of leverage to increase the resilience of the portfolio and increase its risk-adjusted returns, I think it's important to live a bit of that and see how the portfolio behaves under different shocks and get comfortable with how the portfolio is behaving under those different shocks. And we got a lot of questions coming out of 2020 about how the portfolio behaved, and wasn't it wasn't it quote lucky that you had more fixed income, or wasn't it lucky that your currency exposures were lined up a certain way, or wasn't it lucky at this or that? And it wasn't quote lucky. It was how we designed the portfolio, and we were very encouraged by the fact that the portfolio reacted as we intended it to react. But I think you only get confidence through going through those kind of episodes and seeing how the portfolio reacts and getting some comfort and building up confidence with not only portfolio design, but secondly, the ability of management to correctly manage liquidity and manage leverage.
That's really helpful. Thanks for that, Ed. And Ms. Taylor, I'm aware of the time, but I also, it looks like we did get another question in there. I don't know if we want to take that question. If we have time for it, I'll defer to you.
I had my thing off. Yeah, let's go ahead. Mr. Pacheco, go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, thank you, Dan, and thank you, Ed. Ed, so my question is, it's back to the liquidity coverage ratio. You mentioned earlier that it was a floor. Does at the board level, do you have triggers that say like you're getting closer to that floor, and what should you do about that? And I'm just kind of figuring out at the board level, what are the mechanisms in place to alert the board that we're getting closer to the floor, and how to kind of make that all those mechanisms in place. If you can answer, I don't know if that's a question you can answer. Thank you very much.
Yes, typically what we've done with board limits is most of our board limits also have parallel management limits, which are inside the board limits. So those, we have typically a management threshold, management limit, board limit, and as we hit management level limits, the board is apprised of the fact that we're hitting management limits. So those are kind of early warning mechanisms that we have that are built in the system. Once we hit those management limits, then management's responsibility is to either bring the portfolio back within those management limits, or explain why they don't think it's prudent to bring the portfolio back. That's kind of reported up to the board as well. So you have those early warning mechanisms built in terms of management level limits that the board kind of gets apprised of, and transparency into that prior to that happening. So if I was to hit one of those, that kind of blown up our chair of our investment committee and say, look, here's where we're at, here's what we're intending to do about it. Are you comfortable with that? Are you not comfortable with that? If not, let's escalate it.
Thank you very much for that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Dan, did you have any more questions before I move to public comment?
No, I mean, in the interest of time, you're moving to public comment. I guess I will just take one last question because I think it's important and it aligns with public comment. CalPERS takes great pride on being, really, really transparent. And so we certainly have stakeholders that have questions around leverage and the like. I'm just curious if you had any experience with that and sort of how you manage that. And then, Ms. Taylor, I'll stop my questioning there and we can go right to public comment.
Well, we have a number of stakeholders. Obviously our board is one of the stakeholders of our organization. But importantly, both the federal and the provincial government are big stakeholders in our organization as well. We're a crown corporation. All the shares are held by the federal government, but the impetus to get our organization set up was really a dual conversation between the provinces and the federal government, and both of those bodies working together to set up our organization. So we view all the provinces as well as the federal government as a big stakeholder in terms of our organization. And prior to introducing leverage, we went out and proactively engaged with each one of those stakeholders to make sure they were comfortable. And we went through a lot of the same discussions I've been going through today. Why are we using leverage? What are we intending to get out of leverage? What's the motivation for it? How are we going to engage in this journey? How are we going to go down this path? What are we going to do to make sure that we safeguard the fund when we're engaging in the use of leverage? What are the liquidity implications? and just talked it through with each one of our stakeholders to make sure that they understood the motivation and they were comfortable with the fact that it was in the best interest of the organization that we went down that path. I think that's very important. We don't like to try to surprise anyone. You mentioned at the top that our model, the model upon which CPP-IB was built, is one that is grounded in good governance, and we think it's one of the best models globally in terms of governance. Big part of that is transparency and an obligation towards transparency. So it's not a question of ever surprising anyone. We try and limit surprise as much as possible. I want to be really upfront about what we do, why we're doing it, and then the outcomes of those decisions as well, and holding ourselves accountable for the outcomes of those decisions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Cass. We appreciate it. Just before we close our session, and really informative for all of us. And I was just thinking about Dan's question about public comment. I know we have a lot of questions from our stakeholders on this leverage issue or lending issue for debt or credit that we're also looking at. So this was a really good session, and I'm hoping that our stakeholders are listening. And with that, Mr. Fox, do we have anybody that wants to ask questions from the public?
Madam President, we have no callers.
Okay. Then at this time, we, I guess we are at a lunch break. We're a little bit behind. So let's take a 45-minute lunch, and that would be at 1:45 that we'll be back. And again, Mr. Cass, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
back. I hope everybody had a nice lunch.
Recording in progress.
And the exciting part of the day is our fiduciary training. And it's going to be led by our general counsel, Matt Jacobs. He'll be joined by Christine Richardson and Marcus Wu, two of our outside fiduciary counsel. And welcome, Matt, and take it away.
Thank you. I hope you're all excited for this session. It should be good. And it is the most, well, I don't know if I could say it's the most exciting, but it should be pretty good. So I'm pleased to introduce this annual session that is required by the board governance policy. As President Taylor just mentioned, we do have some new voices to hear from this year. As you'll recall, last year, the board added the Pillsbury Law Firm to our pool of fiduciary counsel. So this year, we'll hear from two of the partners in that practice, Christy Richardson and Marcus Wu, and their impressive bios, backgrounds are in the materials. I am going to kick it to them to get us going, but before I do, I just want to mention that this is your fiduciary training, and I know I speak for Christy and Marcus when I say that we encourage questions, we encourage interruptions. Engagement is great. You know, Christy and Marcus will be speaking to general principles, and I'll be standing by to comment on any kind of CalPERS specific points or the application of those principles, and of course, to answer any questions that I might be able to. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christy and Marcus.
Matt, real quick, I do have a question already from Mr. Pacheco.
Great.
I think that question was from the last time. I don't have a question right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we hope you'll have many questions. So we look forward to that. It'll make this more entertaining for everyone. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for the introduction. We're certainly thrilled to be here and look forward to walking you through your annual required training. The one thing is, as Matt said, we would welcome a conversation with you all. We are going to pause midway to just to make a deliberate pause in terms of giving you an opportunity to ask questions. So if there are things that you want to bring up and have a conversation with the board members, we'll certainly make sure that there's an opportunity to do that both midway and at the end. So Christina, if you wouldn't mind moving us to slide number 1. So where to begin? But at the beginning, what is a fiduciary? Who is a fiduciary? And you all know this, but let's just take a look at the first thing we would have all looked at as a kid, and that's the Merriam-Webster dictionary. So on your screen in front of you is the definition of a fiduciary. Not a fiduciary per se of a pension plan, but a fiduciary. So we thought it was important for us all to remind you of who is a fiduciary. And the key word here, dating way back to the Latin language, is trust. I'm sure that doesn't surprise any of you, but the most important component here is trust. Marcus?
That's right. Again, thank you again for having us here today. So that in its simplest terms is what a fiduciary duty is. It's a relationship of trust between one party and another party. This concept of fiduciary duty has really existed from the beginning of human civilization. You see examples of fiduciary duties in many contexts today, including, for example, attorney-client relationships, where you're attorney, we have a fiduciary duty to this board. Doctor-patient, corporate directors and corporate shareholders, and even a spouse to another spouse. In this relationship here, the one you are part of is your trustees, and the members and beneficiaries are the persons to whom you owe fiduciary duties. Christy?
Thanks. Next slide, please, Christina. There we go. Isn't it fun doing this from home? We all have pauses, have screens, or in Matt's case, from his office with his beautiful plant behind him. So let's take that to the next step. First step, what is a general fiduciary? Next step, what has CalPERS said with regard to its fiduciary obligations? And it's frankly very simple. CalPERS has done a wonderful job in the very first bullet on your screen. Your mission is to deliver retirement and healthcare benefits to members and their beneficiaries. Very simple. Now, a lot more complicated to implement it, but a very simple, straightforward mission statement. We've also provided you a couple of excerpts as well. Taking it to the next step, CalPERS has talked about investments and what your fiduciary duty is with regard to all of your members. So to pause for a moment, we're going to give you 6 takeaways today. And of those 6, the first and most important is to always take you back to your mission statement, which are on your screen. Your mission statement to deliver retirement and health benefits to your members and your beneficiaries. Let's think for a moment about what that means. So you have how many members? 2 million members. 2 million people that you're responsible for delivering retirement benefits to them and their families. And then the next step, how much money? Depending on what day of the week it is and how the market did, NASDAQ was down this morning, $470 billion plus. $470 billion. Now, you could look up on a survey, and I know we've looked at the state of California, it takes the position it's about 7th in the world in terms of its GNP. Where would that put you? Maybe somewhere between 25 and 30 in the world. So this is a magnitude. It's important. You are the largest pension plan in the United States in terms of asset size. So that's why your mission says you should spend an hour or 2 once a year training. And it's why we want to take you back to that mission statement. Marcus, do you want to walk us through the core duties?
Yeah, Christina, let's take it to slide 28 really quickly. We don't want to hide the ball here and just tell you that this is going to be the focus of our presentation today. We want you to have these takeaways once we're done with our presentation. And the first one, which Christy just covered, is to apply your mission statement. Next, we have consider your stakeholders, actively participate in meetings, implement your robust government policies, keep informed, and delegate and monitor experts. So we'll be coming back to this throughout the presentation. Slide 4, please, Christina. So this slide covers the evolution of the fiduciary laws. It's important because when your advisors are giving you, advice on what acts to take, they will refer to not only the law under the California Constitution, but also trust law and ERISA. Okay? So a little bit of history. The trust laws do apply to the CalPERS board and other public pension boards. So the trust laws come from cases under the common law that date back to the birth of the United States. Okay? The current state of that law, the common law of trusts, is summarized in what's called a restatement of trusts. So the restatement just basically takes the case law, summarizes what the rules are, and set them out in an easy to follow manual, if you will. So we do have recent case law in California that shows time and again that the courts, when they're looking at the behavior of any public pension board in California, will look at the trust law, and it actually is directly cited the restatement in cases involving public pension fiduciary duties. Okay. Next, in the first column, we have ERISA, which stands for the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974. Now, ERISA does not apply to public pension plans such as the CalPERS board. However, it is instructive and helpful. And just to give you a little bit of, and I'll tell you why in a second, but just to give you a little bit of background, what happened was in the mid-60s, the car company Studebaker closed its plant down in Indiana. They went out of business, basically. They had a pension plan, but unfortunately, because of the shutdown, the plan didn't have enough money to meet its obligations, and the plan defaulted on pensions owed to workers. And what that did is it led Congress to enact ERISA to implement protections for private pension plans that exist to this day. Now, ERISA contains numerous provisions. Among other items, it codified the trust laws and fiduciary principles. So notice on the third row here, all of the core fiduciary duties across all three sets of laws are essentially identical. Okay, there's some nuance between them, which we'll cover, but these are the core fiduciary duties from these sets of laws. Okay? Now, the reason ERISA can be instructive and helpful with guiding the board's behavior is, one, as you'll see, ERISA's fiduciary duties, right, which we'll go through, the way they're described, they're strikingly similar to the descriptions in the California Constitution. And secondly, the guidance and case law under ERISA is significantly more robust than the guidance available under the California Constitution. In fact, at this very moment, the Supreme Court, the US Supreme Court, has an ERISA case on its docket. And for that reason, your advisors will often look to ERISA for guidance on how the board should act in any given circumstances. In fact, prior fiduciary presentations to this board, which we have reviewed and watched, do contain numerous references to ERISA case law, which is appropriate. Okay? And finally, as you all know, we have the California Constitution, the guiding document for the board's fiduciary duties was enacted in 1992 by the voters. It was voted into law by Prop 162, and it was based on a perception that the governor at the time, Pete Wilson, had raided state pension funds to shore up California's budget. Okay. So notice the key takeaways again. The core principles under the three sets of law are identical. We have loyalty, prudence, diversification, follow your plan document. We're going to go through each one of those now. Next slide. Christy, go ahead.
No, I was just enjoying your conversation.
Sorry, I thought I saw you wave there. All right. So here again, as I said, you see from the duty of loyalty slide that the duties are virtually identical. We have a duty of loyalty here, which is the fundamental principle guiding all the board's actions and decisions. And we see examples in the news all the time of fiduciaries having violated their duty of loyalty. I mean, we saw Michael Avenatti, allegedly steal his client's funds. He's the lawyer who represented Stormy Daniels. We see corporations who are sued all the time by their shareholders because the board allegedly is not putting their shareholders' interest above their own interests. But the core principle here is articulated in Section 17B of the Constitution, which is that a retirement board's duty to the system's participants and their beneficiaries shall take precedence over any other duty. So once again, a retirement board's duty to the system's participants and beneficiaries take precedence over any other duty. So let's see how this works in real life. A couple of examples. Christina, if we could just pull up slide 21, please. This is a comment from the restatement of trust. Okay. Strict duty of loyalty and trust law ordinarily prohibits the trustee from investing in a manner that's intended to serve interest other than those of the beneficiaries. Thus, for example, when you're managing the investments of the CalPERS fund, your decisions ordinarily must not be motivated for a purpose of advancing or expressing personal views concerning social or political issues or causes. So back to the previous slide, please, slide 4. It's a fancy way of saying, when the board is making decisions, it's got to put the members' interest first. Okay, not to be reductive, but putting others' interest first is a key aspect of all our personal lives. It's just a personal example. I wanted to stay in the big city. When I had kids, I said they need outdoor space, so I moved out to the suburbs because their interests come before mine. In your situation, what you might see as board members is an issue where a decision where one choice aligns with your political views and the other doesn't. Okay? Well, we go back to the duty. your duty to the participants and beneficiaries take precedence over any other duty, including your personal preference, okay, including what you think might be some perceived benefits to other constituents. For example, as another example, there's an issue that involves a decision where one choice aligns with the constituents of your particular municipality and the other doesn't. The CalPERS members' interests come first. Okay? And remember our key takeaway, the very first takeaway. Our mission is to deliver retirement and healthcare benefits to members and their beneficiaries. That is the essence of the duty of loyalty. It's your roadmap. Coming back to this statement, applying it with rigor to your decisions will enable you to satisfy your duty of loyalty. Next slide, please. Christina, can we have the next slide, please? Perfect, thank you. So here we have the next slide is prudence, also known as the duty of care. So other fiduciary duties that we're going to cover today, the two that generate by far the most case law are duty of loyalty and duty of prudence. You know, virtually every case where you see a public pension board involved, or even in the ERISA world, a private pension committee, duty of loyalty and prudence are usually at the heart of what the plaintiff's allegations involve. Okay? So we'll cover the duty of prudence. You've heard this many times. I won't repeat the standard. It's on your screen. We'll be covering a couple of topics later in this presentation illustrating the prudent standards at work. But I want to give you three key concepts. Okay? First, prudence really requires you to apply a reasoned decision-making process. So when you're making decisions, it's got to be a reasoned decision based on your examination and evaluation of the relevant facts and circumstances. So process is the key. If your decisions are reviewed by a court to determine whether they were prudent, whether they satisfied your duty of prudence, the court won't judge whether your decision in hindsight was ultimately correct. Right? For example, an investment decision you made didn't work out. Okay? Well, if it ultimately didn't work out, well, the emphasis will be on the process you used to make that decision, not on the eventual result. Okay? You're not supposed to be a fortune teller, and courts won't require you to have a crystal ball. Okay? The most common maxim in this regard, when people describe this rule, is that 20/20 hindsight isn't required. And some examples from real life. You have in the investment world, these investment firms that invested in a well-known office leasing company that's had some problems, and a biotech company that's had some problems. Now, what we read in the news is that the heads of those investment firms didn't do their due diligence. They trusted they made their decisions based on the charisma of the founders. Well, that might be fine in that world, but it's not fine in our world, because that wouldn't satisfy your duty of prudence, right? Prudence means rigor, it means process, it means thinking through a decision and making a decision based on that evaluation. Okay? The other item I'll emphasize, we said process is key. Okay, the second item that I'll mention is, you've heard this before, it's a prudent expert standard. So you're not just expected to, have a pure heart and empty head. It's not enough using, you actually have to, you're held to a standard of being an expert when your decisions are reviewed. Okay, it's a prudent expert standard. And finally, you can and should rely on experts when appropriate. Christina, can we go to slide 26, please? Okay, so we see here a quote from the Restatement of Trusts that essentially says the law permits you and actually requires you in certain circumstances to appoint and rely on experts. Okay, and you've done so. You have your outside law firms, your actuarial firms, and other vendors who advise you from time to time, which is perfectly appropriate. Okay, let's go back to the previous slide, please, slide 5. Right. So that said, the board isn't a rubber stamp. Right? At these meetings, you should ask probing questions. You should implement a reasoned, rigorous decision-making process. Okay. So you've heard all this before, and the reason for that, it's true, right? Everything we're saying is, you'll hear from any other lawyer, but it's true. I mean, these concepts are key throughout all areas of trust law. Okay? As you know, CalPERS has a robust set of policies to guide decision-making in a way that satisfies the prudence requirement. And you've hired experts. So in practice, you're doing what you're required to do. And remember the takeaways. Takeaway 3 was actively participate in meetings. Takeaway 4 was implement your governance policies, maintain familiarity with those policies, review them from time to time, and be consistent with applying those policies. Keep informed of changing industry practices and delegate and monitor experts. So these takeaways we have all relate to these duties. Okay. Next slide, please. So this is another key duty. Again, we see this less in the case law. As we said, prudence and loyalty are really the items that come up, but this is something you should all be aware of. Your actions must be consistent with your plan document. In the private world, the plan document is actually a separate document, right? Usually.
Hey, Marcus. This is Christy. I'm seeing slides on prudence in front of me. I don't know if others are, but I think we're on slide 7, Christina, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, good catch. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, you have a duty to follow your plan document. Again, I was saying in the private world, the plan document's usually a boilerplate document, 60 to 100 pages long. Yours is quite different. Your plan document is basically your constitution and the statutes and regulations governing PERS. Okay. So you also have, and you're required to follow those requirements. Okay. You also have a robust set of policies, as I've said, that are designed to implement and carry out the laws. And the policies must also be followed, or should also be followed, unless you determine they're inconsistent with law. Okay. Next slide, please. You have a duty to diversify, which involves a risk return analysis. It also involves your mandate to both minimize risk and maximize return. And again, I will refer to your policies. You not only have a robust governance policy, you also have a very detailed and explicit investment policy, which sets out the asset allocation strategy. And the investment policy actually recognizes the board's duty to diversify investments. There are numerous references in there. One requirement of the policy, for example, says that the board's investments must generate sufficient diversification to minimize the risk of significant loss in any single investment and preserve capital to the extent possible. And there are other references in the investment policy, but clearly, following your investment policy is part and parcel of your responsibility, which also includes the duty to diversify plan assets. Okay. Again, I'll refer to the takeaway. The takeaway, implement your governance policies, stay familiar with them, update them when needed. Next slide, please. So here we have a couple of fiduciary duties that are set out in the Constitution that somewhat deviate from those which we see under ERISA and trust law, and which are specific to California pension boards. So the first is that the board has sole and exclusive authority to procure actuarial services. And this is why you have an independent in-house actuary. Right? So we've seen recent case law in this area which delves deep into this requirement, and it's clear from the cases, the legislative history, and the discussion from practitioners is that the concept here is that the law is designed to give your board, this board, the sole authority over deciding how much employers and employees contribute, how the actuarial assumptions are set up and what they are. And the board has plenary authority to do so under the Constitution. It's one of your key responsibilities. Next, on the right side of the screen, we have another fiduciary requirement, which we haven't seen much really of any litigation over, but it's a pretty simple edict. You have to promptly deliver benefits to your members and beneficiaries. and the benefits have to be timely and accurate. Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to Christy to just recap what we just covered.
Thanks, Marcus. So I wish I could say that it was that easy and now you know your 4 duties. But next slide, please, Christina. What would we do without Christina? So in addition to those duties that Marcus just walked us through, the 4 core duties which fall into your governance policy, there's a whole bunch of ancillary duties that stem from those core duties. So we put a few examples on the screen for you because we wanted to make sure that as you're thinking through your duty of prudence and duty of loyalty and duty to follow plan documents and duty of diversification, you think about what might permeate underneath it. So there's a few examples again on your screen. One thing that Matt assures me is that you've talked about cybersecurity ad infinitum, right, Matt? So that does, the Department of Labor issued guidance on cybersecurity under ERISA in April. And that guidance, again, non-regulatory guidance, but very instructive, was issued to plan sponsors and to contractors or vendors and to participants. And the guidance under cybersecurity, for example, says you have to make sure that your systems are protected. You have all this confidential information. You're doing a good job of investments, but you have to make sure that that stays protected. And so even though you think, well, it's cybersecurity, it does follow because it follows under prudence, it follows under loyalty, and frankly, it could follow under diversification. So there are a number of these ancillary duties that stem from your core duties. Another one, of course, is the duty to communicate. And one thing that Marcus and I spent a lot of time on was your webpage. And so, and I'm sure you're all ultimately familiar with those. It has all of your policies. It's a fabulous webpage. For example, in sustainability, you've got, hundreds of documents showing sustainability research. And so again, your duty to communicate is not just amongst yourselves, but with your members as part of your mission statement. And your webpage does that. So we just wanted to make sure that as you're thinking through the core duties, you're thinking about how they permeate everything else. Matt, did you want to comment on the cybersecurity other than to say you're all over it?
All over it is a challenge, as you know, because everything's changing all the time. But we are, I think we're over it to the extent that we can be. And we do meet periodically in closed session to update the board about where we are on cybersecurity. I would also just mention that this final duty here that is on this exemplar page, duty to maintain a tax qualified system, is also really critical. I mean, Marcus was talking earlier about our plan document, which for us is the Pearl and the Constitution and the various other statutes that that guide us or tell us how we need to administer the system. The Pearl is 900 pages, so we have a very, the document that Marcus was talking about in a private setting is 60 to 120 pages, and I'm sure it's very complex and lots of legalese and all the rest. But I don't know how that compares to a 900-page statute that if we don't comply with it, at least in certain respects, we can risk our tax qualified status. And if we don't have our tax qualified status, then we're lost. So I just didn't want to go that I didn't want that one to go unremarked upon as well.
Well, thanks, Matt. I was going to get there, but you beat me to it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. It's nice to have a different voice, and we do want to reiterate that these things all matter. So the duty to follow plan documents is that duty of tax qualified status, and your plan documents are maybe, as Matt said, broader and more robust than even in the private sector.
Yeah. So in addition to doing fiduciary law, we also practice as tax lawyers. So maybe just to give you a plain English definition of what tax qualified means. So without the CalPERS system, without the documents, and without your compliance with the tax laws, this benefit promise, right? 2% at 62 or 3% at 50, whatever. All of these benefits would be immediately taxable. The present value of those benefits would be immediately taxable unless your system were tax qualified. So the fact that you're tax qualified, what it does is it enables these pension benefits to be provided on a tax deferred basis. In other words, your employers, participating employers, are promising a benefit now that they'll pay someday in the future. But there's no tax on that promise. It's only taxable when it's eventually distributed, which is what we would expect and hope, right? So that's why, just repeating what Matt said, is it's really critical to maintain your tax qualification.
Well, and frankly, again, thinking about your members, my parents are school teachers, right? So one of the main benefits of a number of public entity employees is their retirement, right? They're looking for very solid retirement, and that's what they're asking you to do. And that takes you right back to your mission statement. So one thing Matt also said, which I think is super important to jump on his bandwagon yet again, is the next slide, please, Christina. And maybe, Marcus, you could talk a little bit more, but the key here, unfortunately for all of us, and frankly, I like being a benefits lawyer. So what I like about it is evolving and changing. And if it was stagnant, I would probably do this area because I really like to change. But there is a lot for us to keep up on. And Matt already hinted at this. Marcus?
That's right. I mean, the comment here that the law evolves and that you should keep up with the changing realities of the law, really, it applies to investment practices, or the quote does, but it also applies to everything else you do, right? Because the world is changing. We don't live in a static world, and the pace of change is quickening, right? The laws and the guidance that you're subject to reflect these realities and require you to, this is one of our key takeaways, keep informed of changing industry practices and market trends. Okay? That's part of your responsibility of the board, to keep up, which we know you do. You know, we know how many reports you're inundated with. You receive regular reports from staff and so forth. But just to illustrate the quickening pace of these changes, I mean, Christy just covered a fiduciary duty to ensure you have excellent cybersecurity. And only last year, the Department of Labor issued guidance on best practices in the cybersecurity area for retirement plans. Now, as recently as 15 years ago, this wasn't really an issue on anybody's radar. So you can see just over the last few years that now we have this critical issue, and it's coming about because of what's happened in the private world. There have been some certain fraud situations where somebody's called in and stolen an individual's retirement benefits. But again, you know, this is what we do. We keep up with these changes. Okay? Christy is going to cover another topic, ESG. Okay? ESG factors are constantly changing. So again, the board must stay abreast of the changes, modify its policies and processes when appropriate. And again, we know that staff and the experts you've hired are constantly monitoring new developments and keeping the board abreast, okay, which is consistent with your duty. This is probably a good time, because we're about halfway through, so this is a good time to pause for some questions.
I don't see any right now.
Well, you know, I might have.
Wait a minute, I do have one.
Okay. Director Pacheco?
Yes, thank you, Marcus, and thank you for that comment. I want to go back to that cybersecurity thing. So as I think you mentioned, or I think it was Christina that mentioned, that it includes not only prudence, loyalty, and I think there was another component to it, but I wanted to understand that. And as you mentioned, it hasn't, you know, we didn't talk about it 15 years ago, but now with malware and ransomware and all these things that are happening, what do you see us, I mean, at the board level, you know, this evolving part of it in terms of our fiduciary responsibility to address cybersecurity at the board level?
I'd like to split this question between us and Matt, as Matt has been on the ground level, you know, working on those issues. But just to recap, you know, you have 4 core duties: loyalty, prudence, diversification, and follow your plan document. Christy, when she was showing that other slide, showing that, you know, the point was that those aren't your only duties, that there are other duties that stem from that, right? And one example of that is this duty to ensure that you have proper cybersecurity measures. And so then your question was, well, what should we be doing in light of that responsibility? And I'll hand it over to Matt.
Sure. we had, Mr. Pacheco, we have an outside counsel who specializes in cybersecurity, and we had him come before the board. Was it last year or the year before? And in alignment or in coordination with our Chief Information Security officer made a specific presentation about what the board's role is on cybersecurity and the questions that you should be asking us, your staff, about those. And it's probably about time to do that again. But I thought it was but basically what it comes down to is it's an application of the duties that Marcus and Christy have already been talking about to make sure that we're doing our jobs, essentially, as the stewards of the enterprise's information security, and to ask us the tough questions, to follow the processes that a good fiduciary would follow to assure yourselves that we're on the job, as opposed to just saying, yeah, cybersecurity, that's management's task, and I trust they're doing it, and we'll leave it at that. No, the point is you do have a fiduciary duty to check and to inquire specifically and to satisfy yourselves through our comments and responses to your questions and whatever you need and obtain from experts, that we're on the job.
It's a great question. It ties right back to what we call the duty to monitor. So as Matt said, you have a duty, the permeating duties, but a duty to monitor your team. And so you want to make sure, just what Matt said, you want to make sure that your team is doing their jobs. You don't want to do their jobs for them. There are not enough hours in the day. And frankly, you're not an expert. At least I hope you're not an expert on cybersecurity. But your job is to make sure that you have experts and that they're doing their job. It's not to delve down. What the Department of Labor, again, you're not subject to ERISA, but it does give us some illustrative guidance. And what the Department of Labor did was issue some suggestions. And there were 3 buckets. One bucket was, are your vendors doing their job? Another bucket was, are you doing your job? And then the third was, what are you communicating to your participants? So for example, when people log in, when people have their information, is that protected? And like Matt said, when you have an expert that comes and gives a presentation to you, you can certainly, and one of the things that we've done for you before is we've met with the experts on particular topics that we've been involved in, and we've kind of questioned them for you. So that's what you're looking for.
So I'm going to indulge the board and ask Christy a question. So Christy, you get a lot of questions from your 401k clients about all the cases we're seeing in the private world, right? Not a day goes by without some huge lawsuit involving a 401k plan fiduciary's alleged violation of their prudence and loyalty duties. Now, how does that affect this board? And how have you responded to clients who've asked those questions?
Well, thanks, Marcus. I thought you were going to ask me, I knew you were going to ask me something tough and try to make sure I was paying attention. If you all get a subscription to any number of newspapers, whether it's Apple News or the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post or the New York Times, you'll see that, and right now it's universities, so it is public entities, but they're all getting sued for plan expenses. Have you seen that litigation where everybody's getting said they're spending too much money and the participants are paying too much? And again, it doesn't apply directly to you because it's 401k plans. But if you think about it from a 401k standpoint, you're making money on your investments and losing money on your expenses. And that's not any different than you all, right? You pay your vendors and you pay your basis point charges. And the issue for us in the litigation is we try to stay apprised of all that litigation. And we're particularly interested in the trends. And right now, the biggest trend is these plan expenses and looking at net of fees. And you ask, well, why would that matter to you? It's both a retroactive look and a prospective look. So the retroactive look is there's a ton of litigation on plan expenses. And so what would you be doing about that? And what most of my clients are doing is like what put them into action They now went to their vendors and said, once a year, I want you to give me a report on plan expenses. I want to hear the details. Just like what Matt just said about cybersecurity. We want our expert to come in and talk to us once a year. So whatever that topic is that's in litigation, you want to be aware of it. Ideally, you'd like to be ahead of it, but sometimes you can't be. So you can be reactive to it too, which is like, okay, this is a trend. Let's get on this and let's talk about it. So even though it may or may not apply directly to public entities, I think it's really important to stay up with trends and to think about what does that, back to being dynamic, what does that do to our duty? Should we be investigating this or should we bring an expert in on that? Cybersecurity was a nice example, but plan expenses. I mean, you all are looking at the total cost when you say we make this percentage. I guess last year you said it was 21.3%. What was our cost? In addition to making money off our money, we're losing money as we pay for it. So that's the venture. Matt, did you want to chime in on anything on that? I know you and your crew is so up on all of that, and I know you already do that.
Sounds like no.
We do keep track of ERISA, and both internally and with the help of our counsel like yourselves. And as you've said, while ERISA, there's a lot more litigation in ERISA, in the ERISA context than there is in at least on some of these issues in the public pension arena. We do look at ERISA cases and assume that the same general principles are going to apply to us. So if there are trends in ERISA, we assume that there's a good chance they're coming our way if they haven't already hit.
Agreed. Well said.
I have another question from Director Middleton.
Great.
Thank you, Madam President. Could I get you to expand just a little bit on one thing that was mentioned, and that was the duty to appoint and rely on experts. And we all know that experts frequently disagree. And there's no real test I'm aware of as to what constitutes an expert. And we have an awful lot of people posing as one. So what's the fiduciary responsibility in making an assessment as to who's a reliable expert, and what's our obligation to follow their advice when there's competing advice?
Well, the selection of an expert is itself a fiduciary duty. So, the people you end up, or the entities or individuals you end up selecting as experts to provide you with advice should have already been vetted. That's actually a requirement, that you make sure that, they know what they're doing, that they have the credentials to advise you. Okay? But then let's get past that stage. And I think your question is, well, we have two experts on the same issue. They're giving us conflicting advice. What should we do? And that hopefully doesn't happen too often. But if it does, we go back to the roadmap for the duty of prudence, which is you apply a reasoned decision-making process. And so I would think that your job in that situation is to probe and dig and figure out what the reason for the conflicting advice is, and then and then examine that, all the relevant facts and circumstances, and come out with a decision based on your judgment. Okay, and you would want to articulate the reason why you're taking this expert's advice and not the others.
It's an excellent question in terms of there's no right or wrong answer or no absolutes. No. To give you the typical lawyer-like answer, we always say everything's facts and circumstances driven, right? So without knowing the particular scenario, we'd say, Member Middleton, that, hey, it depends on, what the scenario is. But you have a number of alternatives. Right. One is to put the two experts in the room together and say, we need this. Another possibility is bring in a third expert. I mean, some of those things are going to be, there's the lay of the land for you. There's no absolutes, no right or wrong answer, because as Marcus said earlier, we don't have the crystal ball. But you're right in saying, wow, if we're getting a divergence of opinions, we need to drill down on that. And we simply don't pick A or B. We really need to think through that process and our care and our duty to loyalty. So is one of them motivated by a different factor? Are they thinking about the members as a whole? It's an excellent question with no easy answer, obviously. Do you want to chime in there on that?
This is very helpful. And the issue can arise anywhere, but most particularly for an organization like ours that are making investment decisions. Are we going to get into leverage? Are we going to get into private debt? How much are we going to allocate to this or to that? Those are the kinds of decisions that are fundamental for us to make, and for which there are frequently very highly regarded competing opinions as to what's the best strategy going forward.
Yeah, I mean, my only comment would be it all comes down to process, kind of reiterating what Christy and Marcus have said. And you want to have very thorough, intense, depending upon what it is, the issue that you're dealing with, process to test the various hypotheses or differing strains of advice and make your best call. And as long as you followed a good process, then you get back to there's no 20/20 hindsight, or at least not any that wins the day, knock on wood, in court.
I'll tell you how important the process is really critical. And we keep coming back to this. And there's a really good case out there in the private world that illustrates this. Okay, it's called Lee v. Engel. It's a couple of decades old now, but it's frequently cited in the case law. What happened was Mr. Engel, owned an investment company that sponsored a pension plan. So he was in the investment business, and his company offered a pension plan to its employees. And Engel, as the plan sponsor, as the settlor, had the authority to select and retain the plan's vendors, which, as we've discussed, is itself a fiduciary act, right? When you're selecting vendors, that itself is a fiduciary act. So applying that authority, Engel appointed investment managers to select the plan's investments. Now, it turned out that those managers violated their duties to the plan because they selected investments that were conflicted. And they were conflicted because the fortunes of Engel's companies were actually tied to some of those investments. But here's the epilogue. Despite some up and downs, the trusts ended up selling the investments for, and I'm quoting the court's language here, a whopping return of 72% over a brief period of time. Nevertheless, and this is the point I want to drive home, the court examined the situation and said, Engel, doesn't matter that you returned, your failures ended up being good for the plan because it generated a 72% return. You violated your fiduciary duties by not having a process to properly select and monitor your service provider. So it's again, we go back to process is what the court's focused on.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Should we take the next slide, Christy?
Sure. Actually, I think we want to go to slide 14, Christina, if you wouldn't mind. Perfect. Thank you. So I'm assuming no one had any further questions before we move on?
No, they did not.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Taylor. So what we wanted to do was give an example of these core duties, yet another example, because you asked some very good questions that illustrated them. But we wanted to walk you through, and obviously what's foremost on all of our minds are sustainability practices. We're reading about it in the newspaper and we're talking about it a lot. And so we thought we would walk you through this as an example. Just to remind everyone, we all use this acronym ESG. Sometimes we forget what the E and the S and the G stand for. So we thought we'd back to my start at the beginning. So the E is environmental, and there's some examples on your screen, but of course there's a host more examples. So climate change, waste, pollution, resources. As we sit here in Northern California, water would fit into this category. The next one is S, which is social. And again, you're all well aware, but it goes to workforce conditions, human rights, diversity and inclusion initiatives. And then G for governance. And we've already spent some time talking about governance, but in this context, we're talking about governance of, for example, the entities that we're looking to invest in. So their board diversity, California initiatives about putting women on the board, executive pay, shareholders' rights, proxy voting, transparency. So just to remind you of what ESG stands for as we walk through the conversation. Next slide, please. So we're also going to talk about divestments and investments, and that's two sides of the coin, right? You're investing in ESG, you're exiting investments for things that you don't believe are ESG. CalPERS calls these the ESG sustainability. That's the expression and the term you're using. To give CalPERS its compliments, the first piece, and jump in here if I have this, even if it can go back further, but the first thing I said was a corporate governance program that's cited in Berkeley's study back to 1984. So CalPERS was way ahead of the curve in terms of looking at sustainability. Is that accurate? Back to 1984?
Sounds right. I don't know.
We were all little at those times, so way ahead of the curve. In 2001, CalPERS implemented a total fund, and obviously in 2018, you hired an executive to run your sustainability programs. So as you're looking at divestments and investments, you've been ahead of the curve on thinking through these issues and the impact to your pension plan and to your members under your mission statement for decades. Now, what I would like to walk you through.
Can I, Controller Yee would like to ask a question?
Oh, yes, please. Good afternoon, Controller Yee. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Actually, I'll wait till after this slide because this relates to this, but I have a couple of other questions too.
Okay. Christy, go ahead.
Okay. So when we talk about divestment and investment, the one example perhaps that is close to all of you, and I know you've talked about, is coal. And I have seen initiatives under coal from CalPERS dating way back to 2000 in terms of understanding that it's an issue. And what I want to walk you through is how coal would factor in terms of the federal law. So let me take you through some ERISA examples. Next slide, please. And walk you through, again, we've talked about ERISA not applying to you, but we've also spent a fair amount of time saying how illustrative ERISA is, right? We're going to be on slide 16 when you get a chance, Christina, and then we'll slide through 16, 17, and 18 fairly quickly. But what I want to walk you through is just the federal law on ESG and where that's gone. And again, I realize it doesn't control us, but I think it gives us a good example of what's the national climate on the issues and how much it would impact the state issues. So two main duties, back to Member Pacheco's questions, in this case, two main duties, right? The duty of loyalty and the duty of prudence. And those are the two biggest duties under ERISA. So loyal to our participants in our plan, our members in your case, or stakeholders, and the duty of prudence, that process that Ms. Middleton asked about. So as we think through this ESG, let's think about those two duties that apply both on the state law issue and on the federal. But again, I'm focusing on ERISA. So you'll like this. The federal government has flip-flopped on ESG since 1994. 6 administrations and every administration on sustainability initiatives, back and forth, back and forth. Feels like a swing. So starting in 1994, we saw some initiatives under ERISA, never labeled sustainability, never labeled ESG. They're talking about investment motives. The first, and then if next slide, please. And as you notice, these initiatives under federal law have been in the form of interpretive bulletins. Now, to sound like a lawyer, bear with me. Interpretive bulletins are guidance. They are not regulations. So the Department of Labor, who governs ERISA, has issued interpretive bulletins with each administration, making me dizzy.
Christy, how would that coal investment work under these interpretive bulletins? So going back to the previous slide, if you were saying, okay, we're looking at coal here and we're looking at another investment, they have equal risk and return characteristics. Like what would happen under the 1994 rule?
So back to the flip-flopping, which is why Marcus is bringing this up and why it would be interesting is if you had an initiative to divest out of certain types of coal, and I've read your letter from last year, excellently, nicely well written in terms of the different issues that come up with coal. But what happens is at one point in time, you're told, hey, we could only look at the fiscal investment issues, right? And then with the next administration, you can look at non-pecuniary factors. And then with the next administration, you can only look at market trends. And so under ERISA, you'd be buying and selling coal every change of president. And what does that mean? Who knows? Because it wouldn't
So we
actually.
see here that in the 94 one, you have a Democratic administration, and predictably, they said, yes, you can use ESG as a tiebreaker when you're making a decision on two differing investment options with the identical risk return characteristics. 2008, it reverses because there's a different administration. Then we go to the next slide, please. 2015 reverses back to the 1994 position. Next slide, please. And then we have the Trump administration. I'll hand it off to you, Christy.
Thanks, Marcus. So the Trump administration issued regulations. Back to my lawyer hat, those are binding. So this is the first time that the Department of Labor has weighed in on ESG. Again, not calling it ESG, not calling it sustainability, but in 2000, November of 2000, the Trump administration issued regulations that were effective for 2021. And those regulations, again, the first formal guidance said your duty of loyalty is satisfied only if you look at pecuniary factors. You cannot subordinate financial interests. If you do believe there's a tiebreaker, and in the annotated notes, they say it's very unlikely you'd see a tiebreaker, but if you do believe there's a tiebreaker, you have to significantly document that. And proxy voting is tied to these pecuniary factors. So proxy voting can only be tied to financial interest. So that's the Trump administration's regulations that came out in 2020 and that were effective July 1st of 2021. And again, remember, ERISA is just illustrative, but this gets you a sense of where the nation is as a whole, not specific to California. So now, not surprisingly, the Biden administration came in, and within the first 3 months of the new administration, they issued 3 executive orders and said the Trump administration regulations are non-enforceable.
Next slide, Christina, please. There we go.
Hold on one sec. Betty would like to ask her question now.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Christy. So, and maybe it's a conclusion that you'll draw, but my question here really relates to kind of what's happening in the real world, so that as more companies are kind of addressing these ESG issues, do you think that, and as they more fully embrace, some of these ESG factors, do you think there'll be less back and forth in terms of the DOL ESG rules? I mean, it's just, I mean, I know it's some of this. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let me, I do think we're still seeing this flip-flop, and I think as long as there's a change in the political environment, perhaps the flip-flop won't be doing this, and we'll see more of this. Okay. But it's very clear that, I mean, it's been 6 administrations since 1994 that we've seen this change. And I'm going to give you some state law examples as I get to divestment. And I think you'll find those very interesting, that there is clearly not a consensus on this issue. But it's an excellent question, and I don't have an answer for you. And frankly, I don't want to have an answer for you. What I want to do is educate you, make sure that you think of your 2 duties, in this case, the loyalty and the care, and then it'll be your decision how to proceed. But my job is to make sure that you're thinking through and you have the background to make those decisions.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's just a lot of flip-flopping, but and before you get to the divestment issue, I'm just going to ask my question. So, but don't feel compelled to answer it now. But it's really about how do we balance the duty to diversify the portfolio against divestment considerations, whether mandated by our legislature or initiated by the board, our own board.
Matt, do you want me to take a crack at that and you can chime in? No easy answer.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some slides on this, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's best to address the
Yeah,
question as you walk through the slides.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it in the queue.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question, one which I think you're all grappling with, and frankly, one that there's no easy answer and no right or wrong answer. But we thought it would do exactly what it's done, which is facilitate a conversation. And I think Member Middleton's comment about what do we do when there's differences of opinions even amongst the experts is an excellent tee up for this as well. She handed me the silver platter in advance. Thank you for that. So let's walk through this, and then let's go back to your question, and maybe it can be a conversation amongst all of your members because you all are driven by this, and I'm sure you all have the same issues. Is that, Matt, is that all right? We go through and then.
Yes.
So in 2021, we have the Biden administration issuing these 3 executive orders. Also, just to make this beyond ERISA, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and remember the Securities and Exchange Commission controls public companies, so it controls all of the public company filings, and recently is taking initiatives to control some private companies because there's so much money invested in PE. It specifically issued guidance in the terms of climate control. So the Biden administration has done, that flip-flop is very significant, right? At one point, the Trump administration is no non-pecuniary factors. And now the Biden administration has said, we're not going to enforce that. So we're right about here at the moment. So what does the Biden administration do? It issues regulations under ERISA. So it pulls the Trump administration and it issues its own set of regulations. All I can say is I'm glad I don't work for the Department of Labor because they spent a lot of time writing regulations, but then they revoked and had to write new regulations. And there are a lot of civil servants that work for the U.S. Department of Labor, for which I've met a number of them, having a number of audits with the Department of Labor. So we get new regulations, and the new regulations call it an open-ended fiduciary standard, which back to the general governance principles and our core duties makes sense, right? There's no easy answer. It's an open-ended status for which you're going to look at your duties. And they said that we're not going to look at non-pecuniary and pecuniary factors. We're going to look at collateral benefits and give them, quote, appropriate consideration. So previously, Marcus talked about rigor and diligence as part of prudence. The language here is a little softer, and it's more appropriate consideration and collateral benefits. Again, you can see the change in the administration. Those are buzzwords right in these regulations. So what they have said is, and this is the key though, what drives it all is the market risk and return. So your prime directive is to still protect those pension assets. And what you need to look at is the market risk and return. And the quote, if I may, one quote for you all, the department has a long-standing position that ERISA fiduciaries may not sacrifice investment returns or assume a greater investment risk as a means of promoting collateral social policy goals. So consistent with the general administration back and forth is the prime directive is not to sacrifice investment returns.
So I might also just comment, I mean, there's also the California constitutional directive to diversify, which I think is.
We'll get there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No,
You paused,
you're right.
so I jumped in, but you go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's one of our 4 core duties too, right, is the diversification. So now we're hearing in the 2021 guidance under the Biden administration that prudence is the appropriate consideration is risk and returns, the portfolio composition, and I was going to jump on that, diversification. And that is specifically in these regulations as well. Again, ERISA is illustrative, it's not controlling, but it does give you a sense of where our federal national politics is lying. And how does that tie back to Marcus's question? How does that tie with your coal initiative? And so, you know, if you were following in terms of coal and you weren't subject to the California Constitution and the law that was implemented to CalPERS and CalSTRS in 2015, you would have gone like this if you'd actually taken these initiatives in and out of coal. Next slide, please. All right. So I think if it's okay with you, let's talk about divestment. So I'd like to go back to slide 12, or is it 12?
It is 12, yes.
Slide 12, please, Christina. Thanks, Marcus. So this is divestment, which I think also ties to your diversification mandate, Matt, because as you divest, you're less diversified, right? Depending on what you're divesting in. And this is the language from the California Constitution. And I think it's important that you're all aware of this language amongst your 900 pages of guidance. And the next slide, please. And then this is what CalPERS has had to say. So if you look at Appendix A of the CalPERS investment policy, and we'll pull that up in the moment, but I want to point you to the middle quote. And I actually want to read the middle quote for you. And the middle quote is about CalPERS. But before we get to CalPERS, let's talk to Controller Yee's point. Let's talk about what's going on in the world out there and what's in the market. And then we'll drill down a little bit on the CalPERS initiative. So first, in terms of the global market, there's a number of initiatives at the state level that discourage and encourage various divestment philosophies. And if you are all going to guess, let me start with an initiative in Texas. What would you think the state of Texas might be initiating? So Texas is an oil and gas state. I think we all know that. And Texas actually initiated a law that says you're prohibited to invest in companies that boycott energy companies. So not surprisingly, Texas is in the process, and some of these are guidance legislation that's pending and legislation that's passed and dictates. So there's various states, but I'm just going to run you through a couple of examples to show you the initiatives that are going on throughout the country on divestment and ESG. So Texas has said, hey, we're an oil and gas state. We're going to protect our oil and gas state. We're not going to allow state investments, including pension plans, to be investing in anything that boycotts oil and gas. Who else might file suit? North Dakota and Oklahoma, similar initiatives. North Dakota is a little further behind, and what North Dakota has said is, we're going to require studies on the initiative of oil and gas. Let's take another issue, firearms. Connecticut, we're all familiar with schools that have had issues with firearms present in the schools. So Connecticut has, since 2019, played an active role in regulating firearms and ammunition, consistent with what you've seen in the state of Connecticut. What about Texas? So Texas has a law out there right now that says that it will not engage in a contract that requires any use of public assets, including pension plans, if they boycott or take other action to restrict firearms. So you've got, back to my flip-flop, you've got Connecticut and you got Texas. Massachusetts, more on the side of Connecticut. And you also have issues on fossil fuel. The state of Maine issued a law in June of 2021 that says it mandated investments of public assets from fossil fuel. It gave 5 years to do that. So we've got laws going on right now, to Controller Yee's point, where this is becoming more topical because we're seeing a plethora of state laws on firearms, on oil and gas, and on investments on fossil fuel, all driven by the particular state's political stance. And they are regulating the pension plan assets. California, what have we seen in California? So first, let's talk about we know the Coal Act of 2015, and we know that you've had initiatives dating back on addressing coal back to 2000. But how does that impact you? And how do you continue to do your prime directive of the mission statement to protect your retirement assets of your participants? No easy answer. No easy answer for people that manage pension plans throughout the country, whether it's Texas, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York. There are laws in about 15 states right now on various initiatives. So So you have said in your investment policy, and then we're going to pull up one sentence on your investment policy that I want to show you because Christina's great. Christina, next step is that Appendix A on the investment policy. But first, let me read that
I don't
middle.
think we have that teed up, Christy. We have the governance policy teed up, and not the
okay.
policy.
Fine. We can just we can walk through this. So, as a government agency, CalPERS is sensitive to public policy issues, but divestment pits social responsibility against our fiduciary obligation. This is what you've all said. Why? It increases risk. We lose our voice, and we lose money. This is the CalPERS statement. And one thing that you see in all of these initiatives is as you exit an industry, then you're no longer able to do that proxy voting, the stakeholder voting. And as you notice, taking this back to the Department of Labor and its illustrative, it tied proxy voting to ESG or sustainability initiatives. So in the Trump administration, it said proxy voting cannot consider non-pecuniary factors. No collateral benefits. Proxy voting needs to be strictly based on investments. Then in 2021, Biden said, we're not going to enforce those. Biden has yet to enter into significant guidance on proxy voting, but it has said you can consider collateral benefits. And so it ties nicely. Proxy voting is linked to these initiatives. And it's linked to having a seat at the table, as you've all said. So it's a fascinating issue with no easy answers and no right and wrong answers. But what I wanted to illustrate is first we've got this federal law that's flip-flopping, and now we've got some active states that are taking positions that are very political and unique to their state marketplace, right? It's really tied to the state's economy.
Christy, we're seeing a lot of activity in the private world, as Director Yuri alluded to, in the ESG area. What are you seeing in terms of private plans and divestment activity?
So interestingly enough, again, divestment is much more a public entity political issue than it has shown up in the private pension plans. Now, if you think about it, the private pension plans, they control a significant amount of assets, and they're subject to a separate law. Lots of sustainability initiatives in terms of investments, but not a lot of divestment. So you are ahead of the trend in terms of the private public sector. Now, shall I pause? And Matt, you wanted to reach out and talk a little bit about diversification, and Controller Yee, you wanted to talk about the impacts both in state and federal. I'd love to engage in a conversation with you all. And in particular, what I want to say is there's no right or wrong answer and no absolutes, but in fact, Ms. Middleton, you teed this up fabulously for us in terms of the process and the diligence. So thank you for that.
Matt, or?
Yeah, I'll defer to Ms. Yee as she has the question on the table and may know whether it's been responded to or not.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, and thank you, Christy. I mean, I guess with respect to the issue of divestment, I think we're seeing it at both pension funds here in California. I think as fiduciaries, it gets a little complicated when you actually see members and beneficiaries weighing in on these issues as well. And so it kind of then begs the question, what is in their best interest? And although I think they're a minority of the members and beneficiaries, it's definitely a growing volume of voices. So I guess, so I'll just ask the question straight out. I mean, if one of us as a member of the board administration voted to divest from fossil fuels, have we breached our fiduciary duty? And I guess the question is, it depends.
Spoken like a good lawyer. Fun facts and circumstances. One of the things Marcus has already touched on and that he's going to do, again, is to remind you of the collateral interest, right? Yeah. So your job is to think about what's in the best interest of all of your members, not a particular group.
Right.
And to your point, I mean, I'm certainly aware of the blogs and whatnot on CalPERS, and I read those in advance of this just to be up to date on what you're hearing. But there is a lot of noise out there. And what you need to do is keep focused on that prudence standard and on your duty of loyalty on a global basis. So when you walk into a room and have one of these meetings, it's the first thing. So think of my private sector clients. I often have the CFO sitting on a committee or the treasurer. And what is that CFO or treasurer thinking? He's thinking, I got to spend as little money as possible on that, right? That's, I mean, if you're running a publicly traded company, you're thinking like, I don't want to spend money on this. And I tell him he has to take that hat off and leave it at the door, and he has to put the hat on when he walks in. That's what's in the best interest of all of his stakeholders, the members.
Right.
And so I would ask of you as well. And it's hard, but one of the things that you can do, and maybe to your point, if one of your members votes differently, that creates conversation. And what Matt and Marcus and I want is we want that diligent conversation. We want you to go through the rigor. Thinking of, you know, the play 12 Angry Men, we want you to have that conversation. We want you to say why this is a good idea. And the more that you engage in the back and forth, hopefully the more you learn from each other. And frankly, then you show you've had that process.
Right. Right.
But you're right. And it's very hard. And I have a lot of appreciation for your job, because I can only begin to imagine, you know, in the vein of the squeaky wheel gets the grease, the squeaky wheel isn't necessarily the right wheel.
Right. Right. No, and it's, I mean, for me personally, it's not a difficult question. And I think it's just hard to have the conversation when those who are actually advocating for divestment aren't present to have the conversation. So it makes it difficult in terms of a process.
It's fraught.
Yeah. Okay. And then let's see, I think you answered the whole flip-flop with DOL guidance and all that. So I appreciate that. And we'll just kind of stay tuned.
Okay. Thanks, Controller.
Thank you.
Ms. Middleton?
And thanks to the controller again for raising the question. I'm going to get a little more specific. When it comes to the fossil fuel debate, it strikes me that when we come back to that question of experts, that to the extent to which the investment professionals are unified in their opinion that an ESG approach is the more appropriate approach, it would be very difficult to come to a conclusion that as a fiduciary, that you should come to a conclusion different than a broad range of unified professional investment opinion.
That's right. I mean, I haven't been at those meetings where you've gotten those opinions, but if that's what your experts are telling you, you can certainly rely on what your experts is. And just as maybe I'll punt this over to Matt, but you know, it does, looking at your investment policy, it appears that PERS has already put in place a process for and objectives for ESG investments, like how you will consider them, how they play into how they work in your overall portfolio and so forth. So it seems like there's already been that recognition that ESG is important to CalPERS, and that, you know, you've implemented a process for how you're going to evaluate those types of investments. Matt, am I missing anything here? Or?
But what's giving me pause is what seems to be a equation of ESG with divestment. And I don't think they're the same, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the tone or the conversation. But they're not, I mean, I don't think they're the same.
No, they're not the same. No, they're not the same. So again, just backing up, the slide that Christy had on the screen, quoting your investment policy, okay, indicated that your investment policy has a clear stance on divestment. It's generally against divestment, okay? So that's quite different from ESG. ESG, according to your investment policy, you can and should take ESG factors into account when evaluating investments. And I'm paraphrasing, you know, there are very specific requirements set out in your ESG, but yeah, you're correct, they're different.
They're related, right? Different but related, because what becomes a divestment initiative is typically driven by ESG type factors, sustainability factors. So for example, the California state legislature in 2015 saying divest of coal under certain circumstances. So they can be related, but I think your position, to Marcus's point, is you've taken a position where divestment has a more rigorous, different process, if you will, more cynical, perhaps. Is that a fair statement, Matt?
Well, the way I'd put it is when you're talking about strategic investments or investments that are not index driven, that's where ESG considerations kick in, and I think, or most firmly. And I think the board has taken a position rightly that ESG considerations, and I think it's consistent with the DOL at that point, then ESG considerations are a valid basis for making determinations. When you get into divestment from a index-based strategy, I think you're on different different grounds, and the bases for justifying a divestment from a diverse index-based strategy are more difficult.
And back to your point, the divestment can often tie to diversification.
Right.
Because you reduce the diversification if you reduce your investments in a particular sector.
Correct.
And if you recall, one of the 4 core duties of governance is diversification, right? The fourth, or the third duty, I think that we outlined it, but it's
right.
In the governance, diversification is an important thing. But I do see divestment as like the opposite side of the coin of ESG, because what drives it is some of those sustainability issues.
Sure.
But to Marcus's
in
earlier
some
point,
instances, not in all instances.
Yeah. I will just say, I kind of feel like the investment strategy can be to take money out of a losing company, correct? That may still fit in with it being, and I say this because in not too long from now, we're going to have a discussion of stranded assets that may occur if we are to hit our 2050 Paris goals, right? So then you're not divesting, you're actually making investment strategic decisions. So I think we need to be careful about defining this like that. So that, in my opinion, at least. Lisa?
Yeah, I think there may have been, I may have asked the question in a somewhat confusing way. The urge that we have received from a number of individuals is that we should divest from fossil fuels. Our investment professionals have said the better alternative to divestment is to engage in an active ESG program with the fossil fuel industry. Now, many who are urging divestment from fossil fuels say, no, that's not an appropriate strategy moving forward. What you need to do is get out. My point is, under our fiduciary responsibility, I find it difficult to conclude that those urging that we would be consistent with our fiduciary responsibility were we to abandon the unified, strong advice of the broad range of investment professionals telling us ESG is a more appropriate approach at this time. Does that make sense?
I'm still confused, Lisa.
I think one thing you're saying, Lisa, is setting aside the ESG or the fossil fuel piece, if your advisors, your experts that you've deemed to be expert, to Marcus's point, step one, you've found them to be experts. If they're unified in their advice and you want to take a different position, is that advisory? And it's like, well, at that point, your prudence duty would suggest to me, what would be your duty of loyalty or your duty of care if everyone's told you to do A and you do B? that you need to think about why your experts are saying that and how you could deviate from that. So setting aside this nature of the conversation, when your experts all concur, it's hard to diverge from that, right?
I think you're hitting it correctly, and most particularly when strategy B that's not being advocated by your experts is one that has a political motivation that is shared by many people, but is not shared by your experts.
Now, that's not to say.
Can we go to slide 26, please, Christina? Can we go to slide 26?
So that's not to say that you can go back to your experts and say, so we're getting a lot of noise on this issue. Is there anything that you suggest as a compromise position? Or do you see a vision in X number of years? Or can you just, you, the expert, can you be aware of the noise? So that's not to say that you shouldn't, ping them, make sure they know of the noise that you're hearing so that they're sensitive to the issues. But if they're unified in their front, I think you're hard pressed from a process standpoint to disagree with them. Anyone else wants to?
When this question has been asked at prior meetings, there was a response, and I think the response is appropriate and accurate. And if we look at this slide, you can see the last two paragraphs, I think, address your question, Member Middleton, which is one, well, the first paragraph is you can rely and you should rely on experts. The second paragraph says that the implicit corollary of that requirement is that if you fail to follow the advice, you have to demonstrate an informed, reasonable, prudent rationale for doing so. Another implicit corollary is that expert advice from a reasonable source should provide the basis for a board's decision to take an alternative course of action. Okay. Now, so I would encourage you to rely on these statements which come from the trust law.
Thank you.
That's the last question from the board right now, if you guys want to go ahead.
Okay, great.
So I think to take us back, assuming, again, the idea behind the ESG divestment diversification was just to illustrate, and you've been very kind in your questions, to illustrate the process of prudence and loyalty, right? Those are our prime directives. We also wanted to illustrate to you just the nature of the dynamic piece. And so one of our key takeaways is to keep in mind your mission statement and to keep in mind, as Matt said, Matt kicked us off with, it's dynamic. So we have changes, and we want you to stay apprised of those changes because that's how you'll do the best job you can all do. And that's all we're asking for you to do, is to do the best job you can do with the information and the experts you've got available to you. So Marcus, I think we're now going to turn to some collateral duties for a few minutes.
Every time you say prime directive, I think of don't interfere with the development of alien civilizations.
Oh, a Trekkie.
I have to often focus my children on what they need to do. So that tends to be an expression we use around my household, which is, so the prime directive now is to get out the door to school on time, or to get to whatever it is. So we use that expression a lot to kind of just focus them on just the one thing we're doing.
So we do have a few more slides to cover, but I think in lieu of covering those slides, given the time, this is what we're going to, please go to slide 22, Christina. So slides 22 through 27 cover delegation. And, rather than going through the slides, I think that this is a great time to take a look at your policy, because you have a policy, a governance policy that governs delegations, and the policy itself is consistent with what the law requires. So Christina, if we could pull up the governance policy, page 9. Great, if we could go to the previous page. Great, so again, there we go. So I think that, by pulling this up, we're going to kill two birds with one stone. We're going to cover this fiduciary rule, and we're going to review your policies, which is one of our key takeaways, to stay up to date with your policies.
Marcus, maybe you can just read.
The screen share. Matt, I think you're about to tell me, move on. So I'll tell you what the governance policy says. Okay. And you have a policy that it's in page 9 and 10 of your governance manual that governs delegations. Okay. First, there's a paragraph that defines delegations. It's a plain English meaning, which means that you can delegate your functions to any entity or individual or party, and it's perfectly fine to do that. That's consistent with the trust law. There's a paragraph that sets out what your fiduciary standards are, okay? And the fiduciary standards with respect to delegations are: one, you have a duty to exercise prudence when you're appointing a delegate. Okay? 2, you have a fiduciary duty to monitor the performance of that delegate. And finally, your duty of prudence requires you to periodically make changes if appropriate. For example, modify the delegation, revoke the delegation, and so forth. Okay? So this is all set out in your policy. There's also a portion of your policy which governs the content of delegations. And we've seen some of your delegations. They comply with the policy. They're in writing. They describe exactly what authority is being delegated and to whom and the extent of the delegation. Okay? And interestingly, they also describe what authorities the board and functions that the board is retaining and not delegating. So happy to take any questions about this, but I think you have a robust policy that's very clear, and we're seeing that you're in shape in this regard. This reminds me of the Verizon commercial where strange things are appearing on the screen, but happy to take board questions because I think with that, we've actually reached the end of the presentation.
So anybody have any other questions? I don't see any in the chat right now.
And the only thing we would do is walk you back through those key takeaways to remind you, if there's anything you leave today's discussion with, it's kind of those 6 items that we said, which is keep apprised of your mission statement, consider the stakeholders, and I think Controller Yee, that's an important piece, right? So, and Christina, if you have a chance, we're doing the very last slide. Actively participate in the meeting, which great job today. Implement your governance policies. Marcus went through those. Keep informed of changes, and lastly, delegate and monitor your experts. So if you are bored and you're at home and you have a desk, you could take that last slide and put that right up on your screen. And if you just remember that for every meeting, you'll be in great shape. Those are, that's your checklist of your takeaways from what you should be doing at every meeting. And we wanted to give you that because we wanted to keep it simple, but remind you of the 6 core duties that we thought would come out of this training.
Yeah, I mean, almost every question that we've been asked, had we just answered with these takeaways, I think that would have been a fair response. So again, we view this as a roadmap for you, and I hope it's helpful.
Well, thank you. Any other questions? I'm still not seeing any in the chat. Thank you both. We do appreciate the presentation. That was very good.
It's
very
hard to
interactive.
As Matt can tell you, us, Matt and Marcus and I, we lawyers have to do training as well. It's required of us. And, we aspire to make it interesting, but we also realize that it's required of you, and we appreciate your attention and certainly the great questions.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
All right. I'm going to check with Mr. Fox. Do we have any public comments on this section?
Madam President, there have been no callers.
Well, all right then. I feel sort of hurt. Nobody's talked to us today. So again, thank you very much. We are running just a tad behind still. So I'm not going to skip our break. I'm going to give us a 10-minute break anyway, and we'll just run a little bit late, guys. So let's start. Oh, that's right. My computer is a different time. It is 3:19. Let's be back at 3:30. back. I want to talk about our final education session today. We're going to turn our attention back now to investments with a focus on our sustainable investment strategies. Leading the presentation is Ann Simpson, Managing Investment Director in our investment office. Hi, Ann. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Madam President, for that kind introduction. And I'm delighted to be joined today for this rather large presentation. There's a tremendous amount of material here, I know. But the team joining me here today are Travis Antoniono, who joined CalPERS during the pandemic. Welcome, Travis. It's your first opportunity to speak to the board. And Travis joined us as our investment manager to lead our climate change investment strategy. And we're just delighted to have him on board. Also, Nelson de Conceição, who you'll know from his terrific work in the research and strategy group, leading our research work on sustainability. And that team's currently with Sterling in the Total Fund program. And also Julia Jaskolska, who has joined again during the pandemic, our private equity team to take the lead on ESG integration and co-investments. And I'm delighted to say Julia and I traveled to COP26 together. So she'll be able to speak about that work too. So let me turn to the first slide. Yeah, thank you very much. Here we are, the overview. So I think it's helpful just to spend a moment on this because we've really given you a blockbuster for the end of your very busy educational day. But I think some of the issues that we're going to be covering tie very well into the discussion the board was just having during its fiduciary training. In other words, we treat sustainability as an investment risk, but also an opportunity. We're doing this work in order to support CalPERS' fiduciary duty to generate sustainable risk-adjusted returns to pay benefits for our 2 million members. We're also going to revisit the framework for our work on climate change, which follows the recommendations of the TCFD, which is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, which CalPERS was an early supporter of. And we're also going to explain our work at the UN Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, as of course the theme of today is the path to net zero. The TCFD framework itself has got 4 sections, and Controller Yi in our November board meeting helpfully said, well, we've got quite a few board issues that you'd like an update on, but let's present it in the framework of the TCFD because we have produced the year before last our first detailed response to their recommendations. And this gives us a chance to revisit what CalPERS is doing by way of governance, precisely as was being discussed in the fiduciary training session. Then I'll turn to Travis so that he can introduce our strategy. Reminding again, this is an investment strategy. Julia will be able to talk us through the outcomes of COP26, which was a specific request from the board in November. And there was also a request for us to report to the board on our exposure to renewable energy assets. So we're tucking this into our investment strategy section as well. We'll then turn to the third part of the TCFD framework, which is risk management. And of course, returns require risk. Well, maybe other than diversification, there is no free lunch available out there in the financial markets. So understanding risk is an extremely important part of our work. And in that, Nelson will be able to take us through how we're assessing real economy emissions. Because I think what we understand very well with an asset base of $500 billion, we have nowhere to hide from climate risk. I know there was a discussion a moment ago about whether divestment will help out in us getting to that net zero goal that the world has set its sights on. However, we need to understand that fossil fuel companies only generate 20% of the emissions related to their overall life cycle of emissions. If we sell our shares, we're still exposed to 80% of those emissions. Even when we're investing in wind turbines, we have to invest in steel and cement and shipping. So this question of making sure that we're really focused on the real economy is so important for CalPERS. And along the way, we're also going to talk about stranded assets exposure, how we're monitoring this, how we're assessing it, what we think the market is doing to respond, and whether we're being compensated as investors for the risk exposure that we've got. And then finally, part 4 of the TCFD framework is, of course, metrics and targets. As Marcy always says, we are driven by data, we are grounded in evidence. We are not doing this on a wish and a prayer. We're doing it on careful analytics. And a lot of our work is focused on improving the standards of reporting in public and in private markets. And then finally, we'll look at the next steps. Obviously, it's a very important area of work for CalPERS. And we've got a busy year ahead. And we're going to give you a flavour of what to look forward to. Now, as this is a blockbuster presentation with so much to cover, we'd really like board members, Madam President, to feel that they can ask questions along the way, make comments, ask us to explain things. So all 4 of us are ready for your questions and we welcome them. We'll also have some time. We'll have about 15 minutes in the end just for a more open discussion as well. But please don't hesitate to wave or let me know that if anyone has any questions or comments as we go through this. So maybe we could go to the next slide. Thank you. Now, several years ago, in its a day with stakeholders, CalPERS presented a very important understanding of risk for the system, which is that although we know climate change is a risk and an opportunity for us, it's one of the top 3 risks that the system faces. And obviously, the first risk is the investment returns. And it's very pleasing to hear the numbers that Marcy, our Chief Executive Officer, was able to share with the board today. But we do not take this lightly. The investment returns are vital because they pay most of the cents in every dollar that are paid out in benefits. So our fiduciary duty on sustainability is to keep those investment returns coming, risk adjusted but reliable, and with the ability to continue over decades. The second risk that the system has to consider is employer affordability. And we know during the ALM process, this was really at the center of the board's consideration, making sure that the discount rate, the assumptions are within the realm of affordability for our employers because they cover the balance of payments if the investment returns and the employee contributions don't quite make the mark. So the increase in our funded status in recent years has really started to put the pension system on a much more safe and sound path. However, item 3, climate change. Climate change is being recognized across financial markets as an investment risk. And it's really with that insight and understanding that we have responded and developed our total fund investment strategy on climate change that we're going to cover more about today. Next slide, please. So this White House report that came out just a few months ago, I think gives an extremely vivid account of why climate change lands up being something for fiduciaries to take on board as an investment issue. And this is what it says. And I also want to highlight that the sentiment in this report and the analysis was reflected in the prior administration's work in its own assessment of climate change the previous year. So even though we know that there can be some highly charged political debates, you know, the numbers don't lie. Physics is driving this, and finance responds to, you know, those rational signals. And if you like, we do know there'll be noise, as was being said in the previous session, but we're looking for signals. We're not following noise, we're following economic signals. So this is what the report says, and I think it gives us all pause. The climate crisis is reshaping our world as the Earth's climate is now changing faster than at any point in the history of modern civilization. When combined with physical, social, economic, and or environmental vulnerabilities, climate change can undermine food, water, and economic security. Secondary effects of climate change can include displacement, loss of livelihoods, weakened governments, and in some cases, political instability and conflict. So if we just look at this through the lens of risk, and as the CalPERS investment beliefs say so well, risk for CalPERS cannot be fully captured just through traditional measures such as volatility and tracking error. They're extremely important tools, but we are also, as a universal owner and as an almost permanent owner at such scale, we are exposed to these unconventional risks, which are complex. So really, our ability to pay attention and develop effective strategy is really what this presentation is all about. And then the critical question is, what's the impact? And throughout each of these sections, we're going to give you examples of how the strategy that the board has overseen is delivering the results that are in the best interests of our members. So next slide, please. So the TCFD, what is it in this life when people come up with unpronounceable acronyms? But you can't say this in any language, I think, the TCFD. But what it stands for is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. And when we're thinking about climate change as an investment issue, it's important to know that this work came out of the G20, which instructed the Financial Stability Board, which looks at the world's capital markets from the perspective of safety and soundness, and said, we need a reporting framework, as whether it's equity investors, whether it's bond markets or central bank supervisors, insurance companies, credit rating agencies, we're all relying on information in the market to understand price and assess risk and opportunity. And the lack of consistent reporting has made it very, very murky in appraising what climate change is presenting by way of financial risk. Remember, this is the focus today, it's the financial risk. So the TCFD was launched as an initiative in Paris, at the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, as that was being negotiated. It was really viewed as a complementary part to the government commitments to say, okay, well, how is the private sector, the financial markets, how are they going to respond? However, it was voluntary. Although the framework was developed with a very broad range of consultation with investors, with business, policymakers weighed in, NGOs, stakeholders, labor unions, all played a part in building out this extremely valuable framework that so many are now using. So there are 4 parts, as I mentioned at the beginning. Governance, of course, making sure we understand how this risk and opportunity is being governed, overseen. Secondly, strategy, of course, because if you're making these commitments to transition, if you like, the Industrial Revolution needs to evolve past the digital revolution. It's something Yulia and I were talking about at the weekend. And it's got to happen at scale and pace, and you need a plan. That's really what a strategy is. And then the risk management along the way, which we'll go through, and of course, metrics and targets. You know, what's our measuring stick? How do we know that we're making the progress or not? And how are we assessing in a credible way the impact that we're having? So just to give you a sense of the influence of this framework, although it was launched on a voluntary basis. So it sort of had a beta period, a sort of a testing pilot phase in a voluntary approach. We now have, over 1,600 companies reporting in this framework. But more importantly, not more importantly, perhaps just as importantly, we also have over 120 national and international standard setters now taking this TCFD framework and saying, okay, how do we now tie this into our required reporting? It's not just a matter of grace and favor and would the investors like a bit of this, actually making it a requirement for corporate reporting. And we'll say more about the progress that we've seen because of COP26 now, advocacy work in a little while. And then, of course, as with so many things in life, money talks. And there are close to $200 trillion now in private financial assets supporting this framework for climate risk reporting. So this obviously creates a virtuous circle. If investors are calling for this, then companies will respond, and then regulators see there is a market demand for this type of new information to be provided. And also, I think it's a matter of real pride for CalPERS that Marcy, our Chief Executive Officer, was one of the first formal supporters of this initiative, and we were very involved in helping to build the framework out and regard it as a really vital tool for exercising our fiduciary duty, exactly as the board was discussing earlier. Next slide, please. So the other initiative that I wanted just to spend a moment on is, in addition to following the TCFD framework and reporting under that, CalPERS also took an important decision in 2019 to become a founding member of the United Nations Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. This was one of the first, if not the first initiative, which was saying, okay, well, if we're all claiming to support the Paris goals, which when the Paris Agreement was inked in France, the language was, we need to hold global warming to well below 2 degrees. And then in the subsequent years, that has been clarified to mean the outer limit for global warming is 1.5 degrees Celsius. And beyond that, we're having, we're running very serious risks. So then the question for the financial markets is, how do we know how much of this transition emissions reduction are we part of through our strategy, and also how much of these emissions do we own? Now, we've also, and sometimes it gets forgotten, the focus of this work is transition in the real economy. This is not about looking good. This is not about putting a little green sheen on our investment strategy. Simply unloading assets does not reduce the risk that we're exposed to from the physical impact of climate change. Because when we divest, all that happens is we sell to another investor who may or may not care about what is going on with that particular asset. So it doesn't, per se, mean that the emissions come down. Now, there is a bigger discussion going on about cost of capital and whether a sufficient amount of divestment would begin to push up the cost of capital for certain companies. But for the most part, being listed companies are not raising money in the markets. Bonds are another matter. The secondary markets are not what generate cash for companies. It's secondary markets are where investors buy and sell to each other. It has a sort of rather diffuse and indirect effect on the company. The other point, as I mentioned at the beginning, is we also need to make sure we're tracking all the emissions. So if there's a fossil fuel company producing oil, Scope 1 is the emissions they produce when they're drilling for the oil. Scope 2 is when that oil is refined, maybe into petroleum or gasoline. But then 80% of the emissions are generated when that product is used. And it might be used by a food company, a car company, a utility generating heat and power for people, transport. So these essential parts of the economy are where the 80% of, and that's the scope 3 emissions. So some of you today will have seen Exxon. We were pleased to say adopting a 2050 goal, but it's a little but very important piece of unfinished business that companies like Exxon say their net zero commitment includes scope 3 emissions. So can we have the next slide? So now let me, with that sort of overview of climate change as an investment, risk and opportunity, which is CalPERS' approach, which is why it's consistent with our fiduciary duty, to serve our members and make sure their promised benefits are safe from the investments that we make on their behalf. We've also explained the TCFD. It's a bit of a baffling acronym, but the importance of that framework. And now for the rest of the presentation, we're going to walk through CalPERS' 4-part response to that TCFD framework: governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. So before I turn to Travis, governance. So how does CalPERS approach the governance of climate change, risk, and opportunity? As was just touched on in the fiduciary training, the board is responsible for approving CalPERS' total fund investment policy, which sets out our thinking, the board's thinking in response to the input from management, from consultants and from other experts. And the investment policy not only addresses issues about the strategy, but it includes CalPERS' investment beliefs, which explicitly reference climate change in value creation and also in risk management. It also has our governance and sustainability principles, which go into far more granularity on, well, what does this mean, for example, on compensation? Or what does this mean in terms of shareholder rights and responsibilities? And that good work has been until recently led by Samisa and Zima. And then the final part of this in terms of governance is our board approved a 5-year strategic plan on sustainable investment in 2016, which gave timelines, KPIs, metrics, and this was all based on 2 rounds of research, extensive research, which give us the confidence that the strategy that we've developed is supported by the evidence about what is going to really help our members have the safety and security that they need in their benefits payments, because investment returns are so important. The second part of TCFD is the management process. And I'd flag here a key part of the strategic plan was what we called manager expectations. This rolled up into the enterprise strategic plan at that point, saying our goal is to have 100% of our policies and processes reflecting our understanding of the potential of environmental, social, and governance issues to enhance or to compromise or to give us an extra uncompensated risk in the investment process. And then, of course, not only do we report to the legislature on climate risk issues, and of course this comes to the board first, we, as I mentioned, produced our first very detailed TCFD report. It was a splendid 60 pages, but as with everything at CalPERS, when we do something, we do it very, very thoroughly. And in the coming year, that report will be refreshed. And of course, in between our own TCFD reporting, we regularly report to the board and obviously have opportunities like today in an educational setting to really go more deeply into the issues and seek the board's guidance and insight into the issues that we're dealing with. So next slide. So let me now, as we turn to the second part of the TCFD framework, is about strategy. And I'm going to hand over to Travis at this point for him to take us through the CalPERS strategy on sustainable investment, which relates specifically to climate change. Thanks, Travis.
All right, great. Just want to confirm that it's showing me now as a presenter, so showing in as the block as a speaker. I'll go ahead and progress then.
Yeah, we can hear you well, Travis.
Perfect. Yeah, great to be here today. Very excited to be able to have the opportunity to present to you all on the board. Looking forward to meeting everyone in person eventually, but a lot of familiar faces on the screen. So to dive on into it, this slide right here is going to be presenting the CalPERS Path to Net Zero. And what it encompasses is 4 different channels. Up towards the top, you're going to see advocacy, engagement, integration. And you can see the arrows which direct back down to partnerships. Now, partnerships is so vital of an aspect for each one of these different channels, because partnership is a way that we're going to be able to amplify our influence to the greater financial markets and to all of those peers in which we operate and work with. I'll be able to dive into each of the different segments on top. And then, as Ann mentioned, later on in the presentation, we'll be able to dive into specific examples of some of these as well and demonstrate some of the impact that we're actually seeing. So on advocacy, when we talk about advocacy, I think it's easier to kind of explain what that is by referencing everything policy related. It's regulations, legislation, it's financial markets. And when we think about who our key partners are for advocacy work, you can provide a couple of examples such as Series or the United Nations Asset Owner Alliance. And moving over to engagement section, CalPERS is well known for all of the engagement activities, and those are following under the corporate governance staff. But beyond the corporate governance staff, a number of other individuals participate in company engagements as well. And ultimately, the engagement aspect that has probably gotten most of the spotlight has been the involvement of CalPERS with Climate Action 100+. We'll be able to dive into Climate Action 100+, a little bit of a history of it, as well as impact of it later on as well. Following engagement is integration. When you think of integration, I want you to think about all the work that we do, not only internally within investment staff and within our portfolio, but also the work that we do with our external partners, such as our general partners, external investment managers, because each one of them are also reliant on being able to actually integrate climate-related aspects into their own due diligence and investment management process. And Yulia, later on in this presentation, is going to be providing an example of CalPERS ESG Data Convergence Project, and the work that CalPERS and Yulia and her teammates are also providing with Carlisle, who co-founded this initiative. So we'll be able to move on to the next slide. As we go through this entire slide presentation, there's 3 considerations that I really want to drive home. On the first one, it's going to be the fact that within our public markets portfolio, we have exposure to about 5,000 different companies. And on the private markets portfolio, we have exposure to thousands of other different companies, securities, properties, or subsidiary type of investments or companies as well. Altogether, this means that we don't have a concentrated portfolio. In fact, we have really much the opposite. We have a globally diversified type of portfolio that ultimately is going to reflect real world emissions. And we'll be able to dive into what real world emissions is, as well as some of the impacts that we're seeing on real world emissions later on as well. Moving on to the second bullet of this slide. And there's a bit of a phrase that I've used more recently as we meet with a lot of different peers and explaining some of our thoughts, as well as being able to provide some education to others as well. And it's this idea that we can run, but we can't hide our portfolio from the impact of climate change. We have several different mitigating initiatives and actions through our strategy, but ultimately the root problem that we must solve for everyone on board in the society and across the globe to be able to actually get to a path to net zero is that we have to focus on real economy emissions. We can't be isolating our focus just to our portfolio, because ultimately, if we do, then our portfolio is still going to be exposed to that impact that's going to be existing from emissions across the globe. And the third bullet is going to be driving home the fact that everyone's going to be on board and needs to be on board. This idea that one organization can do it themselves is not true at all. Ultimately, what we're seeing is that we're going to be completely reliant on all individuals, all governments across the globe, businesses and investors, including ourselves, to really be able to understand the levers that each one of them can pull and also interact with each other. And that interaction can be seen in certain organizations and certain events, such as COP26, as well as others, where we have a better understanding of what each other can do and also act in a combined force that's able to actually drive towards that solitary type of mission of net zero. You can go to the next slide. To dive into some of the specific examples as well as some of the impacts, this slide showcases the engagement aspects. And one aspect of this is CalPERS involvement with Climate Action 100. Some of you may have heard Climate Action 100 plus being on the board, but I know that we do have some new members as well. So we want to be able to provide a little bit of a backstory on climate action as well. And the history starts really back in 2015. As CalPERS was conducting its first carbon footprint back in 2015, leading up to COP21 in Paris, we found that of the 10,000 or so different securities within our portfolio, our public equity portfolio at that time, about 100 or so different companies actually represented in excess of 80% of the emissions. Likewise, as we had conversations with other of our peers, we found that many of our other peers faced similar type of outcomes as well. So with so much emissions being dedicated to a select number of companies, we thought it would be beneficial to be able to start a movement, to start an organization, which was deemed Climate Action 100 plus, with a number of partners that we were already working with, and be able to strategically tackle and engage these companies. And it's been a tremendous success. And in fact, those initial conversations have led to an organization with over 600 different investors now participating. Those investors collectively manage over $60 trillion of assets. CalPERS is still heavily involved in all aspects of Climate Action 100 plus, starting with the involvement of participating within the steering committee, co-chairing the advisory group of Asia, and also the work that the corporate governance team does by leading over 20 different engagements of the companies. Some of the impact that you're actually seeing is pretty tremendous as well. In fact, Bloomberg Energy Finance just this summer did an assessment of these companies and found that 111 of the 167 companies have now committed to net zero by 2050. And I can say that number has actually increased just in the last 6 months or so and has actually increased just today, as Ann mentioned, with the announcement of Exxon committing to a net zero by 2050 as well. So work is still there for getting that scope 3, but nonetheless, significant amount of movement. Altogether, if you look at these type of commitments, this represents, of the 111 companies, this represents about 25% of the global emissions. To get a sense of just how big that is, that's almost equivalent to the emissions profile of China. So very significant. As we actually started and the involvement with Climate Action 100 plus, there are 3 key pillars that we were really focused on. One was on climate-related governance. I think governance has been a big word that you've heard of throughout the entire day. And it's really about at the top, at the board level, as well as at the executive level, to be able to understand how the company is actually steering itself towards a low carbon transition. The second aspect was more on lowering emissions within the portfolio, within that company, and how they're actually acting from a day-to-day type of perspective towards the more of their long-term type of goals. And the third aspect was increasing transparency and now disclosure that they had on these other aspects as well. And we took those and we developed more of an assessment. And we'll move over to the assessment on the next slide. And we did an assessment by creating the Climate Action 100 benchmark, which is shown on the slide before you. The first 4 or so segments of this are going to be targets that are going to be time bound. Starting with the 2050 type of net zero, but also looking at different levels of timelines as well, both medium term as well as short term. Moving on more towards the central aspect of the slide, you're going to be seeing an assessment of the decarbonization strategy as well as the capital allocation alignment. When you think about capital allocation alignment, or CapEx type of plan, as sometimes is referred to, it's the idea of understanding how the company is actually investing its capital, how it's actually transitioning to a path to net zero, and whether or not the money is actually showing up in places to be able to realize that type of goal. Beyond those aspects and policy aspects as well, there are a couple of new initiatives as well. One being on climate accounting and auditing, which will be assessed, as well as on the just transition, which is really set out as part of the Paris Agreement to address the impact on workers and affected communities. So overall, Climate Action 100 Plus is seeing a significant amount of progress, but this assessment on these underlying type of indicators is currently underway, and we should be able to release that more publicly in the next few months or so. Go to the next slide. To dive into one of the Climate Action 100 Plus companies to actually see the progress that an individual company is doing, we selected Duke Energy. And we selected Duke Energy just because of the amount of total emissions that were actually provided by the companies, due to the fact that it's one of the largest utilities in the world, as well as one of the largest utilities within the CalPERS portfolio. On the red line is a peer set group to track the amount of carbon intensity that is actually being produced based upon the amount of carbon per unit of energy that's created or produced. On the green line is showing that specific to Duke Energy. And the thing that I want to really point out is the slope that you can see about halfway between 2015 and 2018, we'll call it 2017 or 2018 or so. That slope starts to exaggerate a little bit more. And that's definitely in the time zone of Climate Action 100 Plus. So many different meetings were taking place throughout Climate Action 100 Plus from CalPERS staff, other staff as well, and many different investors to be able to actually lead to this type of change. The next slide is going to actually show, in which we can progress to, is going to show some of the rationale as to what actually happened and came about from some of these type of engagements. And the thing that I want you to focus on is the first line item on coal. And coal back in 2014 was 42% of the generation. So these break down the generation, which in other words is a way to say, where is electricity, or how is electricity actually being produced? From what type of feedstock or what type of source? And coal was 42% in 2014, but we've already seen a significant amount of progress in this type of space. Already at the end of 2020, that's nearly half, down to about 22%. By 2030, it's expected to half again, down to about 11%. By 2040, you're looking at about only 1% remaining, and by 2050, it's on track to hit 0%. So outside of coal, you're also seeing a significant increase in the amount of renewables. Already on a relative basis, we're seeing significant gains, but in absolute terms, by 2050, that should be equating to over a third of the total generation sources. Outside of renewables and coal, you're also seeing a zero emitting load following resources. A bit of a tongue twister, but ultimately what it means is that hydrogen is going to be a key player within the generation source, not only at Duke, but many utilities. And Duke is going to be one of those leaders in this type of space. Altogether, when you take these type of these assets, it equates to about a 95% emissions reduction by 2050. Now, 95% you might not figure is net zero, because that means there's always going to be residual emissions left. But 95% in absolute terms is a significant amount. The last 5% is going to be those residual emissions that will be able to be reduced and eliminated through offsets. So needless to say, significant amount of work that's been done in Climate Action 100, and a significant amount of work from individual companies as well, just within the last few years, to be able to already demonstrate a significant amount of change. I'm going to pass it over to Yulia, who will be able to speak to CalPERS Private Equity ESG Data Convergence Project. And we can go to the next slide.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. In this section, I'll turn to an example of impact we're having within the integration aspect of our strategy. Under the newly approved asset allocation, CalPERS is targeting a higher allocation to private equity. And while private equity has been the highest returning asset class for CalPERS, it is important we understand the underlying risk in this and all asset classes. In private equity, we have been a leader in providing and advocating for greater fee transparency, and we have seen material shifts in market norms resulting from our and other allocators' focus. We believe we can broaden our impact beyond fee transparency, and so we ramped our engagement over the past year in another important area, sustainability. Understanding environmental, social, and governance factors, or ESG for short, across investments is important because it provides insights into investment risk and value creation opportunities. This is critical to fulfill our fiduciary obligation. ESG in private equity has been very difficult to measure as the industry lacks standardized performance-based ESG metrics or ESG data from private companies. And existing frameworks lack critical mass, preventing meaningful comparisons across categories, across companies, and across general partners that we invest in. To solve this problem, we partner with Carlyle to lead a group of general partners and limited partners towards developing a common quantitative ESG data set in private equity called ESG Data Convergence Project. Today, we're tracking 6 metrics that you can see on this slide, which encompass not only climate, but also social factors. The first one being greenhouse gas emissions, which is directly related to our climate change strategy and accounted for in the same way as TCFD, which Anne described earlier. Then we have a metric for energy transition or percentage renewable generation, and also 4 other metrics, which are board diversity, workplace safety, employment, and employee engagement. While the goal is to expand these metrics in the future, we are excited to start tracking the 6 today and be able to see how our portfolio changes over time. This should allow us to answer some fundamental questions in the coming years. For example, are emissions going up or down in our portfolio? Are our investments adding jobs to the economy? Are our general partners expanding their talent pools and increasing diversity? And most importantly, what are the risks and value creation opportunities in our portfolio? There's obviously a lot of work ahead of us and our general partners to collect and analyze that data, but we're excited to have launched this important effort. Since public announcement of ESG Data Convergence Project, which was only 3 months ago, we now have over 100 organizations and nearly 8 trillion assets under management participating, and that number is growing. That means that thousands of privately held companies, not just those held by our general partners, but a significant portion of the broader economy, will now start tracking and reporting on our ESG metric. And as the saying goes that you can't manage what you don't measure, we're proud to lead the way towards consistent measurement of ESG factors in private equity, which will provide more transparency and hopefully an improvement of sustainable outcomes. Next slide, please. So let me switch gears to another pillar of CalPERS' sustainability strategy, which is advocacy. One of the most important policy forums for investors related to climate change is the United Nations Conference of the Parties, COP for short, which has met 26 times to date. At the 21st such meeting in Paris, COP21, governments agreed that we have to keep global warming well below 2 degrees Celsius. This was the first binding agreement bringing all nations into this common cause to combat climate change. The intention was to revisit and increase ambition of these commitments every 5 years. So now, 5 years later, postponed due to COVID, those governments came together in Glasgow to track progress of that agreement and identify what is left to do, which is why COP26 has been of such great importance. Ann Simpson and I had the honor to represent CalPERS as formal delegates to this historic event. Next slide, please. So all eyes were in Glasgow, where the world leaders, including President Biden and his delegate John Kerry, participated in the negotiations. After multiple meetings, the Glasgow Climate Pact was published. While there are many important outcomes, there are also disappointments. First and foremost, the urgency to take action was made clear by deciding to not wait another 5 years to revisit progress towards keeping global warming below 2 degrees, but meet next year at COP27 to see if the gap in warming trajectory could be closed. During COP21 in Paris, we were on track to about 3.6 degrees Celsius increase in global temperatures, which is a natural catastrophe, to now being on track to somewhere between 1.8 and 2.4 Celsius. That is obviously not enough, as the goal is to be at 1.5 at the most. And that is why the next COP in Egypt will be so important. One of the most crucial issues around climate change is financing it. At COP26, 2 major pledges were made. The first one for $100 billion to direct climate financing from developed to developing nations. While this is not the first pledge like that at a COP, this was the first time that the US pledged to contribute to that fund. Additionally, like CalPERS, who set a net zero goal in 2019, when we joined the previously mentioned United Nations Net Zero Alliance as a founding member, this agenda was broadened dramatically under the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, where more financial institutions joined. Next, this was the first time that methane has been a part of a COP agreement. Methane is a gas with more than 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide over the first 20 years of reaching the atmosphere. So even though CO2 has a longer lasting effect, methane sets the pace for warming in the near term. That is why this pledge by over 100 countries could buy us time as we transition away from fossil fuels. Another area that was broadly welcomed was transition from coal generation. The first version of the agreement, as Anne and I were leaving Glasgow, read phasing out unabated coal generation. At a last-minute push from India and China, this wording was changed to read phase down in the final document. While some find this wording change disappointing, this is the first mention of coal abatement. This is no doubt progress to mention that. Then, on the forest and land use, forests act as natural carbon sinks, absorbing about a third of carbon emissions every year from the atmosphere. So cutting down trees has a particularly negative effect on global warming because it not only reduces that global absorption capacity, but it also releases carbon into the atmosphere. So the bad news is that pledges to protect forests were made in the past and failed to deliver. The promising news is that Brazil, Russia, and China, who did not sign them before, have done so in Glasgow. We're also glad to see the phase out of fossil fuel subsidies on the agenda, as CalPERS has been long advocating for that. The coal-fired inefficient can be disappointing. However, there are countries where access to fossil-generated energy is the only access to energy for many people. Another portion of CalPERS advocacy is introduction of carbon pricing. At the moment, we're experiencing an economic distortion of sorts in that bearing the burden of financial damage resulting from carbon emissions. Currently, the cost of emissions are paid by the whole public. For example, damage to crops or loss of property from wildfires. A price on carbon helps shift that burden for this damage away from those who suffer it onto those who caused it in a flexible for markets and in fair to society way. While there are no definitive outcomes coming out of COP26 in this, we are hopeful about these discussions. Finally, on the sidelines of Glasgow events, US and China identifying their common climate ambition was warmly welcomed by the international community. While these two world's largest economies have differences in opinions, a common ambition around climate is widely welcomed. So, all in all, this is progress, but also some unfinished business, which is the agenda for COP27. Next slide, please. So in summary, our advocacy strategy is a cycle. We carry the foundational work day to day, leading up to events like COP, where by participating as formal delegates, we are able to announce our work, educate various stakeholders, and learn from them. And finally, take it all with us to keep refining and making progress until the next COP. Going into this COP26, we were bringing a lot of relevant work with us, such as Climate Action 100 that Travis spoke to earlier, Just Transition, and others. At COP26, we were happy to see the launch of International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, which is a response to our key advocacy goal of improving the flow of data into capital markets and to standardize sustainability reporting. This public markets initiative we have been supporting is in line with our private markets ESG data convergence project that I spoke to earlier. As formal delegates, we were also able to explain Climate Action 100 and the benchmark to more stakeholders. COP26 also marked the release of the Just Transition framework, which CalPERS worked on as a member of the Council for Inclusive Capitalism to ensure that the benefits of energy transitions are shared by workers, communities, and customers. Our climate accounting and audit session at COP26, run by N, was one of the highest attended, highlighting the importance of our work in ensuring that audits are consistent with the Paris Agreement. Finally, we're not only presenting our own work, but also listening to and participating in panels with high-level delegates. So the important next steps coming out of this historical COP are, first and foremost, that the world isn't going to wait another 5 years to close the warming gap, but that we're in a full urgency mode, making COP27 in Egypt the next important convening. Second, that we all have a lot of work to do, expanding and collaborating on key initiatives. And third, that closing the gap in real economy emissions requires partnership between the government, the private sector, and the civil society. With that, let me hand it back to Travis, who will present the next section where he will be responding to the board question about renewable asset exposure and take us through our risk management section looking at real economy emissions.
Great. Thanks so much, Julia. We can progress to the next slide. Perfect. Yeah, so at the last board meeting back in November, it was requested by the board to assess the renewable assets exposure. When we think about renewable assets exposure, I want to first preface this by saying that we can think of it in a few different ways. One might be the more obvious way by actually talking about the financial dollars exposure directly to renewables such as solar or wind. Another way is to be thinking about it from the companies in which we invest in, such as within our public equities, and the renewable assets that sit on their type of balance sheet or within their own portfolios as well, that indirect type of exposure that we might have. As well as a third aspect, which could be the assessment of how much renewable assets or renewable energy is actually being used by some of our portfolio companies. And so we're going to be able to show some examples of each one of these as we progress throughout each asset class. But the asset class that you see before you right now is the renewable assets exposure to the real assets infrastructure portfolio. So once again, to the real assets infrastructure portfolio. And what you can see is that there's a large bulk of assets that fall under renewables or green infrastructure, a total of about $1.4 billion, an amount so large that it actually comprises of over 20% of the entire infrastructure portfolio. And as positive as that might be, there are some difficulties that we'd like to discuss and showcase that make it a little bit more challenging to be able to dramatically increase that. The first one is going to be on scale. CalPERS being a large investor, to be able to actually move money, let's say a small percentage of money, it equates to a relatively large absolute dollar amount. And so with that said, it could be difficult sometimes at times to actually find and locate a number of these type of large investments. And that's important because sometimes it can take the same amount of due diligence or staff time to be able to assess a $10 million investment as it can to assess a $100 million investment. And so there's certain limitations, obviously, from the amount of resources that staff have. And so sometimes it makes a little bit more sense to be able to dedicate these to the larger investments. But unfortunately, there are many other players, many of our peers that also have large infrastructure portfolios. And so there's a large demand for these type of assets. And that's really where it goes to the next bullet, which is more on the risk return. What we've seen over the last decade is a significant amount of compression in the expected returns and the realized returns as well from these type of assets. So this brings us up to the third point, which is more on the policy constraints. Policy constraints can be seen by going into the CalPERS real assets investment policy and understanding that different types of investments have different risk parameters. But one of the risk parameters that's noted is development type of risk. And when you think of development type of risk, one way to kind of easily understand what it is, it's actually, shovel in the ground, building things. It's not merely just purchasing things or assets that already exist. So this development risk is noted in policy to be limited to 10%. The constraint of this is that it limits the amount of, or the universe of investments that we can actually make. At the same time, the last aspect is going to be tax status. And even though we do enjoy this tax status that CalPERS has, there are certain investments within renewable energy that have tax advantage type of credits or other aspects as well, that because of our own tax status, if we pursue this, we won't be able to enjoy those as much as those investors that are traditionally taxed would be able to. So just a few things to keep in the back of your mind that make it a little bit more challenging to dramatically scale up the renewable assets exposure. But nonetheless, at $1.4 billion and over 20% of the portfolio, it's quite material. We can move over to the next slide. Moving over to private equity, as you can see by the dollar amount, it's a little more limited in the amount of exposure that we have to renewable energy companies. But there's two things that I really want to drive home. One is that traditionally you're going to be seeing more of the private market type of exposure to renewable energy generating assets fall under infrastructure portfolios, not necessarily private equity portfolios. So that's the first thing. But the second thing is more to what Yulia has already covered, and that's the initiative of CalPERS Private Equity ESG Data Convergence Project. And as Yulia mentioned, these are going to include in the coming years, which we'll be able to report back to you on, is the percent of renewable energy consumption by these underlying companies. So going back to the previous slide when I spoke about to talk about different aspects based upon different of renewable energy exposure based upon the specific asset classes. And this is one where I think we'll be able to really show that underlying portfolios have an increased use of renewable energy consumption over time. We can move to the next slide. For global fixed income, we have over $600 million of exposure to green and sustainability bonds. Green bonds are a little more straightforward. They are what you kind of imagine, very green, very climate-oriented type of investments in energy efficiency type of projects. as well as into renewable energy, solar, wind, et cetera. Sustainability bonds has a little bit of a greater universe in which they can invest in on the type of projects. Not only can they invest in green projects, but they can also invest in social projects as well. But altogether, between green bonds and sustainability bonds, a very meaningful amount, over $600 million, are invested from CalPERS portfolio. We move on to the next slide. On the global equity portfolio, this is a third type of aspect of how we have renewable energy exposure. And in this one, we went through a little bit more of a creative type of process to be able to assess this. We first realized that we do have exposure to obviously 5,000 plus different companies within our public markets portfolio, but it's hard to actually assess just how much renewable energy any one of those companies have, because not all companies are renewable energy type of companies or utilities or power producing companies. So what we did was we isolated our assessment down more towards utilities and power producing companies. So we looked at about the 200 or so largest companies that fall under that and looked at our exposure to those type of companies. We also looked at the actual renewable generation that's being created by those 200 companies. So we took the renewable generation from those companies and then prorated that type of generation based upon our ownership to those companies. And what we found is that prorated amount, basically what we actually represent of renewable generation of those companies, is that it's in excess of 2 million megawatt hours of renewable energy generated in the previous year. A significant amount, and so much so that it's hard to actually even understand what that even equates to. But what we did is we used the EPA calculator to kind of look at that renewable clean energy assessment and equate that over to something that's a little bit easier to translate to. And the energy, or let me say, the emission savings that's derived from those holdings is about is equivalent to taking out about 3.7 billion miles off the road of cars being driven, or about 1.6 billion pounds of coal being burned, or perhaps a little bit more of a useful aspect or metric is taking out emissions that's being generated from 268,000 homes of electricity consumed during the course of one full year. So needless to say, it's a significant amount, and this only represents the utility and power generating assets. This doesn't even take into consideration the billions and billions of dollars of exposure that we have to all the other sectors as well as industries, which also partake in renewable energy, whether it be from a consumption basis or whether it be from assets that actually fall on their balance sheets. So now that we've covered the strategy section, we can go to the next slide, which is going to be speaking more about risk management and specifically about the real economy emissions. We talk about real economy emissions. I think the first thing to be able to showcase and dive into is what are the emissions and where are they actually coming from? And Anne earlier on in the presentation alluded to this and spoke to you about scope 1, 2, and 3. And so sometimes when we hear scope 1, 2, and 3, we have an understanding of it to a certain degree, but we don't actually know what falls on each of those type of sleeves. To be able to dissect it a little bit, we have this chart included in the presentation. And scope 1 is the direct emissions, such as the company emissions from operations or even from company vehicles. Scope 2, which you see on the upper left-hand side, is largely from electricity used by the company. And scope 3, which gets really interesting, is deviated from the left-hand side as well as the right-hand side. We'll tackle the left-hand side first. And scope 3 in this aspect is more about the emissions profile of all those materials that a company is using. And then once a company actually gets those type of materials and produces its finished goods, it sends those goods off to the end user. That transportation is included into scope 3 emissions for the company. But then also what's included into scope 3 emissions is the use of those goods. And that right there is where you get to have a significant increase in emissions. So altogether, when you look at the total emissions profile of a company, scope 1, 2, and 3, it's not uncommon to see up to 80% or so of emissions being derived from scope 3 emissions. And so I think this just shows that it's important to look holistically, not only just at scope 1, 2, but also scope 1, 2, and 3, and at each individual point when we're talking about emissions profiles of companies. We can move on to the next slide. This chart right here is an assessment of really where we are, where the real world economy is as far as from a warming potential. As Anne mentioned earlier on in the presentation, this idea of 1.5 degrees of warming is a threshold in which our target is. This is the idea of net zero. So when you hear 1.5 degrees or net zero, that's really where the target lies. Coming out of COP26, we did make some progress within COP26 as far as on the amount of commitments or policies that were adopted by different countries, as well as many companies as well. But to assess really where we are, I want you to be able to see that 1.8 degrees, because if you include all the policies, all the targets, and everything else, the best that we can actually obtain right now is 1.8 degrees Celsius of warming. And unfortunately, that still falls short of the 1.5 degree type of target. And what makes it a little bit even worse is that 1.8 degrees is the most optimistic type of scenario. So many scientists are actually saying that we're probably going to be shooting more realistically closer to 2.4 degrees as of right now instead of 1.8. And the bottom line is that we still have room to go. We still have room to go down to really secure 1.8, and we still have room to go to take that 1.8 down and really secure 1.5 degrees. And ultimately, that's going to be reliant on all parties involved. As I mentioned beforehand, all investors, all individuals, all governments, all companies. We can move on to the next slide. This is a roadmap to net zero that was developed by the International Energy Agency in 2021, just last year. And this is just one roadmap, but it is one of the most commonly cited roadmaps. Now, I'm not going to dive into each of the different bubbles on there, but the takeaway here is that holistically, these show just how significant the initiatives that need to be accomplished are to be able to get us onto a path or trajectory to net zero. What I do want to showcase is our highlight is the upper left bubble. And that's no new unabated coal plants approved for development. Yulia earlier on spoke about some results that came out of COP26. And so hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more realization on this in coming years. But unfortunately, this needed to already be done last year. And where we are currently is not in a good place as far as where this stands. In fact, there's over 200 coal-fired power stations already under construction right now. And largely most of these are in Asia, with 95 in China, another 28 in India, another 23 in Indonesia. And so it means that we've already lagged behind this 2021 type of goal, but it also means that there's more pressure for us to be able to hit all these other type of bubbles. And when we think about these type of bubbles, a large chunk of these are based upon government policy, government investment into the development of new technologies, as well as scaling up existing low carbon technologies. But also a piece, roughly 8% or so, is going to be based upon consumer behavior changes. And consumer behavior changes is actually one aspect that is very sticky. It's very, very difficult for individuals to actually change the way that they live, especially after doing so for so long. And to provide you an example of what some of these are, it means that individuals have the expectation to actually drive less, commute less, fly less, speed less, and then also as far as for heat and cooling, it means that there's a consideration of, in winter months, not heating up buildings, not heating up your home beyond about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And then in summer months, it's limiting the cooling effect down to about 75 degrees Fahrenheit. So I talk about these type of examples just to showcase that these are very sticky examples, very difficult to actually realize. But once again, it goes back to the point that all parties involved are going to need to be able to make some drastic changes for us to be able to hit that ultimate goal of net zero. I'm going to now pass it back off to Nelson, who is going to be continuing with the risk management section, but it's focused a little bit more on the CalPERS portfolio and eventually transitioning over to stranded assets.
Thanks, Travis. And excited to be here too. Happy New Year to everybody. So after these last few charts from Travis that really introduced, I think, really well the context in which we are to manage this climate risk, I suggest we turn our attention to our portfolio, the heart and lung of our mission, and shed some light on some of the frameworks we use to measure climate-related financial risk. While the nature of climate risks differs significantly, and we can probably switch to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. While the nature of climate risks differs significantly from those of so-called traditional financial risks, measuring climate risk in the portfolio really involves the same 3 key steps, which I'll go very quickly through. Step 1, identifying source of risk, or in other words, identifying channels by which climate-related events could impact the value of assets. Step 2, measuring the portfolio exposure to those identified source of risk. And step 3, translating portfolio climate risk exposures to potential downside and upside in real actual dollar terms, or percentages of returns. So going back to step 1, the TCFD framework suggests that we divide climate-related risk into 2 major categories. The first category are the risks related to the transition to a lower carbon economy. We refer to those risks as transition risks. Transition risks include shifts in the market, policies, and technologies that can affect the financial success of existing business models in industries. Category number 2 is comprised of risks related to the physical impacts of climate change, and we refer to these as physical risks. Physical risks include both acute risks and chronic risks. Acute physical risks correspond to extreme event-driven risks like cyclones, hurricanes, floods. Chronic risks refer to long-term shifts in climate patterns like sustained higher temperature, for example, or droughts, which we know too well, unfortunately. When it comes to measuring risk, there is no perfect single metric. Climate risk is multifaceted, as we have seen so far, as we've heard. For each aspect of climate risk, several metrics are available, and each presenting pluses and minuses, and we'll go through some of those in the next few slides. To produce a robust assessment of risk, our preference and our practice is to combine 2 types of measures. Measures of average portfolio risk exposure that captures the expected behavior of our portfolio as a whole, as a diversified portfolio, and then measures of tail risk exposure, which identify areas of potential extreme changes in valuation or hotspots. Carbon footprints are examples of analysis using portfolio average measurements. Stranding risk assessment is an example of analysis using tail risk metrics, and we'll go through examples of those 2 types of analysis in the next few slides. Before I jump into actual numbers on the portfolio, I'd like to remind you all that, and all of us, that estimates are by nature noisy. They contain errors. In climate risk space, the modeling complexity involved, the numerous gaps in the data, which remain largely self-reported and unaudited, both contribute to high noise in risk estimates. But that should not deter us from using those estimates. And it is just important to look at them with caution, with extra caution perhaps. One way to deal with the noise and to make those useful is to focus on trends, on broad changes, or focus on truly significant deviations from reference values that are anchored on trusted sources and research. And there are plenty, there are very good sources out there, and we are fortunate for that. Let's now turn finally to the first section of our portfolio climate risk analysis, the public equity portfolio carbon footprint, unless there are questions from the board. No. Okay, so next slide, please. So what is a carbon footprint? You probably all have seen a version of that. It was part of our TCFD report. It is a very common analysis, but let me reintroduce that for all of us here. So what is a carbon footprint? The carbon footprint analysis provides a diagnostic of how many emissions, CO2 equivalent emissions, our underlying holdings produce, and how efficient or how CO2 efficient the revenue generation of our portfolio is. The carbon footprint provides really insight on the portfolio exposure to transition risk by measuring exposure to carbon pricing related costs, or measuring reliance on CO2 intensive supply or final chains or final products sold, as we just discussed with Exxon, for example. These exposures can be captured in different ways, and this table lists several of those measures. First, by simply measuring a dollar exposure or portfolio allocation to carbon-intensive industries. There's really way there is flexibility on how you define those. Today, 6.8% of our portfolio, of our global liquid portfolio, is exposed to such industries. The exposure can also be measured in terms of physical metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions that are attributed to our share of the companies in the portfolio. And we differentiate scope 1, 2 versus scope 3, and we discussed the reason for that before. Those numbers are not very natural. We don't speak in terms of emissions, in terms of metric tons every day. To give you a sense, combining our current emissions, scope 1 and 2 and 3, we currently own or generate a bit less than 1 basis point, 0.7 basis points of the global emissions, 0.0007%, still quite a bit. Finally, the star metric of this report, really, if I can say so, and perhaps the most useful in monitoring and steering transition risk in carbon intensity, even with our engagement work, measures the CO2 efficiency of revenue generation by our company holdings. This measure is far from perfect, but it is especially interesting for several reasons. First, because while gain in CO2 intensity does not guarantee absolute reductions in emissions, which are needed to achieve net zero, sustaining growth while reducing emissions requires intensity gains. And all the rest being equal, the lower the carbon intensity, the better. Secondly, in comparison with absolute levels of emissions, carbon intensity is less sensitive to levels of economic output or portfolio dollar size. And therefore, it is a good metric to track progress over time towards net zero, and also supports comparisons across portfolios. Not surprisingly, most net zero commitments by corporations or peers are expressed in terms of carbon intensity improvement over time. So really, what is carbon footprint telling us? Are those red numbers good or bad? First, this analysis tells us that the carbon footprint of our global equity portfolio is improving across all metrics. It is good news. Changes in absolute levels of emissions have clearly been affected by the historical drop in economic activity in 2020, which is captured in this period here that we cover. However, as mentioned before, emission intensity are more robust to the activity. And there too, we see significant improvements over this period of time. So is it to say that firms around the world have decreased their CO2 intensity by 20% here, or 18.1% in 2 years? No. In reality, an attribution, and that's why we have to be careful about those numbers. In reality, an attribution of this number shows that 80% of the improvement during this period at the portfolio level is due to changes in the index composition that we passively invest in. In other words, CO2 efficient companies have gained market share in the index. Markets are pricing CO2 efficiency, if you will. In the end, although this is really a major index effect. In the end, a non-trivial portion of the improvement is still driven by real economy gains in CO2 emissions. And in spite of historical rebound in global equity activity in 2021, levels of global CO2 emissions for 2021 are expected to remain below those of the 2019 peak. So how does a carbon intensity of 180, the number that you see in the second column for our portfolio, equity portfolio, how does this number of 180 compare to other global equity portfolios? Country, sector, style, tilts will drive large differences in portfolio carbon intensity. A typical cap weight emerging markets index cap weight exhibits a carbon intensity of over 300 today. A global growth-oriented portfolio that is very intangibles heavy, tech heavy, will exhibit a carbon intensity below 100, while a value-oriented, industrials heavy, asset-based heavy will exhibit intensities above 200. So 180 is really in the ballpark of a diversified, globally equity diversified portfolio today. The last important message I'd like to tease out of this table is the importance of Scope 3 emissions. I think it has been mentioned several times. It's worth, I would say, to reiterate it here. Scope 3 is as you look at Scope 1 and 2 versus 3, you see that the major component of the emissions really come from that sector, the Scope 3. And it is really a dimension that remains largely unreported by companies, and yet it is the major source of risk in our portfolio, really, when it comes to exposure to emissions. Here lies the real risk, a risk that can be managed via engagement of large public companies around their sourcing or supply chain management practices. So how much portfolio value at risk is really, does this really correspond to? We're talking about emissions, intensity, how much return can we really lose or make with this? One practical way, one good way to do that is combining this emissions profile that we have here with carbon price scenarios. And this is a way to get this impact. All the modeling assumptions that required to refine this rough estimate. And for example, the ability for a company to pass through abatement costs or carbon price costs to clients is one of those variables. So there's a bit more complexity in that calculation that we do also in-house that we are investigating. Now, can our current positioning lead to permanent loss of capital? And that's a question that was asked really in the last investment committee. And that's a question that we can address by looking at another type of analysis, at stranding risk. So I will turn again to the board for any questions on this table full of numbers. And if I don't see any, I will switch to the next analysis of stranding risk.
I have a question from Controller Yee, but she said that she'd wait till the end if you guys want to finish up.
Okay, that works for me. So let's move to the next slide, and we'll talk about stranding risk. So what is a stranded asset? First of all, there are a lot of competing definitions out there, but I think there's a strong consensus. And I found this definition by the General Foundation, which is a very climate-focused foundation, has a very excellent definition back actually to written in 2013. They define a stranded asset as an asset which loses significant economic value well ahead of its anticipated useful life as a result of changes in legislation, regulation, market forces, disruptive innovation, societal norms, or environmental shocks. Those different drivers, those are all drivers of stranding risk. Those drivers of stranding risk are well alive and intensifying, in fact. And I thought I would share those two tables with you here to show you that. On the left table, showing statistics about weather events which with damages over $1 billion in inflation-adjusted terms, shows that we see a clear increase in the frequency and the intensity of those events over time, causing increasing human, for sure, and economic impact, which is likely to affect the assets of value, the value of assets involved in those damages, especially if those are related to chronic physical risk. On the regulatory front, another source of stranding risk, an increasing number of jurisdictions, including California, are imposing a price on carbon. And as shown on the right table, in Europe, the price of carbon has been multiplied by a factor of 10 in the price since the Paris Agreement. And that has had a real impact on businesses and behaviors. And that's definitely a source of potential stranding risk in the future. So I will move to the next slide to now go into calculations, trying to not be too overly detailed here, but to really also give you a sense of practical numbers, or numbers that we can somewhat maybe look at and reflect on. So how do we estimate stranding risk in our portfolio? In global equities, where we have data, where we're able to actually calculate those things, in global equities, we use the concept of climate VAR, or climate value at risk, which I believe also was mentioned in the last investment committee. It really consists in estimating the impact on the portfolio valuation from assets expected to see or to lose more than a given threshold within here a 15-year horizon and under a given climate scenario. So a lot of things involved here. Really, it involves discount cash flow models, that it involves scenarios of carbon price. It involves adjusting those cash flows expectations for extra expenses related to carbon price. And it also involves, on the physical side of the physical risk of things, forecasting the frequency and the intensity of damages around physical risks. And so you put that together, and then for each of those stocks, we assess, or we look at which stocks have an estimated loss below a certain level, below a certain threshold. We can call it 70%, 80, 90. It's generally a large number because we're focusing on the tail. And so in this case here, we'll use a threshold of 70% in the climate scenario defined by a 2 degrees Celsius trajectory with an aggressive physical damage estimate type scenario. So these estimates are presented on the tables on the top, on the bottom left. And what we see is that 2.7, and of course, those are estimates. Those are the areas where we need to take them with a grain of salt, but they allow us to get a sense of the orders of magnitudes, right, around which we need to, again, have some variability allowed. 2.7% of our equity portfolio is exposed to assets that could lose over 70% of their value under these conditions that I just mentioned, causing an annual negative performance impact of 16 basis points on the equity portfolio over 15 years on a yearly basis. That's something and when you look at this decomposition, if you were to look at a 90% scenario with less assets exposed to that risk, only 1% or 1.1%, and the impact of that would be 7 basis points on the portfolio. Now the question is, has the market already priced that in? Partially, not at all, fully? That's another consideration, but this is our estimate of the stranding risk. The next table shows you how that stranding risk really distributes across sectors. And of course, utilities, industrials, materials often come as areas of stranding risk. Now, the reality, as I mentioned before, those industries are not sitting around and are not perhaps repassing the costs that they might incur on a carbon price shock. And so perhaps the real distribution might be a bit less skewed than what it shows here, but this is a good base. Finally, the other comment I'd like to leave you with on this slide is that stranding risk is often associated with transition risk, with the impact of carbon price on earnings, on sales. And really what this really shows here is that physical risk is a significant driver, even in a global equity portfolio, And in fact, here, it is the dominant component of stranding risk. As per the bars on the right side, physical risk bar is longer, almost twice as big or long as their regulatory risk. So that's for an estimate of a quantified attempt to quantify stranding risk in the global equity portfolio. On the next slide, and perhaps I can just quickly cover the private assets before I open to questions. Private assets are not immune to stranding risk, of course, nowhere to hide. That's the sentence of the day. The nature and amount of data, though, in those spaces, as we've heard also before, does not allow us to do as much as a quantitative experiment and quantification. But and we need to really really approach that on a more qualitative approach way. We collected really good feedback from our different asset classes, and overall, what we know is that what I can share with you is our investors across the private asset classes are keenly aware of stranding risk, and they're proactively assessing and managing this risk in the portfolio. In infrastructure, for example, portfolio exposure to sectors with on the paper have higher stranding risk, and those are conventional power assets or projects, transportation assets, energy-hungry digital infrastructure. We are able to show that those assets, in our case, in our portfolio, are actually high-quality assets that present very interesting mitigation or mitigant attributes. For example, our transport assets are made of holdings that are carbon neutral or on track to be. Our energy-intensive digital infrastructure assets are ramping up actively their sourcing of energy to include renewables as a larger share. Real estate also is a place where in fact stranding risk is most likely related to physical risk, or where the share of that stranding risk is really coming from chronic or even really physical risk. CalPERS teams here have really managed this risk by, for example, launching initiatives of retrofitting. And for example, the energy optimization initiative is believed to have lowered the stranding risk in this asset class. Physical risk is really important, and the advances in the analytics are also pretty good. The team is actively reviewing analytics on the space, looking at zip code or even property level estimates or to really assess this risk more accurately. Finally, on private equity, and that's really that's back to data here, and we're hoping that the project that Julia has mentioned earlier today will really help us produce a more accurate, a more granular assessment of stranding risk. But what we can say is that we do have exposure to the energy sector, and especially we understand where the upstream component of that sector is in the portfolio, and we have an estimated $850 million of exposure in this area. That exposure has generally been accumulated on pre-2018 vintage, and is generally managed by our top 40 strategic GPs. So that covers my part here on stranding risk. I'll again open up for questions before I move to the next section.
I'm going to go ahead and grab Controller Yi for her question.
Thank you, Madam President. Really grateful for this presentation. It's a lot of information, but it's also just really a great compilation of just everything that CalPERS has been doing. And it's phenomenal, the movement, but obviously a lot more work still to be done. I have a couple questions. Some you can reserve until you close, because I think it does have to do with next steps. But the first question relates to slide 26. And I was just curious about, talked about the carbon intensity reduction, and just wanted to kind of get a better flavor about whether that reduction was solely due to a reduction in the assets under management and the carbon-related assets, or was it a portion of it actually due to our direct engagement efforts? And then I guess the change in the AUM, was that due to index changes, or was that an active decision on our part?
So I can address the second part really quickly. In fact, I can address those very rapidly. the first question, the attribution of that carbon intensity reduction, it is really the component that is not related to the change in composition in the index. It's not our active decision. The index, as we know, tech companies, less intensive companies have gained market share. This component really drives 80% of the improvement. 20%, as I mentioned, is really organic sector unrelated improvements, and the utilities drive a big component or a big share of that improvement. I've not related that to Climate Action 100+, but I believe it is really in line with what we discussed with Duke as an example with Travis. But I'm happy to drill further into that. In terms of the AUM, I believe I covered that with the first comment. There's no active allocation here. It was really an index self-rebalancing itself in a sense.
Okay, got it. And then, excuse me, I know you're going to dive into metrics and targets and next steps. I was also just curious whether other investors in the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance have published investor action plans. And then I'm more curious about going forward, kind of our own capacity also, about whether we have the appropriate internal governance, methodologies and frameworks to support our net zero commitment. And then happy to hear that our upcoming report will be in the TCFD framework, and wanted to know if that was going to include more information about a transition portfolio.
So I will keep that.
I'm happy to. Oh, thanks, Nelson. I think.
Sorry, it's a lot of questions. But...
That's all right. No, these are really. This is why we're all together talking about this. It's what we need to hash out together. On the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, there are two of the signatories. CalPERS is one of them, we were there to put the 2050 target, but we weren't yet in a position under a very tight timeline in the run up to COP26 to work out the interim targets. And for us, it's because we don't want to get there just by shedding assets. One way to quickly say our portfolios made this reduction or that reduction is you just unload things. And that is not consistent with CalPERS' total fund investment policy. And I think from the management point of view, our analysis shows with that physical risk component, even if we shed assets because we don't want exposure to the transition risk and the financial impact of that, let's say that's part of a decision to offload an asset, we're still exposed to the physical risk because those emissions will continue to go up. So our conversation at the UN has really been about the importance of tracking real economy emissions. So for example, one way that could be done is if you sell something, you have continue to track what happens with the emissions of that asset. So one thing we're seeing at the moment is even public companies offloading assets, they're being bought and transferred into private markets. But if they're out of sight, for us, it doesn't mean they're out of mind, because that global warming trajectory is going to produce these dislocations and impacts because of the physical impact. So we really wanted to take the extra time, and also, looking forward to Travis coming to join us and Nelson's continuing work. So you'll see in the next steps when I speak in a moment, this piece of work is on the docket for the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. And then I guess just for context, I know there's been a lot of comment around the use of offsets, and I guess at what point, or has there been already debate steeped in whether we're going to be talking about offsets versus, carbon offsets versus removal? I mean, it's kind of
right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think of offsets as a bit like a hangover cure, right? It's better not to drink quite so much the night before.
Right.
And as Travis put it, there will be residual emissions. That, the concept of net zero means we know under what we can see with our current technology, and there will continue to be, from natural sources, never mind from man-made sources, residual emissions. So we need to be cautious and careful and conservative in using those precious offsets, not to delay the downward trajectory on emissions. So this is a very live debate, I think, right across financial markets. And there is, after COP26, a number of groups starting to talk about us developing a framework for assessing offsets. But I think the biggest caution here is it's, making sure that they are being deployed only in essential circumstances. So we're not just saying, let's keep going here and plant a few trees or, revive a mangrove swamp. We've got to keep our eye on the prize, which is bringing the emissions down. So CalPERS hasn't developed a position yet on offsets specifically, but that is certainly something ahead of us so that we're not just, as I said, treating it as, a hangover cure. I mean, We've got to get to the root of the problem.
Right.
I'm sorry if I'm getting ahead of the discussion with the team. If anyone else wants to weigh in and add something, please do.
Sure. I'll jump in. This is Travis Antonio. Definitely agree that with Anna, this is a very active discussion that's being held with many different constituents, stakeholders, as well as organizations in which we work with. Ceres being one of them, which is actually working on a paper specifically on offsets and specifically on the pros and cons of whether or not investors or companies or other organizations should use them and when should they be used. Should this be dictated only for the use of the residual emissions, where from an operational standpoint, you've made investments, those investments are producing jobs, those investments are actually decreasing absolute emissions down to a certain point where there's basically just a physical or chemical related constraint where you cannot reduce it anymore, and then having offsets at that place. So that's one topic of conversation. Another topic of conversation is whether or not it's appropriate for investors to partake in offsets or whether or not it's appropriate for offsets to be reserved for the residual emissions of companies instead. And the real aspect of the conversation, it's, two sides are shown throughout a lot of these discussions, but the real aspect on the investor segment is you're not getting a direct return on investment for the capital deployed. And I say direct because there's intangible benefits that are still being produced that correspond to real world emissions reduction, but that's not being captured 100% by you with your proportionate returns that you invest. That's being reallocated and and essentially you're providing subsidization to the rest of the globe, which still has value. I don't want to underestimate that, but at the same time, I think most investors would rather prefer to be able to get a financial return on their investment and to do so in a way that also reduces emissions rather than just getting the emissions reduction with no financial return.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Travis. Thanks, Ann.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you for everyone's patience. I know we had so much to get through, but I realize we're a little over time. But Nelson, back to you.
So we'll turn very quickly to the final chunk here, slide 30, I believe. Risk assessment, we've been discussing really risk management and really the risk assessment of risk management. And while it's important, it's not all. And a very important component of risk management is really setting targets and managing portfolio towards those. And that's precisely what the last section of the TCFD reporting asks us to, or those that adopt this framework to actually discuss. So on this front, I'll just remind that CalPERS is committed to achieve portfolio emissions in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius for the real economy by 2050. As part of this commitment, CalPERS is expanding its toolbox. We've seen some examples of that toolbox in the last few slides. What can be measured can be managed, and sharper analytics will definitely accompany and support a gradual alignment of our portfolio. And I'm excited that we have access to those really growing set of tools. The CalPERS Private Equity ESG Data Convergence projects presented by Julia will play a key role in this area. As part of this commitment also to 1.5 degree Celsius in the real economy by 2050, CalPERS is also focusing on allocating capital towards climate solutions. And we as of 2019, 18% of CalPERS private assets were already invested in climate solutions, technology providers, renewable energy, sustainable certified buildings. And we plan to refresh this assessment this year in 2022. Finally, and last but not least, really, our commitment to emissions reduction in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius in the real economy is and will be supported by our unwavering commitment to advocacy and engagement. And on this front, we expect very positive news flow developments from the SEC and from the IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation, in 2022 around climate reporting standards for corporations. So with this accelerated slide, I will turn it back to Anne for concluding comments, unless the board has questions. Back to you, Anne.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nelson, and Julia and Travis. Can we turn to the final two slides? Thank you. So I think as a summary, certainly from our perspective on the management side, I hope that what we've demonstrated is that CalPERS has a carefully constructed investment strategy on climate change with advocacy, engagement, and integration as the foundation. But also we're able to demonstrate the impact, which is intended to support our goal, our fiduciary goal, to generate risk-adjusted returns for our members over generations. However, the caution here is the world coming out of the Glasgow commitments. We're on a 1.8 to 2.4 degrees trajectory, depending on how some of those promises get fulfilled. And so we were at 3.6. So this is not all doom and gloom. We were at 3.6, coming out of the catastrophe zone, but we're still in the danger zone. So all eyes, as Julia said, are on Egypt next year to get commitments from world governments to 1.5. And also the role of finance is going to be critical. So, and the final message is we know that we have a fiduciary duty to address these risks and opportunities for our 2 million members, but we also know this is a systemic risk, it's global, it's complex, and there is a degree of uncertainty, which I think the team has explained very clearly. And that means our strategy will continue to be based on partnership with government, through our advocacy work, with business, through our engagement, with civil society, because what we eat, what we drink, how we get around, as Travis was saying, we all have a responsibility. We're creating the demand, each one of us. So, and fellow investors, we know that the work that we do with our fellow investors is absolutely vital to addressing the risk and to realizing the opportunities. So let me on the last slide, I think Controller you just mentioned this. So here are some of the points, the highlights. It's not everything, but it's just the highlights in the coming year. We've got our third round of the Sustainable Investment Research Initiative. We've got two themes. One relates to human capital, particularly our growing work on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The other, as Nelson mentioned, is really to dig into the capital allocation piece, because that's where we can find, we hope, some new insight into how best to frame the opportunities there. Yeah. We'll be working to put forward our interim targets based on real economy progress. And Travis will be working hard on that. And as they both mentioned, we will be refreshing our own TCFD report in 2022 to capture this new work we've been doing that we've presented today, and also use this to meet the requirements of the California State Climate Risk Reporting, which will be due on the 1st of January. We'll be working hard to make sure that the investor voice and our members' interests are represented in COP27 in Egypt, because until we get the country level, the government level commitments at the 1.5 level, we won't find the full force of the financial markets in terms of the risk and the opportunity. And there's plenty of good things coming out of COP26 that will help us with that. But this theme of partnership really is our watchword for the coming year. So with that, let me thank everyone who's worked so hard on this. And I'd also like to thank Jill Isola, who project managed all of this work over the last, well, since November. It's quite a short timeline, and worked with so many other members across our asset classes, our legislative affairs, our legal team, our public affairs, our stakeholder relations group. This is really a whole CalPERS effort. And we look forward to answering any further questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. We have a question from one of the board members, but I also had a question because I couldn't hear Travis earlier on slide 27. So I thought I'd just hold off. I just couldn't hear what he said at the end. It sounded like the European carbon price index, and you were talking about how the price has spiked. And was that, did you say that was a risk problem?
Nelson, do you want to take that one?
Yeah. So hi, this is Nelson. So I was mentioning that carbon price, and perhaps you can look at the Europe market as a canary in the mine in a sense. They have really the carbon price there has gone to a 10x growth from Paris Agreement to today, and clearly that is really having meaningful impact in European businesses, in the way the society is behaving. All those habits that we are discussing need to change. They're happening in Europe, and while Europe is perhaps a bit ahead on the carbon price, it is something that we can look at as a blueprint in a sense, and clearly a source of straining risk in assets in Europe, but a source of risk for us to consider as a real source of risk.
Okay, I'm sorry, I
thought
it was Travis, but it was you. I'm sorry.
No issues.
I appreciate that. Thank you for explaining that. And then on the stranded asset exposure, so basically this kind of graph on page 28, we've got depreciation threshold of 50 to 70 to 90%. And then our portfolio exposure is 8%, 2%, 2.7, and 1.10. So the 90% then is the red, the larger red bars, correct? Is that what I'm looking at? Is that what you're trying to illustrate?
Could we move to the next slide? So I don't have the slide in front of me. So that's slide 28.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Is anybody listening? Can we move to slide 28?
Let me see. Okay, I have the slide in front of me here. I have the slide here.
Whoever, Christina or Pam, it's just the next slide.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. All right. So the 90%. All those tables on the middle table and the right table refer to this 70% scenario where we say, all right, our definition of stranded is an asset that will lose more than 70% of its value within 15 years under this 2 degrees Celsius with aggressive physical damages scenario. And when we look at this, we do our calculations, our discount cash flows, our physical risk estimates, and we look at which stocks could be losing more than 70%. And we aggregate all those stocks in the portfolio, and we measure that. We see that we have 2.7% of the portfolio today on those stocks. And the right tables, the middle table and the very right table, gives you a an attribution, a decomposition of where those stocks really are and where that return is coming from. So utilities, industrials are the biggest contributors, and physical risk, that was the point, is the major driver or a meaningful driver, not a minor driver of that stranding risk.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
And other than that, this was a huge report. I appreciate it. I have a friend here. I told him to get down earlier. He's not listening. But I really, really appreciate all of your work. I know this was tough to put together, and I look forward as we continue to move forward to maybe hit that 1.8. That would be awesome. So I'm going to move on to Ms. Middleton's question, and then we have public comments.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll add my compliments and appreciation to everyone on the team for an incredible amount of work. I was very appreciative of seeing some slides that reflect the amount of investment that we have in green energy firms. What I would ask is that we continue to track that on a going forward basis, most particularly trying to differentiate between where existing assets are adding additional green capacity, as well as being able to differentiate new assets that we bring online that are producing green energy. We know that the demand for electricity is going to go up. It is not going to go down. And only to the extent that we are able to add additional green sources of energy are we going to be able to truly have an impact moving forward. So thank you, and please continue to track that information. I'd also like to compliment the slide that talked about Duke Energy from and their allocations to various or from various energy sources 2014 through 2015. I think that's something that's really important for us to track as we move forward, to have other organizations. This is the kind of chart that the average individual can get their head around very easily, and it also demonstrates the effectiveness of engagement. So with that, thank you. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to ask any more questions.
Could I take the liberty of just adding another small point to what you've just said, Ms. Middleton, because it's really important. There have been some press comment that CalPERS has expanded its investment in coal, when in fact we've expanded our investment in utilities. And what this shows is through engagement, we're driving down the use of coal to zero. So I just want to put the record straight for those who follow what the media says about what CalPERS is up to. So we can produce many more examples of this, but thank you for your comments. We really appreciate those.
Yes, thank you, Ann. And that also kind of goes to show you why we can't just get out. I mean, it just doesn't make sense because somebody else buys it and then we're no longer able to drive that carbon down. So I believe, let me make sure. Yes, I believe we are on public comment. So Mr. Fox, I think we have some public commenters.
Yes, Madam President, we have 3 callers. First, we have Sheila Thorne with Fossil Free California.
Hello. Good afternoon. Yes. My name is Sheila Thorne, and I'm a grateful beneficiary and a retired member of California Faculty Association, as well as a volunteer with Fossil Fuel California. An ever-growing number of scientists and organizations agree that engagement has delayed real action and allowed the fossil fuel industry to greenwash their continued extraction and production. Researchers at the University of Cambridge recently reviewed 2 decades of shareholder engagement and concluded from the evidence that it has not forced the changes needed at the pace needed in fossil fuel companies. A prime example is Exxon, whose behavior has not changed with the new board members and which continues with huge expansion plans in Guyana and the Permian Basin, when even the International Energy Agency advocates no new expansion. Likewise, Shell Oil plans to increase its natural gas operations by 25% through 2025. And Duke Energy, Ann Simpson's example of engagement impact, is cutting its coal use by expanding in gas. 24 climate justice organizations are currently legally challenging a Duke Energy scheme that undermines solar energy by lowering payments to solar homeowners for the excess power they put on the grid, while at the same time building more than 50 fracked gas burning power units and raising rates on customers. Duke now gets only 5% of its electricity from renewables and projects to be at only 14% in 2035, below the current national average of 19.8%. These local impacted organizations point out that Duke Energy allows just enough solar power to feed the corporate greenwashing scheme, but not seriously alter its energy mix. A May 2021 report by the research group Carbon Tracker shows that nearly all oil companies with net zero commitments either 1, exclude some part of their production and emissions, or 2, focus on reducing carbon intensity in the production process, while at the same time pushing ahead with expanded production, thus actually increasing emissions in the long run, or 3, relying on unproven carbon capture technology or unrealistic projections of some future magic technology. These are the smoke and mirror games the fossil fuel industry plays with so-called engagement. Everything may look good in PowerPoint presentations with fancy graphs, but in reality, emissions are going up, and they'll continue to without the real threat of divestment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, the next caller, please.
Yeah, Madam President, we have Sandy Emerson with Fossil Free California.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sandy Emerson from Fossil Free California. I'm a retired technical writer who is passionate about the opportunities that institutional investors have to decarbonize their portfolios and help the environment by excluding risky carbon-intensive investments. And I wanted to say welcome to new board member Jose Luis Pacheco and returning board member David Miller. You are part of a board of thoughtful and committed directors who take their fiduciary responsibilities very seriously. With a fund the size of CalPERS, every investment decision is significant. The sustainability report presented today shows how challenging it will be for CalPERS to meet a goal of net zero by 2050 without reducing its investments in fossil fuel producers and fossil-fired utilities. And with only a few billion of its $500 billion portfolio invested in renewable and green holdings, CalPERS has committed less than 1% of its holdings to the green energy transition. So there's lots of opportunity there. Counting all fossil fuel related holdings, CalPERS has almost $27 billion invested in fossil fuels, about 6.7% of its portfolio. CalPERS fossil fuel investments declined, as pointed out, between 2019 and 2021, largely due to a steep decline in market value for the whole energy sector. It's been said that divestment has no effect on real-world carbon emissions, but a recent study from the University of Augsburg for the first time found empirical evidence that divestment reduces emissions by a measurable amount with a continuing effect. Moreover, recent studies by BlackRock and Makeda for the City of New York found that divestment does not reduce returns. Following these evaluations, the controller of the City of New York confidently divested 3 city pension funds of nearly $3 billion in fossil fuels. As you have heard us say many times, a reliance on shareholder engagement alone is not sufficient. Decarbonizing the portfolio can only be achieved by excluding carbon-intensive investments that are not likely to succeed in a low-carbon economy or that will increase transition risk to the portfolio and that present an increasing risk of stranded assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Mr. Fox.
Madam President, the last caller is Saoirse Folsom, a CalPERS member.
Hello, my name is Saoirse Folsom. I'm a contributing CalPERS member. This is the first of many meetings that I hope to begin engagement with the board on. It was very informative. However, I will say I'm pretty disappointed with the presentation on sustainable investment and the path to net zero. Really what it shows CalPERS members like myself who are genuinely concerned about the future of the fund is that CalPERS really is not willing to wind down fossil fuel investment quickly enough. Net zero by 2050 just isn't fast enough to save our planet, let alone our fund. That was declared at COP 2021. This so-called engagement strategy with the top producers of fossil fuels is a euphemism for doing way too little, way too late. There's no easy way to put this. CalPERS is a primary contributor to climate change with $27 billion in investment in fossil fuel companies. That's a massive contribution to the climate crisis. And it shows that the $1.4 billion invested in green energy as truly a paltry amount. If portfolio diversity was sincerely valued at CalPERS, we wouldn't see such a lopsided investment preference in fossil fuels. There is also a false narrative that has been touted in this meeting. It is that the advancement of the climate crisis comes down to individual decisions to reduce consumption, not the decisions of major investors in fossil fuels like CalPERS. That is a false statement. CalPERS investments are indeed contributing stoutly to the climate crisis, and the physical and financial risks to members as a result of said investments are great and cannot be ignored as noise. We, the CalPERS members, are the civil society that you have been elected to serve and engage with. You were not elected to serve the interests of fossil fuel companies and their investor cronies. They are the ones that created the climate crisis. They are not the solution out of the climate crisis. The same answer to the climate crisis investment risk is for CalPERS to divest in fossil fuels now and show the true leadership that is being touted in this meeting. I implore CalPERS board members to see beyond the greenwashing and the corporate engagement euphemism and authentically engage with contributing CalPERS members like myself. Please heed our calls for CalPERS to divest in coal and fossil fuels. I ask the board and entering board members, please do practice prudence. Please seek out and heed real fossil fuel investment data. Think about the trends of our future and divest in fossil fuels now. It is your fiduciary and ethical duty to do so as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, is that you said that was the last call?
Yes, Madam President, that concludes public comment for today.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks to all the speakers on sustainable investment.
Teresa, you're muted.
Been talking the whole time. I clicked on it, I missed apparently. I want to thank everybody, this Ann Simpson's shop for putting that report together one more time. Great job. And it is 5:47. So do we want to just skip a break or do we want to and go forward or do we need a break? What say ye? Would you like a break? Yes,
Taylor?
no. Yes.
Matt Jacobs here. I would just comment that I don't think closed session will be all that long if that factors into folks' consideration of that question.
All right. So I say, let's just go to closed session and get this over with. Everybody agree? I'm seeing nodding. All right. So let's adjourn into closed session right away, and I'll see you guys on the other side. So we are back in open session. We have nothing to report out from closed session. I'm sorry. I do want to reiterate that we will be having our stakeholder forum tomorrow. It does start at 10 a.m. And so everybody have a good night. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m.